server this voice chat is in? Because Anya can't get in.
Is it?
Is Discord? Discord's not like server prohibited though, is it?
No, it isn't. But that's her suggestion. I don't know what else to do.
Like
it just says connected.
Yeah, Abby's telling Staper.
My favorite cheese.
Has she considered stop being Russian?
I've told her
Whoa.
to do that, but you know.
Maybe her Russian.
Totally not streaming, guys. Wow.
Oh, are you?
So, yes.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait,
Wow. Yes, I started it.
that was just a normal joke. I didn't mean that in a weird way.
You heard that, guys?
It's just like I would say stop
Yeah,
being French or something, okay?
Wow.
Bronze.
I can override the
Let's
region.
go! They're bronze!
Awkward.
I'll change the region to US East.
Hello?
Oh shit!
Anya.
I can hear.
Hi!
I don't know why that worked, but hey.
I don't know. It's
Alright.
probably my protocols again. I'll just mute myself here and speak
Anyway,
in the game.
real quick, guys. When we're playing against the Squid and Co team, we need to ban the Fireboy. And we gotta ban, and we ban Panther.
Have you ever considered that perhaps they told you
you
the wrong information?
Oh, this is not what they told me.
Oh, okay.
This is just what I concluded would be their mains, based on what they told me. I just figured they would tell me all the things that they are countered by, so I'd ban those things. So, Panther and
Brother.
Play. I'm just asking.
It's
What
music.
would
Yeah,
screw
today
you
I
over the
play
most?
Tourney.
Yeah.
I'm playing
Basically.
Tourney.
Wait, are we sure we want to?
That.
Are we sure we don't want to ban Spider and Panzer only because we can't play against them?
But,
If we
Dion.
What if we just
think
like
I'm
bring
gonna
a
warm up
tin of like tuna with us and we throw that at Panther and distract
sorry,
him?
Titan.
Oh,
Sorry,
very
Titan.
good plan.
Thank you, I'm smart.
I forgot to.
You forgot.
My name is.
Me.
My name
Brother,
is
did you guys
Bear.
see the status?
No.
Ninu and her pets.
Oh,
It's Ninu and her pets.
Maybe that's why you guys invited me, so that I can officially be one of Nino's pets.
You are now my pet.
Are you implying that you weren't already?
I mean, I was more than a pet. I think this is kind of a downgrade. I was her wife. I was her. I mean,
You're my
she's my baby
everything.
girl. Ah, you, come here, you.
And start
Oh my god,
streaming.
hi, Ninu VT. Hi, it's Novalia. Fancy seeing you here.
Are you gonna share chat with Abion?
Are you streaming?
I am going to stream, but I forgot that I need to disable the
No way.
advanced streaming thing in order to put on a stream delay.
Oh, are you guys stream? Are you streaming Fable?
I'm not streaming because I'm gonna do more rigging later, so I can't stay.
I'm probably not gonna stream, but I will. I have your
I'm not
chat
gonna stream.
open so I can say hi to people.
I'm not gonna stream.
Oh, nice.
I'm sick. I need to go lie down.
We can still see their profiles in the game. Damn. They ain't hiding
Wait a
shit.
minute.
We're gonna win.
Oh, yeah.
This is the team speech. Wait, hold up. Let me go to ChatGPT. Give me a team speech.
What?
Alright.
I like how we're named after Goblin, but he's not even here.
Yeah.
Who came up with? Who
In-
chose that
in
name?
memory.
I didn't even get a chance to vote or say
I didn't
anything.
either.
I came up with Goblin these nuts.
Gobble these nuts. No, gobble these nuts.
Technically.
Oh, OBS is broken.
Oh no.
No, there's 3
Damn it.
people in Arby's meat flaps now.
I only see 2.
Oh, that's right.
I kind of want to chill with them, not gonna lie.
There's only 2
I
meat
said
flaps.
Ivy.
They're Arby's meat flaps.
Oh, there we go.
Exactly.
I was gonna say I thought you were on our team.
Guys, I asked for a short speech. This is the speech. Yo, we're the Chaos Storm, like Hulk smashing, Thor hammering, and Deadpool wilding. Well, we don't have.
He's not even in the game.
Wilding out. No rules, no mercy. Hit hard, move fast, don't think, just wreck everything. Today, we're not playing nice. We're owning this battlefield. Let's blow it up and leave them shook. Avengers, nah. We're the Chaos Crew. Let's go.
Recorded
I
all
bet
of
that
that.
would make a sick rap if you had a beat to it, you know?
Yo. Alright, team, listen up. We're like Spider-Man on Espresso. Fast and messy and totally unpredictable. If we lose, it's because someone forgot the superhero snack. Knack. But if we win, yeah, we'll take all the credit like Tony Stark at a party. So smash buttons, confuse the heck out of them, and remember, if all else fails, blame the Hulk. Let's go make some chaos and bad decisions.
Mr. Tenacity,
Okay, wait.
Psycho asked me,
Chaos and bad
can you give a
decisions.
short speech about Ninus Team, the Chaos Crew? All right, listen
Maybe it's
up,
a
you
struggle
punks. The Chaos Crew ain't just
Okay,
a
My
team.
wait,
teammate's
hold
not
up.
even
They're a force
the
of
Chaos
nature.
Crew.
You just rap
Unpredictable,
just making a voice.
relentless,
I have
and packing enough
Silverhand.
firepower to make even
Give me a
Arasaka
speech.
sweat.
Oh wait, I can
They're the embodiment of
name our
chaos
team
and
in the thing.
creativity, tearing through the competition
yeah,
like a
yeah.
You
hurricane.
can?
Ninu and their crew, they're the real legends,
Oh, I can't-
rewriting
We're
the
the real
rules of the
legends,
game.
hear it?
In the
So strap
party,
in
on
and
the
watch
team.
them unleash hell.
We're gonna unleash hell. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Nina Rap is just
Oh.
making her voice deeper. Oh, okay. Don't call me out.
Bro,
Look, I changed our name.
Hey, what is our name now?
I changed it
I
in
mean-
game.
oh wait, in game?
Man,
Yeah, in game.
Knock.
See,
Oh.
it said
my
Team A, Team B.
Arby's meat flaps are full.
Yeah, Goblin These Nuts versus Team B. Nice.
Oh, wait. I need to do it on Chrome.
Oh, wait.
Whoa.
I'm sorry, Avion. I
Wait,
just saw
God
that you
damn.
kept inviting me. Can you do it?
For the record, I aimed for a time in between matches so to not disrupt winning.
Oh my
Yeah,
god, we're playing.
that's-
Yeah,
thank you.
Fable, come over here. Wrong team.
What?
Wait,
Get over here.
Wait, did you
Where's
invite
over
me?
Here? Wait.
Click join.
Press
I
join
I can't,
on the
you're-
on
I can't
the
invite
goblin.
you.
Goblin?
Wait, I don't know what to click. What do? Wait.
Do you see
Click on the join next to
Bro.
Team A.
That is
Uh,
crazy.
Oh, wait.
Don't listen
There you
to
go.
don't listen to Ravi. Listen to.
Nah, I am just baffled.
Oh, there's Ninu.
Nino, you're on the wrong
I
team.
want to be in
You're on
that
the wrong
team.
team.
No.
How do I move?
I'm checking Nino's profile to see what she plays.
Oh, I'm coach. Wait, I can't go coach.
No.
I
It
want to
says
go
that
to
you're
Arby's meat flap.
you're on our team.
Yeah, that's a better team.
Oh, wait, can we change the icon?
Oh, I don't know.
Icon.
Wait,
Oh shit, we can change
Current
the
map
icon.
side. Oh, it's the
Oh.
map
Oh
side.
no, that yeah.
Oh shit!
But why does it, why do they have attack and defense
Oh
and
my
we only have
god, that
attack?
is so. Wait, what the hell?
That's weird.
Platypus! You
Current
caught a
map.
huge
Hey, the
Side
platypus!
platypus.
attack.
Platypus.
Local map
Go
side.
to
right.
platypus! What the hell, man? Thank you for the energy.
Oh, we're actually playing against Arby's Meat Flaps first.
Yeah.
Oh, Arby's! Arby's! Oh, lol, you got a frog.
Banana.
You just got a huge frog. Big
Under the
good.
sea.
I got a frog.
Let's see, what am I gonna catch? I'm fishing. I'm fishing. I'm fishing.
Ugh.
I'm fishing. Oh, I got a tiny turtle. I caught a tiny turtle.
I'm gonna call it Tony.
Pony the tiny turtle.
Tony the tortoise,
Exactly.
and then he's a
I think
turtle.
I think she's interviewing the other team right now, and they're saying that their bronze 3s are not actually bronze 3.
I was
So-
thinking that because they're only level 20 and 28.
Oh my
Also,
god,
that
new
guy's
account.
Celestial.
And that guy's okay.
I was gonna
Bruh.
point out that you
There's
playing
a
on
guys
console,
Celestial.
so how much does
There's
it
a
really matter?
Celestial player.
Bruh.
Yeah,
Celestial on
we're
Xbox. That's like
absolutely
what?
correct.
Silver 3?
Report Smurf.
It's fine.
No one new account. It's not fair.
Why are people allowed to play on Smurfs? That seems to kind of ruin it.
Punisher player.
Oh, hey! They have actually added Smurfing as a bannable offense now.
Oh.
Hello.
Yeah, if you select negative behavior and it shows all the options, one of them is Smurfing.
It's just a bit hard to prove, right?
Are you reporting them right now?
Yeah, of course I am.
Oh my god!
Oh, god.
What? Well, I'm reporting the bronze people.
Don't.
What? They're Smurfing! They are breaking the rules of the game. What do you want me to do? Just be like, oh, but
Robbie.
they're in a tournament, I shouldn't do that. No, it doesn't matter.
Smurfing
It's not my
ruins the
fault, it's
game.
theirs.
It's not nice to do that.
Exactly.
It's not nice.
No, they're just talking to you.
No, I actually mean smurfing. It's not nice.
Oh.
She said Smurfing.
Well, neither. What the
Smurfing is
fuck?
just playing on it all
I mean,
together.
What?
Aren't
It
you guys
is.
doing that too, though?
No, this is my only account.
I mean, like in general.
No, what do you mean in general?
Don't
Where?
you have like a? Don't you have like a different like Overwatch account?
I have one Overwatch account. Also, I don't play Overwatch.
He's playing Overwatch. I play
of course I'm
Overwatch.
playing Overwatch.
Oh,
Overwatch
technically I do have 2 accounts, but that's because I lost access to the old one like 6 years ago.
Awkward.
Oh my god. Fable is a Smurf account. Fable.
I wish.
I said Smable.
Oh my god, you got a rusty
Smable is
sword.
surfing.
Oh, whoops.
You got a rusty sword. Oh, but it says it's garbage.
All one man's garbage.
Guys, I'm feeling.
You're feeling?
Invincible.
Yeah, I have that invincible thing.
I've
I
got
play.
this feeling. Ends up my bones.
Oh, but I want Omni-Man. I need to get Omni-Man.
Omni-Man.
I want Omni-Man.
Now.
Dang, are you sure about that?
That ain't.
Ocean Man. My name is Jeff.
Yes.
My name is Jeff.
Yes.
My name is Jeff.
Okay, wait. It sounds like one of the teams merged with this team we're about to play against.
I see.
What?
Oh, the Hatsune Miku fan club, because there's only 2 people in there.
God.
Yeah, I'm listening to Sniper's team and she's interviewing them right now on a call, and it sounds like they're merging teams.
My name is Jeff.
Oh, why don't want they take me in?
Because you're with us, Fable.
Wouldn't that be to our
But-
advantage? Then?
Enormous
have
puffer
a-
fish. Nova, you got an enormous puffer fish.
Oh, uncommon.
It's so big. It's so big. This
Wait,
is
how
she
do you fish
said.
here?
You
It's
have
a
to
channel
use your
point.
channel points.
Oh, well, I have a
Yeesh.
couple of those.
Yeah. Oh my god, I got an enormous turtle. It's Tony's dad.
Here, I catch thingy.
Yeah, catch.
Chuck's testes.
What are you saying? Rigged.
Ocean Man.
Okay, now they just
Uncommon.
need one more.
Oh my god, average dwarf Gorami. What the fuck is that? I like it.
This is a Gorami.
What-
That's kind of familiar. Yeah,
Is it a
Gorami.
fish?
What
Gorlami.
is a
I
fish?
could tell you more
Yeah.
if they
It's
let
a
me
group
fucking
of
study
freshwater
marine biology.
anabantiform fish.
What is that?
Native to
Coolie
Southeast Asia.
loach.
Is
Coolie
that
loach?
what I call it? What, have I crossed my line yet?
No, that was
Oh.
Bannock, so you have to
Oh.
wait till after Abian does it.
Yeah, Abian is
Okay.
fishing now.
Okay.
My turn. Let me get a Happy Meal.
Oh, you got a goldfish. Enormous
Scream when
goldfish.
Scream when it's my turn because I'm joined.
Enormous
Okay,
gold-
now
Okay, it's
now
your turn,
Why
it's
does
your
a goldfish
turn.
have an eyelash?
Oh, look at the fish, guys. She's fishing.
What's it going
Is it gonna be a stick? Oh, you got a ginkgo leaf.
Hey, ginkgo leaf.
You got a leaf.
That's not a fish.
No, that's not a
That's a
fish.
disappointment.
It's labeled as
But-
garbage.
It's a ginkgo leaf, though.
It's nobody's
any
fish
leaf.
egg. Oh! Anglefish. She's got an anglefish.
Anglerfish.
Anglefish?
Guys, by the way, it sounds like she's going like one by one in the team to introduce themselves.
Oh shit.
That's gonna take forever.
Called tiny sardine. No, tiny sardine. It's an anglefish, right? It's not. Wait, is it an? No, it's not an angelfish. It's an anglefish. Fable is fishing.
I
Fishing.
can be your angle.
Go do my dishes while we're waiting.
Oh, you got. You got a
Wait,
huge
the last
plastic
person
got the
bag.
six.
destroyed. The last
And it's
person
a diamond
destroyed Robbie.
too.
You got a huge
Hey, Fable got a
plastic
huge
bag.
plastic
God,
bag.
are you fucking kidding me?
Now you have a vessel for your ginkgo leaf.
Isn't that lovely?
Beautiful. Can't contain
Oh,
my fucking
average
excitement.
anglefish. It's big.
Angler. Oh god.
Yeah, it's big. It's big. This she said.
Hey, remember that? No. Oh wait, you never saw that. Oh man.
Oh,
What?
Fable's fishing again.
The
My name is
the
you.
anglerfish in
Nim
Soma.
dim.
You.
Oh no,
Oh.
I didn't.
You got
Yeah,
Finding
you
Nemo.
never saw the anglerfish. It made me sad.
Fable, you got Finding Nemo.
Oh
You got
my
a huge
god.
Finding Nemo.
It's because that you didn't follow the red
need
herring
the
light
R
that most
sound.
people do.
Oh.
Angler. Oh wait, was there an angle? Was there an R in the word?
Yeah, it's an anglerfish.
They
Yeah.
spelled it wrong. Dwarf
It's an
gourami again. What
angler.
is this?
A tiny. It's
Tiny
already a dwarf.
dwarf.
Why is it tiny on top of being a dwarf?
Wow, that's sad, ain't
Yeah,
it?
imagine.
That's fishing.
Insult to injury. Damn.
Fable killed Fat Nemo. Whoa, huge ginkgo leaf. You gotta
I did
leave.
do that.
You gotta leave.
You're gonna have a ginkgo leaf. Get a huge one.
I think it's so funny that Nemo's dad was supposed to like end up with a polar bear in Nemo, like the second Nemo
Wait,
movie.
what?
That they were
What?
originally like planning a different one,
Happy
like
got
not
plastic
finding
bag.
Dory, but like there was supposed to be like a brother for Nemo and stuff and all that, and like he
With a polar
he-
bear.
Brother.
No, like along like they didn't know that there was another surviving child, and then he finds them and stuff, and there's like, you know, things that happen, and I forgot what exactly the plot was gonna
Like-
be, but I know there was this polar
Who's
bear
Ne-
lady, and that she and Nemo's dad, like what's his name, Marlin? Or Merlin
That's
or
Yeah,
something?
Marlin.
The
Yeah,
anatomy
Marlin.
does not
Yeah,
fit.
They were supposed to like be together or like be in love, but like she sacrifices herself for him. Like at the, like she doesn't die, I think, but they get like they separate. Like they don't stay
jellyfish.
together, but you know that they're in love. And I think that's so fucking funny to me.
But
Oh.
she's supposed to eat
Guys,
fish,
we-
and he's
we
not
got-
even
we got
big
an
enough for her to
achievement.
eat.
Open
Yeah,
the
no,
letter.
she wants to kiss him, Nova.
New leader. New leader. Who's the new leader? Is it me?
Ooh, what?
I think I'm the leader.
New
The
leader.
leader of the new world.
The one who leans.
Oh! Enormous turtle.
I need something to put in my huge plastic bag.
I am the leader with 58 fish. Oh my god, Latvia has 69 fish. The fuck?
Nice.
Nice.
Dang, gotta catch up. Oh, let me,
Yeah.
He's got
Second.
69.
yeah,
Oh,
he's
when you-
Wait, I can't see what I'm getting.
Angler fish.
Down in front.
Anglefish.
A
Huge
anglerfish.
anglefish. Oh my god! It's
Inno is
time.
best known enough probable 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 enough probable.
Average starfish.
Oh wait, wait, your volume's at zero because I played Phasmo with you. I'm so sorry.
I know. I know a handful of you for sure.
Wow.
I'm so sorry, Sniper. I had to turn
Why
your
are you giving me
volume.
sass already? I've been here like 5 seconds, Abby.
Oh my god. No. We played Phasmophobia together
let me
the last
see.
time I was on a call with you. I don't know if she has me unmuted.
Oh,
I don't know.
Wait,
Do you hear
Sniper,
Nova,
can you hear
Sniper?
me?
Yeah?
my name's Jeff.
Okay.
Alright.
I hear an echo though.
Oh, that could be maybe caused by me. I don't know. Usually, I'm the person causing issues.
It's okay.
I don't-
Fable's mic echoes a little bit.
It is all good in the hood though. So I don't know if it's okay. I kind of want to just introduce myself. I'd love to y'all to introduce yourselves. If y'all were here a little bit earlier in stream, I kind of said that my PC just cannot handle the team fights and whenever like it gets like hot and heavy in game. So if you have stream and you're streaming, definitely plug yourself and throw it in the Discord so I can like throw it up on Twitch so everyone has something to watch besides this like pixels on my end. If it's okay, we can start at the top with the Abby on.
The
Tell us
Abbey.
about yourself. Plug yourself.
The Downton Abbey. Hey, Abion. Ha. I don't know what to say about myself. Hi.
You stream.
Hi.
Allegedly.
He's streaming.
He's streaming
like-
right now.
I am streaming right now. Yes.
I go to Abby
Yeah.
for like anything Phasmophobia. Like
It's true.
anything like what was it? The Point Hope Easter egg? Like
Yeah. Literally every single time you have friends that want to do the Point Hope Easter egg, and you're like, hey, what's Abion doing right now?
I got yelled at because they're like, why don't you just Google it? Like, look up a video like the rest of us. And I was like, no, I don't. I gotta talk to Abby. I'm not doing it right. It's a safety net.
He's my go-to for tech or any problem in my life.
Same.
Damn, that's crazy.
It is crazy.
Queasy.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know. Abby, weren't y'all just in a tournament?
Oh, yeah, well, most of us here were, other than Fable. But we were all playing in the, like the regular tournaments that Rivals has. And I can't disclose how well we did. but
We
it was-
won. We won all of them.
We lost
so,
every game.
So we should be
Yeah.
shivering in our timbers.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
it's just shaking in your boots. We are terrifying.
Okay, but Abby, send me. Well, I already have your Twitch thing, but be sure to plug yourself in the server. I feel like I'm gonna mess up your. Huh? Yeah, plug yourself.
For that.
It's in Stream Things.
Oh, stream things.
I feel like I'm gonna mess up the names here, and some of the names are cut off because of streamer mode. So I have Sir ...
The pink horse.
So,
That is
right. Hello, that is me. Yes. I don't have a Twitch. I don't have anything to plug. I don't have anything. Yeah,
He's
I
on
just need to-
our like Sunday group streams, but he doesn't stream himself.
Yeah,
Tell us about
anything.
yourself. What games do you play? Like you like DPS main? I don't know, support main.
I will play whatever
Flex
role in
main.
whatever game. I just want to play whatever.
Just like playing with
Well,
the homies.
9 times out of 10, DPS, just because everyone else is shit at DPS. No one can kill anything.
Oh my god.
Bro,
He's our-
bro, me.
He's
our
already
team motivator.
coping. He's coping already.
Oh, well, I love that. Well, it's nice to meet you. Going on to
You're
the famous. It's Novelia, one of
One
one of my favorite live streamers.
The
Ooh.
Sniper's one of my favorites. Hi, I'm Nova, and the very first person I ever rated as a VTuber was Sniper, and she played the same clip of me falling off of a cliff in Fortnite like 4 times in a row because she didn't realize it was my only clip, and
I didn't know.
I sometimes think about that. Actually, every time I raid her, I think about that. So, you know, it's a good time. It's a great time. And, I stream too, by the way. I don't know. I think that's it.
I was talking about it earlier. This is like the chaotic trio, right? Like, I like lurking a lot of your streams, and it's always you, Fable, and
Ninu,
right?
yeah. You got the
girls.
trio, the girls.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, so I'm excited. I'm super excited to see how this goes. Oh, and moving on, Miss Fable, Lady Fable.
Yes. That's me. I'm the German of the group.
That's why she said desist.
Das ist gut, ja.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a Twitch and all that, but I'm not currently streaming because I'm probably gonna do some rigging stuff later. But yeah, hi, I'm Fable.
Oh, she's an artist. You can commission her. She made my model. She
That is
literally
true.
made my model.
I
My
birthed
VTuber
her,
model.
and I birthed myself. I do a lot of birthing around these parts.
Yes.
And
I'm
She doesn't get any less
pregnant.
unhinged than that on her streams.
I was there when you were like explaining how you birthed yourself one time.
oh, that yeah, no, that was fun times. Well,
I feel
yeah,
like that that explained itself. I was stuck ever since that moment. I was like, yeah, I love this.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. You little snapper, you. But yeah, I'm just kind of honestly, I was kind of thrown into this. I didn't.
We
know
literally
about this
added
until,
her.
like, yeah.
Yeah, we added her and we're like, you're gonna play in a tournament with us. And she's like, oh, okay.
I normally don't play this game.
I feel like same thing with Abby. I messaged him and he was like, I was waiting for your message. I feel like there's a handful of friends I was just like, yeah, I'm doing this and you're gonna be in it. You don't have a choice. So, like Darren from the other team.
After
Beautiful.
she voluntold me I was playing in the Valorant tournament, I was waiting for this one.
Yeah, that too. And Abby doesn't even like Valorant, I don't think.
Nope.
Okay. So we got two more. Milky fucking Way. I love that. Vibes.
Oh, yo, what's up? Like, I was invited here instead of a dude named Goblin, but he didn't show up, so I'm just, I didn't prepare for interview. Oh my god. So, yo, I would prepare like a huge scroll, but I will put it short. I swear a lot, so I mute myself. There is no way. But, what else can I say? I'm not a streamer.
Give them your usual
Okay,
introduction.
no, I will not. Okay, there is.
Wait, what is
I
the
like
usual?
your usual. I like the usual intro.
Curious, but also
All right,
tired.
all right. Wait, can I reveal my real name?
It's just your birthday.
She's live
Okay.
streaming on Twitch right now.
Swearing,
Okay, so-
no one does that here.
Okay, short. 3 sentences. My name is Anya. I'm 25 years old, and I'm from Russia. Hello!
There you go.
Yay!
Okay,
love
that's
it, I
pretty
love
much it. That's all.
But yeah,
And-
that's true.
The one above me, it's just an N for me and then dot.
You! It's me! It's
Yo.
me!
It's Nino!
Whoa.
I should have known! I'm sorry.
Whoa, and dot.
That's
You just
unfortunate.
got
That's
ironically
really,
censored.
that's really unfortunate.
Damn, that is
Yeah.
bro. My name is Nidu. I play all sort of stuff. I'm a cat. I'm innocent most of the time. I get accused of crime, but it's lies. The genocides that have happened are all accidents. I play Marvel
Accidental
Rivals.
genocide.
Yes, it was accidental because I didn't understand what they were saying. But yeah, I wiped out the whole.
Me?
There's
I
some
wiped
place
the
for
whole
people like
race. Yeah, mental asylum.
Oh my god.
I like Jeff. I like Jeff. And my name Jeff. I play with the girls. I play with the Sunday group. Yeah. Is there
Oh yeah.
is there anything else about me? I forgot.
You're a
You're my
live
baby
streamer.
girl.
Oh yeah. I stream. I'm a VTuber. People often mistake me for a 12-year-old boy.
Wait, you're not?
I think we want to
no,
know.
I
God.
So we have like we have a Fox VTuber. Miss Fable is a deer VTuber.
Periton.
Yes, a
So-
deer.
It's like
It's a
mythical
winged deer.
creature.
It's a deer with
okay.
wings.
A
Deer with
paragon?
wings.
A Paragon.
Whatever.
Oh wait, not
Fable's
Paragon.
100% renegade.
Oh,
I'm also
I do
just
want
say
to.
deer.
I do want to ask. So the auto select for the regions is North. Is this okay? I
Yeah,
tried
Yeah.
going to
that's
Dallas.
what we
but-
usually do. We
Okay,
usually do
North
Northern
Virginia.
Virginia. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We named our
Okay.
team after Goblin, who's
He's not
in
even
Europe, but he's not even here.
Yeah.
If I was
And
there
so-
to give name suggestions, it would have been Ninu and her pets, but I was late with that suggestion.
but I don't know if Anya in Russia is. She's probably the farthest in our team, but I think
Yeah,
that she
but-
was able to play with us in US East America Tourney.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, sick. All right, perfect. Well, it's so nice to meet everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I believe that's everything. So give me like 2-3 minutes. I'll throw it in the little game chat that we're getting ready to start. Do you have any
Alright.
questions for me?
Nice to meet you.
Have you heard
Yeah.
of
When,
Amazon
Yeah,
when
Prime?
do I
nice-
get
I
my
have
money?
one. I
No,
When you
Robbie.
win.
Robbie.
I need my.
How
Can
can
I
we
get it
win?
up front?
Why
Can I
is
get
it
an
a
advance?
Replace it with ice cream. Can you just send me ice cream?
My name's Beth.
Okay, let me go make sure that call is all loaded in and stuff. I'll try it. I'll send good vibes your way.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Preach.
Oh, we nailed it, guys. We
It's so
nailed
good.
it.
Do you think we're getting the
Who
job?
called? Wait,
That's the
why did,
hardest part.
why did Fable call? Wait, I need to replay this.
Wait, what?
What?
On
Fable
stream,
pulled
they're
my
doing
string.
a Tangia.
Oh, I see.
You weren't late, Ninu. You arrived exactly when we needed you the most.
Yes, I'm always on time. Correct. Hey, Lampy. Oh my
Ninu
god!
is never late, nor is she early.
Wait,
She arrives
that
precisely when she
we're
needs to.
almost we're so
Shatter.
close to a hype train. A shared hype train, by the way.
Nailed it.
We're so close to a choo-choo.
Choo-choo-choo-choo.
So, I think you should whip out your wallet.
Oh, by the way, several of them.
Whoa,
Unless they
whoa, whoa.
switch,
Wait, are we
several-
starting? We're starting.
Several
We're
of
start-
them
Oh,
play
okay,
Black
we're gonna throw
Panther.
in.
Wait, we're in a game. We're starting a game.
Yeah, I'm aware. That's why I'm trying to inform you that several of them play Black Panther.
What?
Oh,
I'll be on.
And also,
What do we do with that information?
Wait,
Choo
ban
choo.
him.
Okay.
wait.
I'm helping.
At least I think we're gonna be allowed to.
The fuck?
Again, sharing a brain cell.
Can you hear me,
Okay.
guys?
Question is, am I
Yeah,
gonna
we-
Wait, I don't
Thank you.
dance.
Wait,
Oh,
no
No,
bans?
we're calm down. We're just pre-selecting. Jesus Christ. This is wonderful.
Oh my god! Abian, you're supposed to be
Now we
concentrating.
ban pencil.
Ban!
yeah.
Ban! Ban!
Well, I don't know how to do this.
It's
It's
okay.
okay. If you do nothing, it's fine.
Do nothing and it works. Just do not click on anyone else.
Oh my god. Lampy
You're
and
good. It's
Tesla.
okay.
Ban!
If the ban squirrel, I'm leaving.
Oh, they banned Storm.
It worked. I told them I main Storm.
You liar.
Okay, they also played a lot of Moon Knight. I think Fable's gonna do that. We probably don't want that, but they had a really good Star-Lord.
Oh, let's get rid of him then.
Alright.
Is that cheating though?
Hey,
No, he literally said that.
But like, okay.
He told me.
Yeah, it's like telling people. Oh, you're gonna play
They're
Spooderman.
gonna play Spooderman. Get Penny.
You'll
Get
be
Penny.
Top-notch team to win this
Okay, do you guys think I should go Moon Knight or should I go
Scarlet.
Witch?
Scarlet is good against if they have Spooderman.
I'll try Scarlet Witch then.
I believe in you.
Who plays
Hey,
that?
I
don't
know
do it too
about
much.
any of them.
I will let you down.
Which one is
We are
this?
fully reliant on you and no one else.
Oh, Tucker, WTF?
Glom! What the hell? Rock the raccoon. Saucy Lunatic.
Actually,
Walkie,
Tentacle
wait.
does, man.
Cockles.
I don't think I deserve them.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh my god.
Keep in mind, because of ping, my ultimate will be not accurate. I might miss.
Guys, I'm so sorry if I let you down.
It's okay.
No,
You
it's
do your
not.
bestest.
It's
Guys,
okay, guys.
concentrate.
Get things, shields and
Concentrate.
jumpy things. I am, but you're interrupting me.
You talking too much.
I am giving important information. You're just yapping.
Not yet.
What? Since when?
I'd be careful if I were you.
No, I'm sorry. Nina would never. Yeah.
I would never, yeah, that's right.
I am very happy to be a part of this community.
Oh, they have.
Okay.
They got Groot.
Yeah.
Mr. Wallace.
Okay.
Loki clones are down.
I'll patch you up.
They got Penny as well.
They have Hela.
Yep. Ella's low on the right.
They have a turret.
Ella down.
Hey,
They have a Punisher turret.
Breaking the walls.
hey, we need to bring you.
Alright, we can be aggressive here. They're missing one.
We gotta pop the turret.
I'm getting the turret. I'm getting the turret. Alright, turret is down.
Okay, there's mines.
Yeah, that was.
One
I'll
mine.
get the mines when I get to the corner here.
Groot
They won't think
Mines are going down. Mines are down. We can push up. I'll get the point. Just move up.
Illusions, please. Illusions too.
Where is the card? Oh, that's the card. I thought that was the route. I got lost.
The card.
That was enough. Ow, I need heals.
Abby and Bubble on ground.
Come
Careful, top left.
Oh, bubble.
Patch you up.
Hey.
Spare illusions when you can.
Yeah, let's kill the clones.
Yep, on it.
Oh,
Penny top left behind us.
yeah, she's low. Can you finish her or?
Turret set up again.
No, she jumped away, but she's low. She's one. I'm
I'm with
ulting
you.
them. Nice. Got one.
Nice one.
They're all over here on the right.
Turret going. Nice. Is that?
Oh, there's like a guy up there.
Yeah, it's low key top. Get the mine. Okay, mine gone.
Groot alone.
Kill the group.
Penny low.
Low, Groot down.
Nice.
Penny.
Penny down.
Nice.
Nice.
Alright,
Move the
turret.
card. I will hold here.
Okay. Let's see if they switch anything.
Spider armor online. I like.
Lies. Liars go to hell.
It looks like a hole.
But they have not changed anything.
They have ults
Also,
though. They
yeah,
have
Hell
ults.
up there.
Hella's up there.
We have Penny.
Oh, okay, you're coming back.
We
You're
don't
coming
want to
back.
fight in this corridor.
I'm good.
Okay.
Alright, Robbie, come down. The healers aren't
Hella
looking at you
main.
anymore.
Hella main.
I know. I'm fine.
Your powers are mine.
I am alone.
Go back.
Who did they copy?
I don't know. Did they successfully?
Oh, okay.
I'm doing it.
Hella's right side.
I'm
I'll
healing ultimate.
Turret again.
One down.
What killed me? What killed me from my ult?
Mine.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
Get the turret.
Nice.
Hella ulting.
I have my old. Oh shit! I'm dead.
Just back up. Just back up. Oh, snared.
Okay, I'm back.
Alone here.
I'm back.
Okay, somebody might be on top.
I'm
Jury.
Go back. He out.
I got him. Nice.
What? Be careful.
Yeah, just back up again.
I'll
Come
patch you
back.
up.
I don't know what they are.
Okay, we're good.
Do we need
No,
one?
it's done.
Now we're good for now.
You guys, I'm gonna try to use
Groot is stuck.
Okay.
You can get through that.
Down
Oh,
turret. I'm getting the turret.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Groot low.
Alright, turret going down.
We forced him out of the.
Healer's low.
Get the Loki. Okay, Groot's gonna ult maybe.
Yeah, he will soon.
Get the Penny. Okay, never mind. She's not. She's just ulting on point.
Yeah, she's just holding point.
Let's reverse.
Alright, spider nest down.
Top.
Alright, as soon as she's done, I'm gonna run in. Okay, I'm gonna
Groot
ult.
rolls again.
Alright, you look alone.
Your powers are mine.
Okay, I ulted.
This is firepower.
Okay, Luna ulting.
Low in the house. Nothing more.
Oh,
Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
you should be coming back.
One healer down.
One healer
Play
down.
safe,
Yeah.
play safe, play safe, play safe. Oh, tank is coming.
Oh, good throw, good throw.
I'm also here.
Good one.
They're coming from the left, from the left.
Taker's dead.
Luna behind.
Penny's low,
Luna
Penny's low.
Penny's low, Penny's low. Penny's dead.
Penny
They're
low.
dead.
Get the Luna.
Luna low, Luna one.
Got him.
Nice.
Nice, good job, good job.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh my god, thank you guys for the juicy train. Very much appreciated. And thanks, Avion.
Oh shit.
Oh, Bruce dead.
Nice. No more ults, no more ults. We're good.
You go, girl.
Anyone on the point?
Yeah, I'll go on point. I'll be on
They have
point.
Wolverine. They have Wolverine now.
They do.
Okay.
He got
You got kidnapped.
Yeah, the.
My balls
He's
are
lying
being
back. Thank
needed
you
your
for
direction.
healing me.
Heal can't he see you?
Luna
up there?
one.
Penny's low, Penny's dead.
Nothing.
Yeah, I have to
Done
push
him?
them.
Groot's dead.
Nice. You got. Get the healers. Get the healers. Oh,
They
come
out,
come
go back.
Let them
Let them
come
back.
Cart, let's go on the cart.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
I have to
play
move
on
this
point.
under
I'm
here.
dropping. I dropped.
This core should end our little Ultron problem.
My friends are here.
I'll patch you up.
I am ready
I'm
to
getting the
put on a
nest.
show.
Nest is down.
I'm ulting as soon as Luna's ult is done.
Oh yeah, same. Let me know when her old is done.
We can pop ult here.
Where's your old done?
Just don't die.
Her ult's done. Her ult's done. Oh, my ult got cancelled.
Oh my god.
Whoa! Wait,
I think
Okay, I'm down.
Yeah, it's alright.
Okay,
It's
Hold
alright.
back. Hold back if you can.
Ultimate.
What are your balls doing, Nino? Healing.
That is what they do indeed.
Yep.
My game just crashed.
What? You can't. Oh my god.
No!
My game crashed.
Oh,
Just play it safe. Play it safe. Just farm
Play
ult
it safe.
shots while she's gone. Farm ult shots and try to bait some ult out of them.
Okay, we can fight from this high ground.
Our system detected a GPU crash. Just continue. Just watch it. Just watch it.
And right after you died, so it looks like you rage quit.
Well, I died because I was
Okay,
just standing
I
still.
can ult,
I had full health, and then my whole screen went black.
I'm ulting.
This is real firepower.
Okay. Go aggressive.
Get the nest.
Yep, let's go.
Get the nest, guys, get the nest.
I'm working on it.
Okay,
Working on
nest
it.
gone. Oh, you got it.
Nice.
Being taken by
Get the
someone.
healers. Moon Knight 1. Nice.
Oh, game
my
pause.
God. Oh, nice.
Sniper
Okay.
pause it?
Thank you.
Well, I think she paused it so that we're giving Nova
Yeah,
time to
Nova
regenerate.
crash.
I'm so sorry. My game never crashes. It literally never crashes. This is so weird.
I swear this never happens.
No, it doesn't happen.
It's weird. This normally doesn't happen. It works fine.
I'm being so real right now. I'm being so real. Can someone apologize to her for me?
Oh, we're all just saying that you rage quit
Yeah.
instead of fuming when you
No.
died. We're all just lying.
I'm such a problem.
Ooh, I got the mood emote.
Okay, wait. I'm back in the the starting stream. You have been disconnected.
You're in the
to your
game, but not in the
port.
game.
Wait, okay. It's adding me back in.
Oh, join Team Boys chat. That's good progress.
Okay, I'm here.
All right. Okay.
Oh my god.
There was definitely no momentum lost during any of that.
What?
No momentum loss. Kill the Luna. As soon as we get back in, kill the Luna. She's in the back left. Murder her.
It's just time out. Okay, here's what we're doing on the next play.
Might as well get something out of it.
All right, I wonder if she's gonna do a 3, 2, 1, or she's just gonna press on pause.
Oh yeah, wait for their whole team to do the same for one of us.
Probably Fatal, right? Didn't she just get yoinked?
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Unless Robbie went to go.
Okay, okay, there's a countdown.
Continue.
Yeah, I'm going to do more dishes.
Okay. Oh wait.
Oh,
Okay.
Good.
Oh, wait. Turn around.
I'm on my way back.
Thank you.
I'm reloading.
Appreciate it. That's a battle.
I have an
It's
ult.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Ult? What do you
Nice.
Go for it.
Rolling.
Yeah, I'm healing you. Oh no, you go yeeted.
Nice. We gotta pick.
We got it.
Okay.
What does it mean? What does it mean?
It means we killed someone.
I'm
ulting through it.
Wait for the loot all to end and stop screaming.
That sounds like too much work.
I'm sorry, I ulted through her.
No more ult. Destroy walls. Destroy
All of
walls.
them?
Destroy walls.
Destroy walls,
I am
please.
working on it.
Where's the wall at?
Hey, we need to stay.
Iron Man, top right.
Point, guys. Point.
Yeah, stay on the point.
Okay, I'm ulting. I'll stay on point. I'll come point.
Stay close. I'm breaking wall. Get the penny.
I got the Luna.
Penny's low.
I'm coming. I'm on my way.
Alright, come on,
Iron
guys.
Man, low.
Invis is dead. Invis is down. They won't heal her down.
Moon Knight dead.
Penny's down.
Get the Iron Man, top right.
Group's dead.
Nice.
Oh my god, just got here.
Oh my god.
2,
Oh my god.
Brother.
Time to switch things up, including
Hello.
which side you're
Who
on.
joined? Who's here?
Was that Anya?
Yeah.
Oh, it might
Anya?
have been.
Boy,
Left
you
earlier,
calling a raccoon, huh?
and
The
came
right
back
heroes could make all the
like
difference.
an angel from above.
I get a room.
Yeah,
Man,
my
you
Discord is
engage.
just,
Just
broken.
doing its usual thing.
Oh, Fable, if you want to go Moon Knight, he is good.
Okay.
You can do either one.
Yeah.
Honestly, they both work here.
Yeah.
I'll try.
Actually, no.
to-
Actually, honestly, could you stick with Wanda because they picked Iron Man at the end. They might do that again.
Wait.
And Wanda's
Wait.
Scarlet Witch.
Scarlet.
That's the one.
Scarlet.
Okay, I thought you
Yeah,
said
okay.
walnut. I was confused.
No, I said Wanda. That's her name.
Walnut, it's a new name.
Walnut.
Roger's
Yeah, could
already
you play
playing Scarlet
could you
Witch,
play
so-
Polly
Recovery in
Walnuts?
30 seconds.
I can
Sorry,
do that.
I'm just in
Whoever it is.
character, okay? It's a guy from The Sopranos. What do you want from me?
When I see someone with powers like yours,
Hold
I
on.
don't know.
wow.
What?
I mean,
Excuse me?
don't compare.
I'm offended.
Just spread your
And I can't say anything because you're the only person here who's younger than me.
Yeah, what an upgrade.
Alright, Grandpa, go back to bed.
Also, I feel bad about reporting those two. I don't think they're smurfing. I think they just said that. Like, I think they just said that as a joke or something.
Oh my god. What?
Okay.
No, it's
Such a
okay.
problem.
Moon Knight,
I am not a problem. They shouldn't have said that. It is no joking matter.
Iron Man on the right.
Please. Concentrate, please.
Yep.
I died. I was
You should be coming back. You should be coming back.
I'm backing up a little.
We're gonna need to deal with the Iron Man.
Fable, that's you. You got that.
Okay.
Yeah, you counter.
I'm gonna try.
Just fly up to him and you just kill
Fly
him.
up to him and beam him.
Moon Knight's down.
Oh, you try your best.
I'm
oh,
dropping
fuck.
to first
point.
floor.
Luna.
I'm
Oh,
gonna die, but he's almost dead. He was like, okay, I barely saw the hill.
Train to low as well.
You're ready for
okay, I'm gonna
Oh, I
ult.
couldn't
You
see
need
it.
it. Rabbi, come down. I can't see you.
I'm fine. I'm fine. No one's attacking me.
Okay.
We need to kill Iron.
It's okay. We're good. We're balling.
This is real
I got a bubble around Anya.
Strange is low.
I'm ulting.
Strange is
Let's go.
one.
Alright, down.
Strange low.
Even top.
He baited. He
Destroy the
bailed.
wall.
Breaking the
Okay,
wall.
he's getting healed.
Oh god.
Nice. Get the crew. He's low.
Group's low.
Strange on the high ground.
On him. Oh, he dropped on me. Iron Man, still top right.
Iron Man.
I'm helping you.
Dead. Got him.
Fable.
Can I get a heal behind? Nova?
Yeah.
Or need
I'm
him?
healing him. He's fine.
I got a bubble with you.
I would not dare walking forward.
There's an aunt. Someone got that.
Why is the art floating?
Guys, careful of their tangles. They're gonna use tangles here.
Yep.
That's why
I
Spirit's
have-
going above us all the time.
I have ult ready for whatever.
Okay.
Go back.
Back up.
Yeah, go back a bit. Anya's right.
Iron Man's above.
Yeah.
Strange top left.
He's
Strange
gonna
top
ult,
left.
he's gonna ult.
They have ults. They have ults.
Try to.
Halfway! Stop them! Better stop that vehicle!
Alright, I'm gonna ult first to engage.
Fable, can you get that Iron Man up there?
Nice!
Fine.
We can get him.
Oh,
we're coming.
Shield.
Oh, nice.
You lifesaver.
Anya, I'm marrying you.
Okay.
Iron Man, above.
Oh, go for it. Go for it, baby, you guys. The shield's gone.
Iron Man's done.
Push him off point.
I'll patch you
Oh,
up.
come to me.
Alright.
It's okay, you should be reviving. Yes.
Top left roof, by the way.
Revive in a minute.
The moon.
Revive.
I'm good.
And you're ready for
Bottle.
They portaled.
Only 60 seconds left.
my good deed for the
Yeah,
Portal's fine.
Oh, what? They don't do anything with the portal?
Yeah, they portaled, and then it's not going through.
They did not communicate that shit at all.
Okay, we should hold this
come back through
portal.
if you can.
It
I blew up Luna.
Anyway, we're fine.
Luna blew up.
Okay,
Top right, Iron Man.
40 seconds.
Flies him.
Wait, I'll try to get.
Oh no, he ran.
I'm gonna sit on my ult until like 15 seconds.
okay.
Groot's low.
You're ready for action.
Stop in their tracks. Down to 30 seconds.
Play. That's me. Yeah,
I'm
what an
gonna go to
upgrade.
their Iron Man.
Oh, wait, come back.
Don't go to him yet.
Sorry.
Too far back.
You should be coming back. You're back. Yeah. Alright. 40 seconds left until I can get a second one.
There's top left.
Right, come down.
Final 10 seconds. Disappear.
Go back.
Okay, I'm open.
This is real firepower.
The wall. The red walls, please.
Healers are low. Both of them are low in the back.
Okay, I'm ulting on point.
That's me.
Nice.
Maximum pulse.
Iron Man one. He's one.
Iron Man got me. My ult's down.
We
My ult's
traded. It's
down.
alright.
So many of them are low. Oh,
Strange.
Ninja's down. Iron Man down.
My ult. Oh.
Five
Nice.
seconds
Alright,
left.
alright.
Nice.
Well played.
We won the
Good
first
job.
game.
God.
We're doing it.
I hope everyone has had.
Don't correct it. Don't correct it. It's way funnier this way.
What the hell,
I hope we
brother?
got the first taste of a competitive round and just automatically going for the throat.
That is crazy.
She's tasted blood and she wants more.
I know exactly what happened.
Flavor toxic every
Unbelievable.
So funny.
That's crazy.
Before the game was being continued, I was writing, I hope everyone is having a good day. But then the game continued, so I like clicked out of chat. And then I wrote GG now. And I said,
I hope everyone is hag. I'm gonna start calling people that. Just gonna be hag with 2 G's.
I wish you a very happy hag.
oh my god, I'm gonna so.
Hag celebration.
Funny. That's so funny.
It's Venmo all over again.
Oh man. What?
Hag.
There's 8 people in that other team. Why is there 8 people in there?
Oh my god.
Wait, where?
Here they
Oh
do
my
in the
goodness.
sub team vibes meow.
Maybe I'm just gonna make a shirt and it says, I hope everyone is a hag.
I hope everyone is hag.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hag.
Alright. Is the other team going while we were doing this, or are they going after us? I assume they're going after us, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we get to spectate them? Because there's like space for a ton of spectators.
He said
I
that if
think
we
so.
wanted
I
to
think-
spectate, she was totally cool with it.
Oh, because we could just do that. Because then we can also see what they play.
Wow.
And how they play. I mean, that's what the pros do. They watch each other play. And we're pro, aren't we?
Yeah.
Sure.
Exactly. Also, I kind of just want to watch it. Now we won a game, so now I actually give a fuck.
Imagine winning a game in a tournament couldn't be us, guys. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame me. This is the first time we won a match.
I know. That's the joke. He identified it. Oh my god! Wow.
Yes, I know. I was elaborating on the joke.
Oh, thank you so much. You made it even funnier.
I did. It wasn't funny until I talked.
See, the thing is, I didn't listen to either of you.
No, I didn't hear half of what she said, and I didn't hear half of what I said either.
Unmute Sniper's
Wow.
stream for a
Wow.
second. See if she's trying to tell us what to do.
What?
Oh,
Who?
sorry. Should we be quiet or?
You're talking right now.
Oh, I unmuted her stream, and that's exactly when she decided to stop talking.
It's alright. I'm sure she's gonna come in here when she's done talking to the losers, and then you can ask her.
Right.
Wow.
You gotta be
Everyone
a
is
good
okay.
sport. You gotta be a good sport, sir.
Not when I win.
Mister, when do I get my money? That's literally.
Come on, that was funny.
Brother.
I can't believe that was
Spectators see
what
what she
you
does.
say in the interview.
It was a joke. I don't care about $20.
Abby, and where'd you go?
25.
I care. Give me your
25.
20 thanks.
I went over to spectators just to see what she would do.
Oh, okay.
Are we
That makes
spectating?
sense. Wait, what? Oh, join. There you go.
Oh,
Okay, I mean spectator.
where are we spectating? Fable join
Well,
us.
nothing yet.
Wonder
Well,
if he's-
it
What
looks
about
like she's
Fable?
talking to the other
What?
team.
I
Then
don't
she's
know what-
probably gonna talk to us. Yeah, come join the spectator chat.
I'm joining the admin team.
well.
Where
I got an ad on Cyber
Fable,
No.
top right, it says spectators, and then there's a little join button right next to in results.
It's like the exact same thing you did before, but on the right side instead of the left.
Robbie, it's,
Oh.
yeah.
I am sorry for being condescending. I don't
Yeah.
mean to. It's not my fault. It's actually. I'm sorry again.
I can't believe you, brother. It's not my fault.
It's not my fault.
God
It's
damn
actually
it.
your fault.
I'll be right back.
Okay,
A way to solve your problem, bro, is just to not talk. Just don't talk.
Yeah, but that ain't happening, is it now?
Wait, no one tell Ravi that's how a couch got arrested?
A what got arrested?
Couch.
A couch?
A couch.
Is this a these nuts joke or something?
No,
Couch, these nuts? I don't know.
that's a cow.
Cow?
Coach!
Congratulations!
Do I get paid
Hello!
Ew.
Yeah,
No,
we
Robbie,
won!
you're not getting paid yet. You're not getting paid yet.
He's out of the hospital.
Oh my god, please ignore Robbie.
I'm joking.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Wait, what hospital? Were y'all for real about that mental hospital?
Yeah,
Yeah,
We're all from the same mental hospital, actually.
Oh, twins! I love it. Okay.
Yeah,
So congratulations, Squirrel Girl, cracked, bro. 40-something thousand damage. What
I
the
did?
fuck?
I didn't
And
even
crack nuts.
notice. Thanks. I didn't even notice. I was
She's like,
busy.
oh yeah, like just casual. Like, I was just doing my own thing.
No,
He
I was
always
busy
steals
with
MVP. He literally
Oh my
steals
God.
MVP from us all the
Steals?
time.
He
Yeah.
steals it.
Steals.
He never acknowledges our
Robbie's-
hard work.
Yeah.
That is the reason I'm becoming an Ultron
What?
man, just so I can know what it's
What?
like to be MVP sometimes.
That's
Yeah.
not, I was congratulating all of you the whole time.
Beanie.
No,
I said good ult that one time, and
No.
I think
Oh
one
yeah,
of
you
us
did.
was
You
blocking that
did.
one ult.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I was really proud when you told me I did a good job
Yeah.
on something because that never happens.
See?
Yeah, it's very hard for
See?
him to do.
It's a
I-
lie.
no,
it
it
never
isn't.
happened.
No,
it
it
never
isn't.
happened. It's in your head.
It's on like 5 different streams. What do you mean?
I don't remember. I wasn't there.
You are one of the streams.
Imagine.
Sorry,
doing this
Sniper.
can't be me.
Besides, Sniper.
This is a very productive interview, I'm sure.
What's up? I'm just listening. I got distracted.
Well, see, that was my problem.
I had statements and stuff, but I got lost in the sauce. This was just too funny.
I'm so sorry my game crashed.
Oh, yeah.
It literally
She
never
rage
does that.
She
And
rage
like,
quit.
my whole screen went black and I was like, oh no, this isn't good.
Yeah.
The last
she-
thing we
she
heard from
actually
Navalia
rage
was
quit.
just her desk going, and then
No, I do not rage quit. I did not.
She yeeted
well,
her
the evidence
keyboard.
would prove otherwise.
Nova.
Oh my
I
God.
was there.
But yeah, you heard me be
I
like,
was,
oh
I
frick,
was the
oh
wall
shoot.
and I felt the keyboard whack me.
Oh my God.
I was wondering. I was like, did she leave or?
I did
Crash
no,
was like,
no, I would never rage quit.
rage quit.
I would
I
never.
was
I was like, how do I pause? I was like looking.
I'm so sorry.
Honestly, I didn't know it had a
Practice
pause
sometimes.
function.
So y'all are actually up. after this game. So it's this one, the casuals versus squid, and then it's y'all versus vibes, and then whoever wins this game goes on to.
Who's playing right now?
My team.
Wait, which one is that?
Oh, the casuals. You know, because we just do this casually.
Oh,
for
are they
funsies.
not in a voice chat or? Right now, I'm just looking at the Discord.
I think.
Oh my fucking god. My own team. Hold on, I gotta go yell at them.
Y'all got some grandmasters. What the fuck?
Bruh.
Oh, damn. I actually didn't
They
know.
were the casuals.
I didn't know
right.
Elliot was. I didn't know. I knew Mr. Bean was like he plays this game a lot. I didn't know Elliot was Grandmaster.
Mr. Bean?
Yeah, he a bean.
Mr. Squid.
Are you
Yeah, why
okay
do
if
I-
we just like spectate?
Yeah, absolutely. That's completely fine.
Yay.
Anyway, so yeah, I'll see y'all in a bit.
Good luck with your games and wrangling your team.
Look.
Should I have apologized for calling them hags or like asking
No.
them hags?
No,
No.
No, they had it coming.
That's the fun part. Rowan,
Oh my
Rowan
God.
Atkins playing rivals. He is. He is.
He is.
He
I hope
is.
everyone is a hag.
Zazu's playing rivals
Yeah.
Who the fuck is Sasu?
From Lion
from
King.
Lion King.
Oh. Right.
You uncultured fuck.
I have seen Lion King. I just didn't recognize. I thought you were trying to say Sasa or some shit.
The Zaza.
Smith,
The
Smith, try and
Zaza.
stay
The
right,
Zaza. Favor one and call them hags. With a
Yeah.
double G.
Can we write that?
Oh my god, you got a
in the chat?
blobfish. Look how cute it is.
Hag with double G.
With
Well,
double hags.
Ravi off the island.
What island?
Love Island.
Oh, also,
oh
Ravi,
God.
Ravi, you will love this probably, but in Sniper's chat right now, somebody said, "I hate that squirrel. I'm angry."
Wait, where
Koala
are they saying that?
Banzai.
It says koala bonsai. Apparently, put that into Sniper's chat because
So-
she's live streaming the event.
Oh.
Suffer.
Also,
Oh.
none of these people are in Goblin these nuts.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, but
Did
not
you
your
mean-
goblin.
Yeah,
Very
you should have
true.
went with Ninu and her pet.
No.
And called them new pet.
Or maybe we should have gone with cum burgers.
Oh my god. We should have picked cum burgers
Next time.
next time.
Next time.
Next time I need $25. We'll do that. If we win, I'm ordering a pizza, by the way. Just saying.
Overwatch.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
you should.
What are you gonna do
shit.
if we don't? Are you just
Order
not
a
gonna eat
pizza
it?
anyway.
He's gonna be
Okay, that's what I thought.
starving.
I'm just gonna order a
He's-
pizza anyway. What do you
He's
mean?
gonna starve to death.
I'm just gonna order one instead of two.
He eats pizza
Oh,
so
God.
slowly.
No, I don't eat them slowly. I just enjoy my food.
I mean,
Do you
yeah,
eat pizza
but-
with a fork?
No. What the fuck? Why would you even say that?
That would be lasagna, by the way.
It's an important question. Oh, shit.
Lasagna, I like lasagna.
If you
Honestly,
eat it with
okay.
a fork, you should be shot.
Wait, hear me out, okay? I don't, but I'm just saying in Europe, I feel like I would whenever I ordered a pizza, it would always come without it being cut. How did you guys approach that situation?
I mean, yeah,
they
if you
are
go-
cut, but they're only like 90% cut, so you,
Oh
you
my
have to pull
God.
them apart.
Yes,
No, I
team
mean-
No. In Italian pizza restaurants, they serve it like full with no cuts.
Yeah, like here, if you go to a restaurant, they will
'Cause you
not
gotta
give
ask
it to you cut, and then you just cut it with fork and
It's
knife.
always
That's the only times when I
Yeah,
eat it with fork and
I
knife.
cut it with a fork and knife, and then I'll just like pick it up.
I
You're
like
both
to eat
wrong.
my
You're
pizza
just
as a
just
cookie.
supposed to say you want it cut. That's
I'm
how
like,
you're
do you
supposed
really
to order
think
them.
that's how I'm going to do? Do you really think that is?
You
what I'm
can
going
literally
to do?
just say.
I don't
"Cut
want to be a
into 8
bother.
slices."
I
That's not a
don't want to
bother.
be a bother.
They expect you to do that.
Oh my god, guys!
Just fold
I
it in
have-
half and eat it like that. Well,
I
I
eat
mean,
it like a
God,
eat it
no.
like a pizza.
I have a
I like
great
to eat it like
story,
a
by the
pizza.
way.
Just
Wait,
stick
I
your
wanna
hand
hear-
in the middle and
I
rip
mean,
it out.
eat it like a cookie, not a pizza. Eat the pizza as a cookie.
Bro.
Ooh.
Say
Yeah,
that
What's
again.
outside?
Fable's story? What's Fable's story?
Okay, so like, Ravi and I were sitting at that one like sushi place, right? And
Yeah, that
And
one.
he couldn't eat with those chopsticks, right? So I was like,
Oh,
hey,
boy.
ask for a fork, and he was like, no, that would be insensitive. And then he continues to like stab his sushi with one of the chopsticks and eat it like that.
Oh,
It
Like, he was like,
worked.
no, that would be disrespectful.
that's
That's
disrespectful.
fucking sushi.
Robbie, that's why they offer it.
If that would
doesn't
be more
matter.
That's disrespectful.
I am respecting their culture by trying my best.
That's not
stabbed it
right.
with one chopstick.
is that trying?
I didn't say I was good at it. I just said I tried.
Definitely vote Ravi off the island now.
Oh my god.
Also, to be fair, Fable, I think it was more disrespectful that we ate enough sushi for 10 people.
Okay, but like
that's,
it was
that's
like
okay.
all you
it was
can
on
eat.
sale.
Compliments to the chef.
It was great. Also, the
Compliments to
dessert
the
stuff
fish.
was so good. I want to know what
Yeah,
that one
it
thing in the
was.
glass was. I don't know what that is, so I could.
Wait, what?
Wait, which
Okay.
one of them?
Like there was that one with like the white stuff, and then there was like
the
some crumbly
tapioca.
things.
What?
It does sound like
tapioca
cocaine.
balls
Not
in
the
it.
not the happy tapioca. No, the other thing.
Oh.
White stuff at a
know.
sushi
White
restaurant.
stuff in the
So
glass.
not the cheesecake.
No, not the cheesecake. It was like in a glass, and there was like some cream of some sort, and then there was some crumbly
there's a few different things in glasses.
Yeah, but there was like some brown crumble bits, and then
I don't know.
It sounds like you're just describing a regular parfait.
I don't know what it was, but it was
For
good.
parfait, I think of yogurt.
But yeah, the
Yogurt.
tapioca.
Yeah, but
was
it
also
could have.
great.
Yeah, anything with tapioca balls in it is. Very,
And just all of that was so good. I wish we had a place like that here.
yeah,
I'm
we
gonna
got
start
like
making
4.
fancy,
You can have one.
like- All the tapioca pudding I've ever had was like based off of vanilla pudding. I want to make tapioca pudding with like more fun stuff.
Can you?
People, I got boba the other day and I thought of you.
Aww,
To give
dude.
Ravi
Yeah.
context,
Fable,
a friend of mine
I got a rash on my
out
leg
of
the
the
other day. I
sushi
thought
place.
about you.
for what you did. Wait, did he do the same thing as Ravi did?
Wait, what did I do?
Well, Frankenstein's friend got kicked out from a sushi place.
Okay.
Oh,
he was-
because
he
you did the
wasn't doing
same
what I would
thing.
do.
Yeah, you
No.
did. You
Serves
did
the
the
rice
same
with
thing.
chopstick standing straight. Oh, yeah. Isn't that something they do at like funerals?
Do
Have a
what?
bowl of rice,
Oh,
with the
yeah.
chopstick sticking straight up out of it.
Yeah, that's not
It's like-
good.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Mr. Respecting the culture over here.
I was. They didn't have a problem with. Like Fable's making it sound as if I was just destroying that pizza sushi. I was.
were though. You were.
I
You
stabbed it.
with
I
your
stabbed it, lifted it up, and ate it.
and that was right after you said no. I don't want to be disrespectful or like
How is that respectful? I used the utensils they gave me.
I'm just saying it would have probably been less disrespectful to ask for a fork than to
I'm not gonna
stab
ask for a fork. No. Not happening.
I think it might have been less disrespectful to just eat it with your hands.
That's what I did most of
Yeah.
the time.
That sushi thing was absolutely fucking destroyed.
Yep. I mean,
Oh man.
that place is gonna go bankrupt if I keep going there.
Yeah.
But you're doing a
for
good
them that
job.
I can't, but
You're doing a good job.
Thank you. Thank you. I take PayPal.
you can tell that to Sniper.
I'm gonna go get another coffee.
Alright. Hurry, my
Alright.
child.
I really hope Sniper's next tournament isn't deadlock.
Oh
What
god.
does that mean?
Wait, why
Okay.
would it be a deadlock?
No, deadlock the game. Like after this tournament is over in like I don't know, some number of weeks, there's gonna be a poll in her Discord of what the next game, the next tournament's gonna be.
Shit, wait, how long do I have to play this?
Today?
Forever.
Like this game? Or just in
Okay,
general?
no, I mean like just in general. How long does this tournament? Like, how often do you guys need me so I know when to plan ahead? Because I also
Oh no,
got,
like
a
the
stuff with
last
me.
tournament was like in February or something. Or actually I think it was January.
Okay, but this thing is only going today, right? Like that's
Oh yeah,
only.
yeah.
Okay.
we signed you up for a tournament that's less a week.
Oh no, it would be bad.
Oh no.
Every day for the next week. ending on 4th of July.
Straight up inhaling Venom's ass fumes.
Guys, you know,
it's in
if
2
we do
weeks.
fight against them, we wait. Wait, hold up a minute.
Holding?
Did I miss something?
Me.
Maybe.
Did you miss me?
Okay.
Nino, words. Come on, explain.
We gotta beat the Grandmaster players.
No, next game we're going up against Vibes.
Yeah, we're going up against
Oh.
Vibes.
Vibes,
I will
yeah.
say, I know one of the people in Vibes. They were streaming yesterday. I watched them for a little bit. I think we're fine.
What do they
Okay,
play?
that'd be good.
What's
the
their
You
name?
do
person
have
that-
me, which is debuff, but you know.
Yeah?
Death Girl.
Yeah? Oh, Hella?
Death Girl.
Abby, you mean
woman.
Hella?
Magic?
Oh, you mean the name. Their name is Death
The
Girl.
player's name is.
I
Death
thought you
Girl.
were describing Hella and you just forgot her name or something.
Oh, I thought he was describing her character.
Excuse me, that's Death Woman.
My bad, sorry. That's Deaf Mommy. Holy shit.
Mommy, sorry, mommy.
Sorry.
Mommy. Sorry, Mommy.
Gomenasai.
Sorry.
What's going on?
Bless you.
Isn't it?
That wasn't a sneeze.
Fable might have sneezed. I'm not sure what the sound Fable made.
Did you
no.
mourn?
I didn't do anything. I was
that
sitting
was
there
me. I
silent.
think my mic didn't pick up on it, but that's probably for the better.
Oh, okay.
I was doing anime girl.
You made a sound, and I assumed that Fable sneezed.
Yeah.
To-
That should tell you how good of a job I did.
Oh, he
It
must have said
was.
some weird stuff.
I was doing the anime girl voice.
Oh.
But I think my mic couldn't even tell it was a human, so it didn't
Will
pick up on
Nova
it.
make it all the way
Maybe-
through the next match though, or will she rage quit? Oh man,
Let's
let's
start
make
the
a
poll.
poll.
Paul, start the prediction. Make a
Yeah,
prediction.
we gotta make a prediction.
There's no
Bless you, Fable. It was Ravi that sneezed.
You've been quiet for a while.
I didn't sneeze.
He did a woman sound.
Yeah, I think it's just because I sound very masculine.
No.
Fair.
No.
Bjorn said fair.
Yeah, but he's wrong.
I find no fault in the logic.
Wait, what's the project?
But I said that I
The
sound
projects
masculine.
is a place.
Oh,
It's a lot of places.
is that a bad place?
It's the hood,
It's-
basically.
Oh,
Yeah, I
So
think
it is the bad
reason they
place.
call it the projects is because it's like the city's project to like redevelop it. And
I wouldn't
usually
know.
It's not doesn't work.
I've just heard it referred to as that. I honestly have no idea.
oh, is it like a council estate?
I don't know.
A what? You know what? I'm curious now.
They're
Why
yapping.
do they call it the projects? What does the project mean? Slang term in American English referring to government-owned housing for low-income residents.
Hmm. Okay. So just broke people.
Basically. And people
Alright.
That's
who are
the
on government
average
assistance for housing.
American citizen.
Yeah, seriously. Heck, I think
Yes,
the
so yeah.
yeah, basically all of America is the project.
Damn.
Well, that's not true actually, because like a lot of it is owned by companies instead of the government.
Like how your
companies
water
are-
is owned by the people.
Yes, exactly.
Wait,
Damn,
I'm getting it.
it's sad.
Yeah, you know,
preparing
I
mainly
could just
for-
go down to the lake,
for
take the
immigration
water, and
tax.
distill it if I wanted to. No one's gonna be like, actually, that's the property of blah, 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 you know.
I mean, you could do that in wait, in Denmark?
Yeah, but apparently not legally.
Oh my god.
Oh no, yeah. In the U.S., you can't. That's not. Well, like, it depends on where you are, but in theory, yeah. It's like you go down to the river, get a glass, distill it, and drink it. That's illegal.
What?
We can just do that. The only places we can't do that if it's on a private property or in like a national park or something.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, nobody's gonna do anything if it's just like a glass of water. But if you're like, you know, like dig a trench to divert some of the water out of the
okay, yeah, I mean,
river or something.
Well, yeah, I mean, sure. If you dig a trench through the city to your house, then sure, they probably will do something.
Okay, all right, maybe that's an extreme example, but also if you like just carry like buckets, like fill up a barrel of water and then like carry that off and then do that regularly, then people will get mad.
They can't get mad. I'm just getting my sustenance.
Mother told me I need to hydrate.
Yes.
Mommy.
Give me sustenance, mother.
Mommy? Wait, did you just say mommy about my mommy?
What?
Mommy?
Did Abby
You got a
mommy
problem
my
with it?
mommy?
We're mommying everyone's mommy?
My mommy.
It depends.
Oh, they're going.
They're starting.
No,
They're
come
starting.
back!
No, it's not us. It's
Calm
not
down,
us.
Faith.
It's
It's
not
not
us.
us. It's not us.
We're spectating.
Okay.
We're just spectating the others,
Okay, sorry.
so we can see which of them is better.
Squid and Cole and
Okay.
the casuals.
Black
Casual.
guy.
Oh, let's see.
The casuals is red team.
Yes, sir.
Panic.
Panic.
Yeah.
Panic.
Oh my god, I meant good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
I know, I removed it. I literally removed. I typed link. I removed it. Fuck off. No. I saw the error and then I deleted it.
Probably.
And then
So
I
now we
typed
have,
it
I hope
again.
everyone is hag and we have good luck.
So every game starts, good luck and ends with a great hag.
I got some breakfast because I never actually got food this morning.
Oh.
Oh my god, you get some guap.
They are all banning magic because the enemy team has a magic name.
Is that the
Ashkitiko VT is magic, and they just all banned him.
That's
And, yeah,
crazy.
okay. I also like that the team that's
Right
playing
here is
Namor
gonna make
banned
all the
Namor.
difference.
I don't know what's up with that.
Oh shit.
Alright. So, let's see. Namor and Storm on the red team, and Magic and Hawkeye on the blue team. Okay.
Should we be writing this down?
No, I have photographic memory.
He's gonna forget.
I already forgot. also, I said red team and blue team as if that's their names. Like, they could be anything by the time we're
Coming
playing.
in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Well, by the time we're playing, they'll just be the other team.
Yeah.
Steve, buddy, we have to save the world. Not the first time. Won't be the
Wait,
last.
who did they ban again?
Hawkeye and Magic. The red team banned Hawkeye and Magic, and blue team banned Namor and I don't know. The other one. Storm. Namor and Storm.
Oh my god, we can watch them like these guys. Wait, how can I move faster?
Yeah.
Like
I
moving
can't
the free
zoom.
cam? Not really.
Oh yeah,
to
the
go and
free
do
No,
that
cam,
I'm
no.
doing
whatever that
top
means.
down. I'm doing the top down.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
They have the red team has a mean as fuck Wolverine.
Oh, okay. We I think we
It's
have to
all
ban
Wolverines.
Wolverines.
Yeah. And Elliot is mean. He's a bad boy.
Oh, he missed
He's
it.
a bad
He whipped the
boy.
combo though.
Yeah. I mean, I am judging him based off of one thing he did. He is on the flank though. Oh, he failed
He's
that
really
as well.
aggressive, but I haven't seen him do anything impactful yet.
He did. He
Also,
got
he's going in
the
1v6 now. Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There. You go. See, he's good at grabbing people, and his team is
Wait,
Not
what?
His
what
team did not follow up on that at all, though.
no,
What's-
not in the slightest.
They did not
What's-
communicate that.
Squid not communicating?
The
Squid and
casuals
Gold.
are communicating.
Casuals are communicating, but the squids are not.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it was just the Wolverine that wasn't communicating.
I'm good to go.
Oh, somebody's up there.
Oh, what?
Ooh, Punisher's on the right side.
Yeah, I'm watching Punisher. Oh, there's another Punisher.
Mag just got
no.
joined.
Oh, Cypher's getting cooked.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah,
Alright,
but
so maybe
he got rid
banning
of that
Wolverine
Punisher.
is...
Yeah, Wolverine might be a problem.
But he might have another DPS in his roost.
I re-upped.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to remember which characters they banned, so we can keep in mind that he might only be playing this because his main was
Oh, God.
Well, he's a strong player, so we can just focus him basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, but historically it works bad with dive characters in general, I feel.
Oh, what is this? Feet? Let me see those feet.
Yummy, yummy.
Let's do this.
And their
The rocket on rocket violence is crazy.
Oh, V-cam?
Ah! Hell yeah.
I am ready to put on a
Oh,
show.
okay. Both teams have a Wolverine now.
Oh. Okay, that Luna's ulti.
They're holding this
They're
harder than
actually holding this really well.
Executioner!
They're not destroying those walls though, like they have a Punisher all up and the walls have to be destroyed by a tank.
Oh, Elliot?
Oh, there we go, that'll do it.
Yeah, they're gone.
Let's do this.
Run, little rocket, run!
Dang. Wow, Short King is...
Rocket is zooming. Oh, and the Punisher killed himself. Good God.
Coming at you.
They could kill the Punisher.
Yeah, but they were missing one. Also, look at their Wolverine. They left the blue team just leaves their supports alone.
Wait, can we check?
They're going in one at a time right now.
Sorry, Anya?
The supports went in alone and everyone else is just back. Like,
Anya said something guys.
Yeah, I mean, Elliot maybe has his profile open, or no. I just want to see if he plays anything
Yeah,
else
but
than
we
this.
can't see it from in here. But one thing we know is I do not want to deal with that Wolverine.
Maybe he plays Black Panther too.
Maybe, but we just ban both.
We're just not good with dive, so I think that we should get rid of dive.
What the fuck? What is this survive build on the Wolverine though?
I don't know. I mean,
he has full fury, so he's getting health back a lot.
But his team, the enemy team is not focused on him. Like they're
He's
shooting three
literally
different people
walking
right now.
past them.
Yeah, the blue team took Thing to counter him, and then the Thing just didn't do anything.
Yeah, and also half the blue team is not shooting at the Wolverine when he's diving.
Coming at you.
Bro, oh my god. I don't like him.
Is Elliot one of the Grandmasters?
Yes.
He looks
No,
like
wait, that was on the other team. I don't know. It's hard to tell because we don't really know how good the other team is.
Elliot was,
the red team has a diamond and 2 Grandmasters.
Yeah, Elliot was, I think Elliot was a Grandmaster. I'm 75% sure.
The Wolverines are the ace on both teams.
We can ban Wolverine and Panther then.
Yeah, I agree with that. Unless something else changes here.
Well, we can fight against Spider-Man or nobody picks Spider-Man.
Just keep in mind, next game we're not going up against the winner of this game. We're going up against Vines, no matter what.
Thanks.
And the team that wins this game is gonna go up against the other team. So we might not even meet the winner of this game if they lose to the other team.
Oh, thanks. They did this way faster than us.
There's a loser.
Yeah, we were on overtime.
Dude, what the fuck is this survivability on Wolverine?
Score is
Yeah.
That's on Punisher.
He's like
time to switch things
Wolverine
up.
is Vegeta.
Which side you're on?
But look, notice how the blue team has 4 kills and the enemy has 3 deaths, which means that only one of those kills was 2 people hitting the same person.
Blue
They
team
are
only
not-
actually has 3 kills.
They're not coordinated.
What? No, that's what I'm saying. They have 4 kills, but the enemy team has 3 deaths, which means that 2 of those kills were one person killing one person, and one of them was a shared kill.
Oh, Black Panther! Yikes! Yikes!
Oh.
Yikes!
Wait, where? You see Black Panther?
Wait, there's no Panther.
No, he was choosing a Black Panther.
Oh.
This
Oh,
guy.
he
He
highlighted.
considered it?
Oh.
Wait, Elliot?
No, as a goose lol.
Okay, well in that case, they might pick that as well, so we can just...
Alright, so maybe we'll go against these guys, we just target ban all the dives.
He also wanted to play Wanda, so he plays Wanda
Sorry I
probably.
didn't dress
Bender.
up nice for your fancy
Bender.
ball, lady.
Bender.
So
Like a vending machine.
That whole skull on the chest motif is so 2 decades ago.
It ain't meant to be fashion, but it is a
I
statement.
don't really understand why is it big. Ah, no, I see why.
I suppose.
The battle starts in 5.
Yeah, they
Is
got
it- is it-
penny. Why does the team with the good Wolverine have a penny, but the other team doesn't?
Whoever they are, they don't look
They decided to go 3 killers?
Oh, the place win.
I don't know
Means
why.
score goals.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, yoink.
Need some
Yep.
ranged firepower.
Yoink, scored a lot of
Okay.
there. Damn.
Yeah. People don't know that,
Oh,
like,
Rebecca.
Groot is
All patched
a
up.
feed for Squirrel Girl.
Battlefield ready again.
Like, also easy charge.
Alright, I'm curious to see how red team does on defense. What?
I did not see that. What did he do?
He yoinked the Emma and then landed so that Emma would drop into the pit, and he didn't.
Okay.
That was crazy.
Well, I think Sniper did mention that they
Yeah,
sweaty players. They're not casual players. Casual
Their
is
name
just
is
a name. It's just fake life.
You're mine.
I guess we'll just have to stay all together when we play against them. So if one is picked,
Yeah.
we can just
Coming at you.
well, we will have Magneto against it, so maybe we will be good.
Yeah. Honestly, let's just ban. If we fight against them, ban Panther and Wolverine.
Yeah.
Some extra healing never hurt.
And you pick Spider-Man and end this anyway.
Well, Spider-Man is not that horrible as Wolverine or Black Panther.
Yeah.
Black
You
Panther,
can
you don't
counter-
even need the skills.
Needed a little
You can
boost.
counter
Thanks.
Spider-Man with Invisible Woman ultimate because it's
Yeah.
immediate.
What the fuck? Why is he alive? Look how he's alive still. What the fuck?
Are we all spectating Elliot?
Yeah, I think we are.
I'm on free cam.
I'm watching Elliot. Who are you
Hello, I'm
watching?
back.
Hello, Matt.
Hi.
Judge.
I'm spectating Elliot.
Yeah. Yeah, he's...
Yeah, he's still the race too. And he's out damaging the Punisher. Wait, what? Look at Blue Team. What was Loki playing before?
He was with the Wolverine, I think.
Oh, okay, 'cause
yes,
he's
you're
got
right.
hella damage.
Get that vehicle moving again.
How's he doing?
Elliot
He is
changed
the
off Wolverine. He changed off Wolverine.
Yeah.
What?
He's doing fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, goodbye, squirrels.
Nah, they're just trolling. They just.
Yeah, alright. I don't think they're trolling. I think it's just because he couldn't do much here.
Oh.
The Punisher's going ham now. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
it is.
Blue Punisher? Jesus.
I'm just watching him all day, by the way.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
Why he didn't go here before?
I think it's because the name has a 7 in it, so, you know, alphabetically it comes before everybody else, so he's the first person you get thrown to.
Bruh.
Down to 30 seconds.
Unite.
I did.
Oh, that in Mr. Fantastic.
Don't turn back now.
Yeah, that's the Wolverine. That was the Wolverine.
Somebody stop left and they don't hear him. He's got his AirPods in, he can't hear him.
Wait, there. I mean,
The momentum.
they switched Wolverine and they're just losing right away.
No, but they started losing before that. He switched, but he was just really quick to adjust to them losing.
Yeah.
I mean, they also changed their follow, bruh.
Yeah, I don't think that Mr. Fantastic goes to play though.
No, it's not. No, it's not a good pick. But I understand why he switched on Wolverine. I just don't know why he switched to Mr. Fantastic though. An interesting pick.
Should switch to Black Panther.
That's for
Is he playing him as a dive? What is his positioning?
well, Mr. Fantastic absorbs ultimate
He could survive.
of Punisher, so
Yeah, but he's just not gonna shoot at him.
Yeah,
In
but
fact, we're watching it right now.
they went Moon Knight for Loki.
Alright.
I don't know. I'm fun to not think Elliot is that good. Because
Yeah, he might just be a one trick.
so bad. I think it's just that either he's a really good Wolverine or just because Wolverine is so good.
I think he's a one trick.
Maybe. In that case, I don't think he'd switch so quickly.
Hey, and on.
They don't have like much burst damage.
It's not really like quickly though, because this is like game and a half in.
No, I mean quickly after because they were winning the whole time. And then the second they started losing, he switched, which is not the behavior of a one trick.
Maybe it's a one trick that's like,
I couldn't hear what you were saying because Mr. Fantastic was screaming.
maybe it's just the tournament mentality of like, okay, I'm not gonna one trick fight so hard.
The Loki is pretty good.
Yeah, he is.
Maybe they were like, can we get somebody for the Punisher? And he was just thinking that this guy can take the ult.
Yeah, maybe.
I guess.
So he was trying something.
Oh, they also
but it's
have
not.
The more
a
the
Loki.
merrier.
Interesting.
Down to
yeah,
How's
Loki.
that Moon
Loki.
Knight? How's that Moon
Get
Knight?
that vehicle moving.
He's
I
okay.
find it interesting that Iron Man's not banned and nobody's playing him.
Yeah, but I think that's because both teams had a Punisher for most of the game. So no one wants to play an Iron Man into two good Punishers.
The final 10 seconds.
See how they're gonna do that all.
Rise and
Oh, that Moon Knight's code.
Oh gosh, almost. I think maybe if he dropped his thing on the floor, maybe he could have dodged the shot or not.
No, because the Punisher was right behind him anyway. He would have died. I just watched Punisher die to that ult and then
I
come
am
back.
ready to put on a show.
I assume that's a ping problem, but that looked weird as fuck. Okay, bye.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh shit.
that was simple.
Double KO. Final score.
Dang.
1, 2, 3.
I think they were both pretty strong.
Well, both were
Some-
doing way better on attack. But I'd say the his name started with an A. The Punisher on Blue Team was pretty good, and so was the what was the other guy? And Ash Kiteko, the guy who played Loki, he was also pretty good.
Yeah, Loki was good.
The squirrel has age though, but I don't know.
I think she was foreign from
What were they
the
playing
Groot.
before?
The squirrel. I don't know. I don't remember what the squirrel was playing before squirrel. I mean, I guess
oh,
I
can't
still have,
see.
I'm still in the game. I could just go back and check.
Oh, well,
can't
Goose.
see.
I remember Anya calling out Goose was hovering Black Panther.
Yeah.
Squirrel is Squid Fanatic. They were
Yes.
they were Magneto. They were tanking before.
Elliot is a Wolverine main. I just checked his profile.
Wait, what? Why is this guy
Yeah, it's
called? This guy is just called Black Guy.
And Ash Kiteko is a Loki main. So they were playing their mains.
Okay, Bean Oakley seems to be a
347th one.
tank main with Strange and Groot. Okay, what about
Wait, who?
Bean Oakley?
Ah, okay.
What about Crutches?
Okay.
Magneto. Emma, also a tank player.
Yeah,
Wait.
let's take a look at the high ranked people, mainly.
Goose. Oh, sport player? What about last season? Okay, that's sport, mainly sport player. I think Sniper was playing sport. Oh, he did mention that she likes Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw her playing Cloak and Dagger before I
Yeah.
switched to just spectating Elliot.
Oh, Squid? Is he a squid girl? Oh, he is a squirrel girl. Okay.
Squid?
Squid.
Oh,
fanatic.
there, Squid.
Yeah,
Oh, don't worry, I will destroy him.
Yeah,
William.
looks fantastic and Squid.
Why do you start off as a tank?
Probably because they have too many DPS or something.
Oh,
They started 2-2-2.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have been 2-2-2 if he played Squirrel Girl instead of a tank.
okay. Ashi Kiteko VT is also a magic main. Magic. Yeah,
Yeah, but
magic
they have played the
Loki.
most Loki. They've just been playing a lot of Magic this season. Oh wait, no, I looked at the first season. Oh yeah, all seasons they play Loki and Magic.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not too bothered by Magic, to be honest. Like, of all the divers and flankers
I'm
and all that,
bothered
she's
if the supports are not getting supported.
Well, yeah, but I feel like she's the easiest to defend against because she actually has to fucking hit you.
Yeah,
to do something.
Magneto counters her, so we'll be fine.
Okay, idiot named LC is.
Oh.
I mean, he's shielding basically when she gets in.
Astrea's profile is private, but he's the one who played Punish.
I can't believe they just told you what they play.
Oh yeah, they were chill about it. They just said it because they were just snitching on each other, like saying, "Oh, they play that character, just they weren't called." But then obviously that person's just gonna be like, "Yeah, but you play that one," so just knew.
Okay, Cypher might be a Spider-Man player.
From the picture.
Sniper?
Sniper?
Cypher.
Oh yeah, he does have Sniper Man.
He's got
Sniper Man. What a
Cypher.
holy shit.
It's Cypher.
Yeah, he
It's
plays
Cypher
mainly.
BT, okay, yeah.
He plays a
Spider-Man.
lot of things though.
Yeah, I mean mostly like DPS really.
Yeah.
He's got Spider-Man, Adam, Hanzo, Bucky.
Wait, which team won? Which was blue and which was red?
Actually, it
I
was
think
the
Sniper's team won, I think.
Okay, so
which
we
is
don't.
casual.
There's no point in looking at the other team. We're not gonna play against them.
yeah.
Well,
Oh
I mean,
shit!
it's
Wait.
possible. There's a losers bracket.
Yeah, but you think we're gonna lose?
I mean, I have a
I
lot of
wanna
grandmasters
lose.
on other
I don't want
teams.
to lose.
No.
Mhm.
Alright, let me
We're
join.
playing
the
against
team.
Vibes next.
Oh wait!
Yeah.
I'm just looking at a loading screen. Are you guys on the? Try exit
yeah,
You can,
spectate.
no, you can
Yeah.
just leave. Just click exit spectate.
Oh
Wait,
man.
wait, how do I leave that?
Click escape and
Oh,
then exit spectate, and then you should be back
Oh,
here. And you can just
man.
click join on the
We have
team A.
Goose in our team though.
Yeah, he hasn't left.
Yeah,
He's just from the
yeah.
old team. He didn't leave yet.
Yeah, I
Goose, get your ass out of the game.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Nova,
Kick.
you've been replaced.
Oh,
Yep. Sucks, brother.
No.
I'll just join the other team, I guess.
No.
Oh, easy dub, dude. Easy dub. Let's go.
Oh my god.
No.
the Platinum
me.
2, Diamond 3, Platinum 1, Platinum 2, Gold 1, Bronze 3.
It's okay.
Hey.
It's
aight.
your friendship we like. It's
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just, I'm doing my best.
yes,
That's what's
You
up.
are doing
exactly.
great. We won a game with
Friendship
you.
should
That's
go
better
along
than
the
we
way.
did in the actual
Yeah,
tournament.
to be fair,
That's
we
true.
have lost every game you weren't in and won every game you have been in.
Yeah,
And
that's
you
a
just
good
beat me.
thing, huh?
Yeah.
It's just
I mean,
science.
we've only played one with you, but we won it. So,
Exactly.
Something.
okay, let's see this guy. Emma main this season. Oh no, Mike on the enemy team, the highest ranked player they have so far.
Mike Tyson? Is it Mike Tyson?
Yes.
Oh man.
So
What about Death
uh,
Girl? Death Girl?
are they smurfing?
Oh, Death Girl?
They
seems
look
to
like they
be-
might be because they're level 20, so it's hard to tell.
Dude, Death Girl?
Ooh, Death
Yeah, so
Girl?
it's hard to tell if
No.
what they're playing is actually their. Oh, they're not. Okay.
No.
In that case, we can rely on what we see on their profile.
Okay, Death Girl's been playing
Psylocke.
Psylocke and Cloak
Psylocke
and
and
Dagger.
Ella.
Yeah.
The Cloak and
What
Dagger?
about Puppy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually,
that guy is level 10,
Oh,
no
Wanda?
profile picture. Oh no.
Wanda main. Dang.
Wanda main.
They have a Wanda main.
They also have a guy who plays Star-Lord.
Um.
Well, to be fair, he's played like 2 games in total.
I have a Jeff. You have a Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff.
You have a Jeff. Oh, that was the Jeff I looked at. Ooh, Emma, Mantis, and Squirrel Girl. Ooh, you got a competition, Mike.
Oh, I'm
It's the
perfectly fine.
competition.
We don't need to ban it. I'll be fine.
Yeah, but I think maybe.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Don't talk strategy. We're being sniped.
Stream sniped.
Big reverse
Oh
stream sniped.
no. Oh no.
Oh.
It's me again. How are y'all feeling?
Pretty good. I just ate breakfast while I was watching that.
Yeah,
Party
you
girls
said,
eating us,
you
so we're
said
doing
your
good.
team was casual. That was not casual.
No, that
That
was
was
not casual at all.
lies.
Bro, I'm gonna be so honest.
False advertising.
We've never talked so much in a game at all. Like, I've never seen these dudes talk like that, like, at all. Normally they're yelling at me like,
Locked in.
Sniper, why are you ulting? Or Sniper, why are you doing? Like, normally they're yelling at me. They are locked in right now.
They did
So
good.
I don't even
You
know.
guys did really good.
I was so zoned out. I was like quiet. I don't even think whatever I said was just like coming out. Like I was not thinking. I don't even know. I blacked out.
You took that first point way quicker than we did.
Yeah.
I will say I'm a little concerned because it says that it's a random map, but the past 2 teams have gotten the same map.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind as long as we're not playing domination. I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
No
I don't
one
know. We'll
likes
see.
domination.
We'll see how this goes. Hopefully we get a new map. So I'm gonna go this is the first game that Death's team has played, so I'm gonna go say hello, get the introductions done, and then we'll get started.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay, tell them we love them, and if my computer crashes again, I swear I'm not rage quitting.
Okay, alright, bet.
Wait, did you see
Hey,
it?
what you doing, Nina?
Did you see it?
See what?
It didn't work.
What didn't
It's
work?
unfair. I was changing the name.
Wait, oh, you changed our name?
I was trying to, but it didn't work.
Oh, it's a player is currently editing the team name.
Oh.
I can't do it because someone else is doing it. What the
I've
hell?
been doing it. I've been doing it.
Faction. Oh,
I can do it now.
oh, it's angry. It's angry. It was angry at the ampersand.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Dang it.
There you go. It's on their name. I couldn't write any more letters, so it just got cut off.
Nuzzle?
Ooh,
Nuzzle.
Rarguz.
Yeah, and that's how many letters I could write down there. That was as much as it would allow me.
Oh my god.
Okay, so let's see. What are we gonna ban?
I think
So-
we should.
I mean, we could ban Emma since their highest ranked player is an Emma main, and a good Emma is kind of annoying.
I'm kind of afraid of a good Scarlet Witch, though. I don't know.
Who's the Scarlet Witch main?
I forget. Who saw the Scarlet Witch man?
Which one was it? Was it Puppy? Was Puppy the Scarlet Witch?
Well,
yeah.
if they will pick Scarlet, they will
Okay.
pick Strange for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, we can ban.
Yeah,
How about
and-
we ban Scarlet and Emma?
I
Yes.
played a grand total of. Oh wait. Got my
Yeah,
seasons.
31 hours is just Scarlet Witch main. But
Okay.
honestly, Star Lord as well.
Yeah, I'm worried
We
about
should be
that because
careful
that guy's
about-
level 10, so I don't know if he's got like another account with a shitload of hours on something.
I will say
But
we should be
didn't
careful.
know.
We should be careful about banning Scarlet Witch though, because if they ban Moon Knight, then Fable's kind of screwed.
Okay.
Okay, we ban Scarlet Witch second then.
No. We ban Star Lord, and we ban Strange.
No, but
Oh,
we
yeah,
needed
to
to
get
ban
rid of
Emma because their
Yeah,
best
Emma.
player is an
That's
Emma main.
Ooh,
Oh,
God
banning him.
damn.
But why you guys want to ban Star Lord? I mean, he can be annoying, but I don't see problem here.
Yeah, it's only if that guy's on a Smurf account. If not, he's probably not going to be that good because he's only level 10.
Yeah, I'm not too worried. I don't know.
With that said, he has only played 3 matches,
But
and
also,
he won all of them.
But
Let's
also,
ban Emma first, right? And let's see what they ban in themselves.
I think they're gonna ban Squirrel Girl.
They didn't watch the last game. Well, they might have watched it through the stream.
Yeah.
But they weren't.
They also
spectating,
can.
no.
They also can ban what's her name? Dagger.
Yeah.
Because
see.
I also maining her, so they might check my profile too.
Yeah, if they see that several people in here are good at Dagger.
Yeah.
I can play Invisible Woman and Rocket pretty good though.
Yeah. Very good, very good, very good. Yes.
But I mean, Luna is the second strongest probably after Dagger.
I'm not
like
very good with
overall,
Luna.
but it depends on how good you are with each character.
We'll just see what they ban.
Yes. Yes, yes. Nino, why is the group named that?
I didn't change it. I wasn't me.
I didn't do it.
Wait, what?
Fable? No, Fable wouldn't know how to.
Yeah, exactly.
It was Nino.
No, it wasn't me. It was Abion.
No, it wasn't. It was Nino.
I swear it wasn't me.
I'm looking at your stream right now.
I swear it was not me.
It was you. I can see. I'm looking at it.
I promise it wasn't me.
Okay, it was Abian. I lied. I didn't look at your stream at all. I just wanted to see if you'd admit it.
I just wanted to see how long it would go.
Yeah.
I said the secret word.
Also, why did you not accuse Nova at any point?
Because I know Nova is not smart enough to know how to change name.
I literally was the one who said it the first time. I said our name the first time we joined.
Wow.
Didn't happen.
Oh my god.
You wouldn't know how to do that. No.
Why is it 2 PPs?
Because...
Oh, no, 2 middle fingers.
No, it's 2 PPs.
No, because Ravi has done a thing in Rivals chat before where he was like, your PP, and then it was like ... and then my PP, and he drew that.
My PP.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I did that in a
Oh,
tournament.
that doesn't work.
I think you did that in the last tournament, yeah. One of the matches.
Let's see.
And they were like, whoa.
Whoa, too far, dude.
Wow.
Whoa.
Yo, they're cheating over there. They got 9 people in the voice chat on Vibes. The fuck?
What the hell? They have a
We're
coach.
gonna watch 3 people join as a coach.
Yeah. Like, what the hell? That's allowed. Also, like a goblin
Okay.
still hasn't shown up. Like, did he just forget?
He didn't
Might have
officially
just straight
say
up
he would
forgot.
do it.
Oh. He didn't?
Oh.
Okay, well, I don't know.
Yeah. He said that he...
Maybe.
What do you say? Like, he said that he could probably do it, but he'd have to check, and then just kind of never responded after that.
Well, I guess you got your answer.
Alright.
Thanks for playing with us, Fable. And Anya,
Yeah.
thanks for becoming available, guys.
Well, that's not
Hey,
true.
Becoming
no
available.
problem.
Fable was forced.
Yeah. You held a gun to my head, Nova.
I did not. I
Metaphorical gun.
Yeah. I'm an American who doesn't own a gun.
The one
I
and
also
only.
do not own a gun.
I do.
I've been planning on getting a gun for several years now, and I just haven't.
Your first gun should just be an M60.
Get it at Walmart.
Room score reset?
They reset it because she has it set to best of 1 right now in the lobby, and I think she's just using the lobby to like set the teams.
We're getting ready to start.
Are we starting?
Looks like we're starting.
No!
And we are now officially the Needlings.
Okay.
Royal Palace domination on the worst map in the game!
No!
Wait, I can rock it if somebody wants to penny.
That's actually a good point. Like, why is a map that's not in the
Which
ranked
hero do you
rotation
think you wanna be
in
today?
one of the options?
What do you... It is in the... This
Okay,
map is
okay,
in ranked.
guys. Who's pennying?
No, it's not.
It is. I played it earlier today.
Abian, are you pennying or...
Sure. I can penny if we...
Okay.
Now, who
Banning.
am I gonna banish from this match?
Emma
So
and then
Emma?
Scarlet?
Well,
let's
let's see.
let's get the Emma first.
Because we could also ban Strange, so Fable has 2 different characters.
Oh yeah. I think that's
let's
good.
See if they...
Emma and Strange.
It hurts me to ban Emma.
I know.
Yeah, it is a weird pick, but it is their best player, so.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. They did not watch our
this
first
at all.
game. They did
No,
not
they
watch our
And
first
those
game.
thighs.
Oh yeah.
Ban Spider-Man.
Strange.
Yeah, the profile
Strange?
picture strikes again.
Let's do Strange.
Let's get Wanda.
Strange or Wanda?
I don't know.
I feel like we could
Let's just get
handle.
Wanda. Fucking Wanda. Get Wanda. Let's go. We're
Okay,
thinking too much.
we're losing time.
Yeah. Okay.
Hulk. Okay. Yeah.
All right, who on our team plays Hulk?
Nobody.
No, they
Pick your
didn't look
hero.
out things.
I go Squid.
Alright,
Not for lack of trying, mind you.
I don't even like Squirrel on this map, but just out of spite.
We are
feel
Cloak
like
and
doing it.
Dagger. We are hope and fear.
Okay. Are we good with this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
Anya, what are you comfortable with here?
Magnet.
Okay.
Okay, that works.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Good lick, hags.
Good lick, hags.
Wow,
There you
the
go.
Nino
It's a tournament.
Light doesn't dispel
Lampy, it's a
darkness.
tournament.
It helps me see
Call
the
us-
darkness and
Sushi
face it.
ourselves hags with
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Pain.
Alright, get your armor. Get your armor.
I'm getting my own murder.
And get it from Abian because he always says his is better than mine apparently. So.
No, I'm getting this one because it
I
looks
don't
cool.
fight to hurt
I don't know
people.
which is which.
I fight to heal them.
The,
These are the
dark
red
red
ones.
ones with a spider on them.
Oh.
You get 50 armor instead of 25.
What?
Trust me.
Like,
Something tells me I should
I
stop.
thought that armor was temporary.
Battle starts in 5,
Nope.
4,
Shit.
3,
Where's my jump thing?
1.
Alright, get ready, guys. Let's go.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Her name is Jeff.
Oh, I can handle the time.
I'm finna touch y'all.
No! Okay, follow our tank, follow our Penny, follow our Penny.
Oh my god.
They're not here yet.
Yeah, they're not
They
here.
are, they're up top.
Top.
Oh, look at that.
Okay. Okay, they have a Jeff.
One down.
Okay, oh shit! I
down.
just got
Okay.
3 down. What?
Jeff, Squirrel Girl, Squirrel
Wait,
Girl.
what was Jeff? Is Jeff lagging? What was that?
Squirrel Girl on the far right.
Yeah, it's alright.
Is this one gonna make me feel bad?
I got you.
Thank you.
Okay, I got their cloak.
Just 2
Alright.
Alright, let me jump over this. Kill the squirrel real quick.
She's going way low. One.
Okay, nice.
I didn't even need to.
Alright, where are the rest?
V, I can't see you.
They're just
really.
here. That's
Okay.
fine.
I'm just trying to snipe up at you.
Okay, they
Yeah,
have
you're doing it. That's good.
fist boy. They're fisting. They're very passionate.
No, not the fisting.
Alright, he's low. He's one. He's
I'm
down.
coming down. I need a heal.
Magnet.
Okay, I got you.
You're fine. Okay.
Mags up.
Oh, there's someone here. Oh, it's Starlord.
Star-Lord.
I'm on him. He's low. Nice.
Time to shine.
Nice, good job.
Okay, we have Squirrel Girl top.
I'm ulting here.
Hey, friend.
Squirrel Girl top left.
I'm coming.
Mission area. Keep going.
Dead. Where's the squirrel?
She just top left. I think she backed off.
Oh, okay.
Okay, they have Ultron.
Oh, that's the new guy, right?
New robot, yeah.
The one with no ass.
Oh, he's back.
Starlord on point.
Kill the squirrel, kill the squirrel.
I'm ulting on point. Get rid of the
I'm
squirrels.
dead. Please shoot the squirrel.
I'm trying. Oh, I died.
Bro. I am
Get him.
I
Okay, I can't get him.
I can't do anything about it.
Nice. I was not even
Okay, contesting for time.
Us against the world.
Coming.
Keep contesting for time. Don't use any ult though.
Too late.
Contesting time. Okay.
What the fuck?
I need to test this.
Well, no, we're on 99. Just get off. We gotta regroup.
Wait, I got my Moonlight roll.
No, I saved you! Guys!
Yeah, back off.
Guys, just come back! What are you doing?
I died. That's what I
Okay,
did.
I'm with you, Robbie.
to contest.
Okay, stop,
I
guys.
told you 6 months ago to come back. We're on 99
Okay,
long ago.
let's talk about now and future. All right, let's group up and then go in once we're all grouped up.
Alright, they don't have ults.
Alright.
Yeah, and I have ult.
I'm here now. We're here. Go in. Hope we do it because I'm
Hey,
doing
where's
it.
that squirrel, bro?
Let's kill Ultron.
Ultron's
Back.
out.
Back right. Yeah, most of them are back. I killed the Ultron.
I'm dropping my amplifier.
Stall down. Stall up behind.
Star-Lord is behind.
Nice. Two
Okay,
down.
go.
They're two down. Go in.
Let's go.
Alright, don't use every ult if we don't need to.
Oh, scroll down,
No
scroll
more
down.
ults. No more ults.
Sorry.
Down.
No, that's fine.
No, it's fine.
No, your ult was fine. I'm saying after that. I'm just saying it repeatedly just in case you can't hear me.
I'm here.
We're good, we're good, we're
Okay,
good.
nice.
Very good. Okay, it was only me and Nina who had ults anyway. Okay, very good. Yeah. Okay, this fucking
Without
bad.
Ty, I wouldn't know the real
Please, I hope
power
we
of the
win
life
on this
force.
one because this is the okay map, right?
Yeah, the
No,
other
this
one
is
is
better.
not nice.
Okay.
I mean, Garden is better than this.
30
Oh,
seconds
is this
before
not
you
Garden?
attack.
Oh no, this isn't Garden. No, I hate
Archive.
this one. This is the shit one.
Oh, the archive.
Garden's okay.
Little pals.
I mean, have you met me? Dibito, meet Moon Knight.
I don't speak squirrel.
The
Where's
battle
the
starts
jumpy
in
thing?
5, 4,
Why do
3,
this one jumpy thing?
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Time to shine.
This looks like a gig for the Guardians of the Galaxy.
I'm counting on you, friends.
Uh-oh.
Spider beacon in service.
Top left.
I got fingered like a little bit.
Oh
Very
no.
light fingered.
Did you say a little light fingering?
Yeah.
Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, you did. That we're
Ultron low, Ultron low,
Well done,
Ultron.
nice. Star-Lord. Flying dude, left side.
Yeah, I'm on him.
Strange
Slow. Got him.
Nice, good job.
Who's jumping all?
Hey, strange, get the strange.
Strange is a good pick here.
So
Beat him up.
Very strange.
He's done. Nice.
Oh my god,
Hell yeah, let's go.
Alright, careful. Get out of the hallway. We don't wanna be here.
I'm going back. I am not gonna die to that shit.
Yeah, let's just
Good.
avoid the squirrels.
Come down.
We don't wanna
I
be
can't see you guys.
I'm fine. I'm on the edge.
Yeah, not you.
Oh my.
So good you might get caught around.
Okay. I'm on
top right, two of them.
He's low.
Oh, I'm back.
Whirl is one.
I'm gonna ult. Stay on my ult. Go my ult.
Where are you?
By the Agamotto.
Okay, Ultron low, Ultron 1. Ultron
Nice.
dead.
Good pick. Oh, stuck in the back. Healer in the back low.
To the Dark Force dimension.
She's full now, but you kill her anyway.
Starlight's up there.
I'll get the stranger.
Oh, fucking hell.
Shot them down.
Healer down, healer's down.
Star-Lord on me. I'm alone on point. Come on.
You got this, I have faith.
I'm a healer. I'm a little guy.
Oh, Star-Lord's one.
I'm coming.
Nice.
I'm here now. We can win now.
There you go. Just walk up there and
Oh,
kill
poor
her.
Jeff. I feel bad about that.
Hell yeah, dude.
Alright.
Good job, good job.
Fall back. Don't go too
Don't worry.
far.
We're good. Portal.
Whoa, wait, that worked?
I got there, Luna.
Star-Lord's down.
Nice. Just range.
Done.
Good job. Anyone else? Oh, over here. Ultron.
Oh yeah. Oh fuck. He was like right on me.
Nice.
Nice.
Yay!
GG. We
Yeah.
rolling.
GG hags.
Get out, squirrels. Stupid.
Oh my god.
Well,
Oh my god.
I'm saying win rate with Fable. That's actually crazy. That's true.
Yep.
Also,
Fable is
you
actually
stole
the
my
carry.
MVP. That's a scam.
I didn't.
That's what I'm saying. He always steals it.
He's not stealing it if I deserve it.
Hell, Ben.
Yeah, he's mad about
Is
that.
that the Emma?
I think so. Yeah. Oh man.
We're gonna see.
Remember to upvote ourselves. It's very important, even though no one else can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who didn't vote? Someone didn't vote.
I voted.
I voted.
Is it Anya?
I
It
voted.
was me.
No.
Hello again.
Look who's here.
Hello.
Hello again.
Abby, how many times did you get eaten?
Once.
Was it once?
Never. Didn't get bored. Smith.
I thought it was twice. I don't know. And then who was it? Nino? Nino, aggressive as hell. She went straight up against the tank and like killed it with the.
Oh hell yeah!
With cloak and daggers like fade. I was like, sheesh. We already know about Squirrel Girl. We already know about Squirrel Girl
I'm
out here.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get banned next game. It's gonna be great.
I saw it was poor Mikey. Mikey loves Squirrel Girl. She's thick as fuck. And then I saw like 2 or 3 interactions where it was Squirrel Girl versus Squirrel Girl, and I was like, oh my god.
Who's gonna get the nuts?
To be fair, in all of those interactions, I did jump from behind, so it wasn't really fair to him.
Oh my goodness. And poor Stormy. Stormy came out with his like ulti and died immediately to Abby's little trap thing. Yes. Oh yeah. Okay.
Falling straight for my trap.
I'm gonna say that was intentional.
Let's take a look. So yeah, moving on. Obviously, when my team definitely wins, we go against each other next round.
Oh man.
Knock on wood. I don't want to jinx myself. But so y'all do have a little bit of a gap because there's 3 games. Because after this next game, we go into the bottom bracket.
Okay.
So if you want to take a break, go get some water, go get some food. You can go ahead and do that. I do ask that y'all just be back before y'all go up, which will be I think after Vibes and Squid.
So how many games is that?
So wait,
So there's
we're after the losing bracket, right?
Yeah. So there's the casuals versus Hatsune Miku.
1 game. Okay.
There's Vibes and Squidco, and then there's the whoever loses the next game goes against Arby's.
Oh, so 3 games.
Okay, so 3 games.
Yeah.
And they're each
Alright.
about like 15, 20 minutes, so.
Yep. So you'll definitely have some time. Just letting you know.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Nino, we can play Overwatch.
Overwatch.
Stop. Okay, wait, real quick. We gotta watch the match with the 2 teams.
Yeah.
Where we go up against the winner. The rest we don't need to care about, but the one where we go up against the winner, we gotta watch that one and see what they do.
Alright.
So
We'll watch
is that
the
the
next
first one?
Yeah, I think that's the next one.
Okay.
So I join spectators.
Yes, I join spectators.
Ew, I don't wanna die.
You're not
You
gonna
won't.
die.
I'm
Nino.
dying.
Oh, no.
I will not let them hurt you, baby girl.
I'm gonna fish.
You wanna fish?
Okay. Alright then. You can do that.
When the world is ending, I wanna fish next to you.
I want to fish completely alone in the dark.
I mean, that's
Just me and my fish. Just me and my LED fishing rod catching some fish. I got 3 root beer on my belt. I'm fishing.
You have Fable with you with
What are you
100% win
role-playing
rate.
right now?
You're right.
I'm fishing for
What are you role-playing?
I'm fishing for carb.
Which is funny because I'm objectively
Carbs?
the worst player here.
But
fishing for
you,
carb.
Oh no,
we
but,
all.
I mean Fable, come to the spectator team. You're on your own.
That just shows how good we all are collectively.
No, Fable is our lucky charm.
Are you saying it just shows that we're all really good if we can play with Fable on the team? Is that what you're saying?
What?
I am,
No.
I'm saying, like,
I'm a
if Fable's the
master.
bar, that just shows how good we all are, including her.
Oh, okay, yeah, Fable is good, but since she's the worst of us, and she's so good, we have to be insane. Yeah? Did I get it right
No,
now? I'm autistic,
no.
please explain. I did get it right.
No.
Right?
No.
No, I did. He said yes.
No.
I got it right. Yes, I did.
No.
For the sake of argument, let's say yes.
Wrong.
Bro.
I don't know what to feel right now. Am I being insulted or complimented?
No, complimented. That's
You're
what I'm
doing
trying to
so
figure out.
good.
Yeah.
You're doing so good.
Fable, you're literally carrying us.
Oh, that's last year.
According to statistics, you are the only reason we're winning.
Yay.
Statistics have
true.
proven that Cocky won't boing boing.
Right. My wee goes boing boing.
That's
I love that old
controlling.
man.
love that
I hope
meme.
he's healthy and happy. Hey,
Wait,
wait, hold up.
actually, I have some chores I gotta. Oh wait, we have to spectate the next game. After
we
the
have to
next
spectate
game,
that
it's my turn to do
Well,
the dishes that I
everyone to do it. You can do it. Well, actually, yeah, you might as well just do it afterwards
Yeah.
if you don't need to do them right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Since
did.
we'll have
We got,
2
like,
games of
40
nothing.
minutes.
Yeah, so.
Yeah,
I'll
after
manage
after
your beef for
spectating
chores.
this, I'm gonna go take a shower. Oh, that's the bunch of grandmasters there. All right.
Well, both
On
teams
both
have two
teams.
grandmasters.
Yep. Well, that's okay. To be fair,
One
the
team
team
also
we
has
fought in the
classes.
beginning had a celestial, and we didn't even notice them.
That's true.
So-
I don't even remember which one the celestial was.
Exactly. And also, to be fair, or at least half of us in here have been like in celestial, or at least grandmaster. So I think we're fine.
The highest I've ever gotten is Diamond 3.
That's why I changed it from
gotten it
most to
wrong.
Yeah.
half.
Damn, bro. Well, you didn't
I'm
have
just
to
trying to
do
be correct here, man. What the fuck?
No.
Damn man.
Tyler with an I. Wow.
You only got one of them?
Oh.
Crazy, bro.
No,
let me
he
check.
be goofy.
I have to keep fishing, so I keep my channel points at 404k.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, hell yeah.
They have an Ultron main. One of their Grandmaster players is an Ultron main. Oh, they have three Grandmasters now.
Grandmasters.
Hi, Clipsic.
Cool. They have 2 Ultron mains.
Oh,
Well, two of the Grandmaster players are Ultron mains.
Well, we
course they
guess
are.
it's one that we'll,
And then
we'll
Storm.
get rid of.
Okay.
Ultron. So
Yeah, so Storm and Ultron, which are 2 things you'd like to ban anyway, so that's fine. Yeah, I think that seems good. If they win, that is. Depends on
Yeah.
which team
and then
wins.
if the Newlings win, then we ban Wolverine and.
That's
Black
us. The Needlelings are us.
Yeah, we in the
Team A is
Newlings.
Newlings. That's them.
Sniper's team.
Everyone
Let me
is
join their
Newlings.
team and change their name.
All Newlings.
Everyone use a needle ring?
Ring, 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 ring.
Banana phone.
Phone. I have very fond memories of that song.
The duck walked up to a
Banana
little
phone.
and he said to the man, "Run in the stand." Hey,
Hey, wop,
got
wop,
any
wop.
grapes?
The man said, no, we just sell lemonade, but it's cold and it's fresh and it's all homemade. Want to give it a try?
Then he waddled away. I forget.
No. First,
Waddle, waddle.
you want to give it a try, and then it's like, the duck
Bye.
said, bye-bye. Then he waddled away.
Did you guys
Okay,
know
there
there's
it
a
is.
whole lore story? Like they made more videos after
Yeah, there's
that,
more
and there
than
was
that.
like the guy
Ton
he
of
like
them.
made the guy at the lemonade stand find a wife, and like there was
Yeah.
so much. There's
He
so
dies. In episode
Like-
52, he dies.
much.
What the
Spoilers.
fuck?
God damn.
Sorry. I didn't realize you guys weren't caught up on a web series that happened 20 years ago. My bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, I lied. I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Sweet. Do not disrespect the lemonade duck. That's
No.
grape duck. It's not the. I guess.
Lemonade.
Spoilers.
Boilers.
Yeah, he just does that sometimes. He's all.
Boilers.
Oh,
fucking
chat,
boiled.
tomorrow we're
Boiled.
playing Among Us. By the way, we're playing Among Us.
We're gonna finally play Among Us.
Finally play Among Us.
I'm so sorry, Nino. You've been wanting to play Lethal Company forever.
Which Lethal Company?
What is it?
What is it? I don't know what it is.
Lethal Company.
We're gonna play Among Us tomorrow, guys. And remember, we have a proximity chat too that we'll have to set up beforehand.
Yeah, I uninstalled all that
microphone
long ago.
Oh, that thing.
But I'll just install it again.
We should do VR Among Us.
Okay.
I don't have VR.
Oh.
Oh.
Can't you play like the 3D Among Us like in non-VR as well?
Probably.
If it lets me, we could do that.
Oh, but I think that's a separate game you have to buy, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Money doesn't grow on trees.
In that case, we gotta win this tournament first.
Oh shit! If we win the tournament, then we can buy it.
No, because I'm gonna spend all the money on pizza. But
you're gonna buy a pizza anyway.
Yeah, but if I win, I buy
But
two.
he's gonna starve. He's gonna starve. Feed a man
How much is the game? It's $10.
a slice.
Give a man a pizza and you can feed him for 5 minutes. Give a man 2 pizzas and you can feed him for 10 minutes.
I mean, in your case, it's more like 10 seconds.
Yeah, problem.
I thought you said that he ate pizza slow.
It's just pennies.
I mean, yeah, but the thing is that
Frank,
he's
it's
always
pennies.
hungry.
Don't
I'm
worry
always
about
eating.
it.
I'm eating right now.
My family and I still talk about that.
I know.
Quiche. The famous quiche.
The quiche, yeah. Like, or the, like we had my grandma sent my mom like a package of like, it's kind of like sausage or like meat sticks
Fish
and stuff.
pants.
And they were in the fridge and my mom wanted to go grab some, but he's already eaten the entire thing. And
Okay, hold the fuck up. First of all, you told you said I could take them.
I think you'd eat the whole thing.
I have
you could
not
take
once, not even once, have I gone into the fridge and taken something without asking if I could have it first.
Yeah,
Not
that's
even
true.
once.
But the thing is just that you ate the whole thing. That is all I wanted to say with that.
You said I asked any of you, or can I have one of these? And you said
One of? Did you say can I have one of these?
Yes, I do. I said, can I have another slice of the quiche, for example? And your mom said, oh, eat as much of it as you want. So I did. I didn't push her to say that because I asked if I could have one. She chose to say I could eat as much as I want, and I did. Shouldn't have said
You
that
asked
if I
for
could.
one of the sausages?
Yeah, I always do. Can I have a sausage or whatever the thing is?
Can I
I
have
don't ever ask,
this
hey,
type of
can I eat all of the food in your fridge? No, I always ask, can I have one of these? And usually I ask Fable because I don't want to ask her mom, because then she might feel pressure because I'm a guest. So I usually ask Fable. The only reason I asked about the quiche is because Fable was at work.
I see.
Yes.
I see.
Offensive.
But you only asked for one sausage. And you
I'm not being
finished all of it.
defensive. You're just being very offensive to me.
Me? I'm
And my
offensive.
feelings. I'm
Shut my
offended.
Bro's offended.
I am in my safe zone, and you're currently impeaching on it, and I don't like it.
I like peaches.
Me too.
Yeah,
You're
but
just
apparently I'm not allowed to eat them because why'd you eat all the peaches? Oh.
No, it's just funny.
Dono isn't working. Oh, you were donating
He's
to me.
sending.
Oh, thank
yeah,
you.
The stream elements donos don't work off stream.
Oh, I'm not live, Frank. I'm sorry. But thank you. If we're
They're gonna
friends
start
on
now.
Average flying fish. Oh my god, he's so pretty.
Neo's
Among
on a
Us.
different realm.
Wait, is somebody listening to our stream?
I was thinking the same thing, but I don't
What?
think
What?
so. Because
Why?
we're not
Wait, they
even
said-
in that lobby.
They said
They just
Among
wrote
Us
Among
in
Us.
Sniper's tournament chat.
Among Us?
They even said Among Us.
Among Us.
Among Us?
Among Us.
Humongous?
Goose.
No worries, Frank. I appreciate it. I'll be live again tomorrow in the morning to play Among Us.
Among Us.
The idea is that
Among
he wants
Us.
to donate money before
Among
we go live
Us.
tomorrow.
A mongoose? Oh, what the fuck was that? Wait a minute, what did I just see? What sort of fish was
What?
that? The
No,
head?
that wasn't a fish. That was a mongoose.
No, I saw a fish.
Oh, do you know Jeff the talking mongoose?
Monkey? Were you about to say monkey?
No.
Oh my god, crab! Tiny crab!
Who's saying Black Widow?
It was. Wait,
You're gonna ban Black Widow and Mantis.
It was a mongoose, right? Yeah, Jeff the talking mongoose.
No, to be honest, I couldn't tell you what a mongoose is right now.
It's like it kind of looks like a it looks
goose?
like a some kind of like ferret looking.
Yeah, I thought it
creature.
was a weasel.
Yeah, like a weasel ferret.
It's not a
looking
bird,
creature
Robbie.
with,
You
like...
ta-ta-ta.
But yeah, there was this one called
Ed.
Jeff, and he was supposed to talk, and he said some fucked up shit, like some really fucked up shit.
Enormous pencil fish.
Wait, I can get a quote from him.
I thought you said a pantsless fish.
Pencil.
Pencil.
No, there was a pants
Enormous
fish.
pantsless fish.
There was a pants fish.
Just letting it all hang out.
Pygmy. Corridoras. What the hell is that? What is
Okay,
that?
Jeff the talking mongoose quote.
The explorers. The freshwater catfish.
Catfish?
Yeah, it's a catfish.
Dang. Huge sardine. Sardine the nuts. New leader! Is it Lampy again? God damn Lampy. God damn Lampy. You had 69 fishes. You ruined it. You ruined
Good
it.
God, Robbie.
Wait, what did...
Wait, what? Wait.
What the
Such a terrible thing to say.
Freakazoid! Oh my god! Oh my god, thank you so much!
I was just thinking
Freakazoid, give me
about
money!
the classic stomping on his head meme.
Part of that is to get Nova Amogus
He's
3D.
biting the curb? Oh.
Okay,
Yeah, that
I'm gonna
one.
do it. My name's Jeff.
He's gonna cave in your head with his 19-inch Magnum dong.
What the fuck?
I crave.
That was so
Oh
funny.
my god.
19 inches of that
It
guy.
should have been me.
Should have been that.
That's my 19
They kept the
inches.
name. They kept the name Needlings.
What?
Oh my god, they never changed their name.
Needle legs! I believe!
Okay, keep in mind, Elliot went straight to Wolverine again, by the way.
He is a one-trick Wolverine.
It looks like it, yeah. Good leg hags. That just sounds like young people slang.
Yeah, it's true.
So, Sniper saw
I knew
what
that.
Robbie said.
What did I say?
The thing with Jeff.
The
I'm
yes,
guessing?
yes,
Oh.
or
Yeah, it just hit the Sniper stream.
Gee. Oh, her stream is very delayed.
well, it's because they don't want snipes in the tournament.
Yeah, that's fair.
I got a canned sardine.
And
Sniper
sardine.
stream delay on.
Candy name.
Pick your hero.
Name.
Or villain. I'm not judging.
It's okay. I don't
That's
think
already-
anyone's checking the streams.
Now that you say it, though, let me open the stream so everybody here. Snipe.
Snipe my own
so-
stream.
We
Snipe
already have a
me.
decent idea of
Okay.
the new lings, but now we need
Yeah, we gotta pay attention to the other team.
Yes.
Wait,
The one
we
that's
already
3
played against
Grandmasters. Well, that's not their real names. That's not their name.
Yeah, but which team is it?
I don't know. Look at the
It's
bracket.
the
It's gonna be the Hatsune Miku fan club, right? Yeah. I know what all of them play anyway. They told me. They were pretty chill about that.
And we're about to find out if they were telling the truth.
I mean, so far they have been. You did say you played Star Wars.
And clearly they were watching the last game because they didn't ban Wolverine.
Yeah.
Oh, who should I watch? Who should I watch?
Mother.
I gotta
Right
watch
now I'm just
Minion
looking at the
Race.
mantis. I like the mantis skin.
The big head mantis.
Yeah.
Starts in 5,
Yes.
4, 3.
That was just an emote, but yes.
But yes, that's the one.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
They're flying faster than me.
Time has unraveled. Who will stitch it
Oh my god, you fishy.
Oh shit.
You are my sunshine. Oh wait, what's happening with Sniper? Did she DC?
She's very behind. Oh yeah, I think she did. She's walking into a wall back there.
Looks like the mission area
Oh, and her
yours
stream
to
is
capture
down.
now.
She's the only one that can pause the
She's
game.
the only one who can do it.
Oh no.
They captured the mission area.
Done.
Alright, well this might be possible, mate.
This might be a start over type thing.
Lacking in numbers.
Oh, she's back. Wait, no.
Oh, shit.
No.
She's not moving.
I think she
Stop
just
moving.
finally DC'd.
I don't think they can see us when we write in the chat, by the way.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I'm pretty
We're
sure
just chatting to
chat
other
is-
spectators.
It's just us, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, she DC'd. Uh-oh. Who gets like control?
She had on the like startup screen there. I saw an option for pause permissions, and it said the host and I think the coaches, but I don't
coaches,
think
yeah.
anyone is assigned to coaches.
I almost joined the coaches just to see what would happen.
Oh,
I
same.
mean, isn't it just gonna make us spectate, but we can like hear the voice chat of whatever team we're coaching?
Oh, stream's back up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, she's
Well,
big.
Let's hope they're the best team, because then they might lose because of this, and then we don't have to fight the best team. Hey.
Well, because of the
But
stream
I mean,
delay,
both are
You're the
scared.
best
New
team.
fish. We increase legendary capture rate for 50 minutes. Guys, fish.
Oh, they do not look happy.
Because we can get legendary fishes.
Oh my god, I need
Wow.
fish.
Yeah, everybody go to fish. Fish for your country.
Your powers are mine! Maximum!
Do your mom. Oh. Void is going at it.
Jesus Christ. Well, if they win, maybe Iron Man is one of the people we should ban.
Principal.
Yeah, I think it's pretty fair to restart this one because she
They're
got
gonna-
DC'd before
Oh
they
my
even had a
god, what
single
the?
fight.
That's ginormous Finding Nemo. That's big. Oh, huge dwarf. Huge
What's happening, Avion? Hey, are they saying they're gonna restart or anything?
People want to be
in the stream?
They haven't mentioned anything about it.
Alright.
But she's
Alright.
still DC'd, isn't she?
Yeah, she's still not in the game.
Yeah, but the stream's back up though, so I'm not sure.
30 seconds before you attack.
Maybe shaders.
Which hasn't
taking a while.
been good yet.
Reality is ending. Can you remain calm and serene?
Oh my god, Diddy!
Oh, she's back. She's in game. She just hasn't picked
Ah,
a
you
character
started.
yet.
Oh.
The battle
There you go,
starts
she's
in
back.
5,
Alright, I guess they're just gonna keep going.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Alright.
Got it?
Everything most decidedly does not.
But if the other team wins one game now, they'll win.
Holy
Yeah.
shit!
Yeah.
That is a
I mean-
big ass shark.
Enemies on approach.
Cypher's not leaving spawn, so I think she's probably restarting.
Oh my god, is she DCing again?
Oh yeah, I think she DC'd again.
Oh no.
Oh no, that time her game ended.
Looks like the mission area is yours
Oh
to
no.
capture now.
Oh no.
Boneless chicken is also just shooting at a wall.
It's like, yeah, the stream is still live.
Wait,
Oh yeah,
who's
look
recording?
at them.
Iron Man,
Everyone's just
Iron Man
doing
is just
it.
humping Thor.
Yeah, they're
Has
gonna,
Iron
I
Man
think they're
names
gonna. I think they're gonna restart.
I
Happy Pride Month.
was recording others. I didn't.
Oh
Oh,
Double KO.
Oh man, I'll be next then.
yeah. Wait, where is Sniper?
This
no! Yeah, she can't spawn,
man.
is it?
I'm
Oh
looking
my
at the
god,
picture.
you get it?
Mission area.
Oh, she's
Yes,
walking out of spawn
please.
right now. Oh, did they just like not? Did they just agree not to take a point or something?
Yeah, well, that's how they did.
They're probably typing in the text and we just can't see it.
You need to
Oh,
wait for the stream to catch
that's so
up.
cool. Wait, can you?
Oh yeah, right.
Do you see what where Wolverine is?
Let me
Is it?
check.
Oh,
What?
he was at a cool ass statue of Storm, and it was windy. Oh man, now I can't see it. Go back.
Oh,
Yeah, Sniper's.
he's going to the other one.
Extra healing never hurt.
Big blue fish.
Probably because her game is fucked.
Wait,
That timing. Right as the
What?
second game was about to start, I got an ad.
Lights out.
oh. Oh no.
Wait, but I'm looking. Are you looking at the like really delayed stream instead of spectating the actual game?
Time to shine.
I'm spectating both. I've been watching the stream, seeing what Sniper's saying.
Captured more than half.
Wait,
Can hear him and read the
what's the
chat and all
deal?
that. Wait, you could go underneath the waterfall?
Yeah. There's a
I didn't know
whole
that.
place you can.
Behind you.
There's a whole place there.
I had no clue.
I can show
In fact, like on top, there's like a place you could stand, and you can just lob your nuts.
Oh god, I just sang Peach's
So
Experiment. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I like doing that. I like going snipey lady and hide there.
Like
And
a
then shoot
bad
people.
penny, I just keep
Yeah.
coming
The
back.
area's almost yours.
Like Widow.
Yeah,
Black Widow.
yes,
Black Window.
yes. Wait, what's the plan?
I guess we'll
Looks
find
like
out.
they're just letting this team win, and then it'll end.
yeah, so I guess they're just.
Oh,
Do they not have the option to surrender?
Until we have a winner.
Uh-huh. You'd think the host would have the option to just end
we
the
are
match.
Undefeatable. Co-op time.
Even better
or
than
maybe
my
the host is no longer a host.
Maybe. Alright, exit spectating?
Another epic.
Wait, who won? I sorry.
GG.
It wasn't a real match. Just somebody PC'd.
Ags. 1 point to vibes. Need new links, you let us down.
Yeah, I should tell them off.
I wonder if I could have exited spectating at any point and
Oh,
just
you can.
joined as a coach.
Oh, you couldn't join as a coach.
Wanna bet?
What the hell?
On God, if she crashes, I'm having on deadlock. Crazy.
Ew. Deadlock.
Yeah.
What can I see if I'm the
Or
coach?
babies.
I don't know. I guess you'll find out. Wait, could you go coach the other team then? Since we know the least about them.
Okay.
You
Well, they're all
already
leaving now. They
should
just,
be
like-
expected the team players join their
What is
voice into
happening?
but
Wait, they
cannot
just-
switch to the
I'm the host now!
You're the host?
What?
Oh,
everyone's
Just
leaving this.
win.
Oh, maybe she
Bow
got a new one.
before me! I control all the power!
I'm confused.
I think she's making a new one.
They're probably making a new
Yeah.
lobby.
Alright then.
I left.
I left.
I leave.
Wait, how the hell do you even make custom games?
Okay.
Is that, custom games, yeah. Ew.
How do you make custom
I
games?
love
Custom
Scrim.
game.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright.
Oh wait, I
Okay,
can
let's
just
see-
can I
okay.
just join?
The game is officially over on the stream now.
Yeah.
What are they saying?
Oh
Snipers
my
in
god,
room.
I got a drop.
Request to join.
Will of the Last.
Oh, okay, that was
so
fast.
cute. Can I equip it? You want it equipped?
Boop.
I've accepted.
Wait, are we? They're gonna play again, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get your asses in here.
Boneless chicken got 1,000 ping. Damn. Boneless chicken. The 2-liter Coke.
They made it.
Oh, they
made
changed it
friend
now so
the
anybody
only-
can pause.
No,
The machine
Nino
broke.
lanes.
1 liter though.
Oh wait. Did you invite Anya?
I can't join because it's
Oh, let
friends
me,
only.
Well, as long as it's a friend of anybody in here. Let me,
No, I mean I tried. But yeah.
No, here you go. Let me send you an invite.
I
There
don't
you go.
think Sniper is friends with anyone.
She's not friends with me either.
Ah, okay.
She's only friends with me, other than Abian.
I will go play Deadlock. Nah, no way, bro.
Who's yawning?
Me.
Happy arm. Oh,
I keep
I
yawning.
guess wrong.
Oh, the region is now Dallas? No!
If anybody- my children.
Why did they all want to play Deadlock so badly?
I don't know.
Sniper streams Deadlock fairly often. They actually do play Deadlock.
Black guy knows the deal. Oh, guys, don't forget to fish. Don't forget to fish. We're still lucky. We still got the cool ass mistake.
What? The cool ass mistake?
That's what they call me.
Can I say I play with myself, or is that gonna get me banned? Or everybody else banned?
Oh, flower horn.
Let's
Flower horn.
I mean,
Is that new
No,
leader?
Hello
That
Kitty
might be
Island
me.
Adventure. I lied.
There you
I
go.
lied to all of them. I don't have the game.
yeah, you don't.
I lied. And
Wow.
don't laugh at
Be
me.
Poor.
Abion, ban him. Wait, no, don't. He's a good player. Ban him later.
Ban him from what?
Oh hey, wait, is Frank
life?
still here?
Who?
Frank or Zoid?
Oh,
Frankazoid?
Oh wait, it wasn't Frank or Zoid. It was Nino just gifted
No,
me
it's
Among
from
Us.
Frankazoid.
Frankie
Oh.
Winky.
From Frank.
So
Yeah,
Frank
yeah, yeah.
donated money to Ninu so that Ninu could buy the game.
Oh
for
yes, sorry,
Nova?
Frankazoid. Yeah, I gifted her. I gifted her the 3D.
Oh, thank you.
And
just
I
got-
gifted myself too.
Oh my goodness.
Thanks, Frank.
Gifted yourself.
Yeah, because
not a
Frank,
purchase, it's a gift to
Frank,
myself.
Frank gifted it to us. Thanks.
Thank you.
What the hell? That's a big ass orca.
big ass oily butt.
That's big.
Really?
The heck? That's a big fish.
Big fish.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna go make some food while we wait for this.
Can I take a nap?
What are they saying?
What are you streaming?
I can stream you guys. Right, guys? They're entertaining, right?
Who's entertaining?
You guys.
Oh.
I'm gonna hand over my stream to Ravi, guys.
Oh, that's a bad idea.
Or, hear me out. Do literally anything else.
What the hell is that? Gorilla.
Oh, coelacanth. It's a coelacanth.
That's how you pronounce it?
That's how you pronounce that. It's a coelacanth.
Wow.
It's one of the oldest fish species.
Is it
still
dead?
alive.
Oh, wait, it's still alive?
Yeah.
I gotta look it up. I don't know how to spell it.
Let's see. Coelacanth.
Albion, you opened the shop and now we can't see what everyone's getting.
No, I didn't. What?
Oh no,
What are you talking
Lampy did.
Yeah, Lampy did. Oh, I think I have a command. I have a command somewhere that when somebody opens a shop, my bot just does.
Oh, we also have a shop. That's a big blobfish. Look at the blobfish. Lampy was getting us another rod. Hell yeah! We're getting a new rod. We're getting a new rod.
I'm calling it Rodney.
Funny. I got a big, huge pygmy. Okay, was it koala? Kuala
Deville?
Yeah. It's
Coelacanth.
Coelacanth.
Oh my
Coelacanth. Koala is a very rare lobe-finned fish that was once thought to be extinct. It is a living fossil because it has remained relatively unchanged for millions of years.
Isn't there a Pokemon that's modeled after that?
Yep.
I forget what it's called.
Whoa! How many fins does it have?
I can see the Pokemon in my head, but I can't remember.
Me too. I don't remember.
Relicanth.
Oh.
Ah.
Wait. So it's no longer extinct?
Thank you, Hawk.
It never was. They just
Hot to what?
They just found
they
it.
hid. They hid.
They were sneaky.
Relicanth. Is that even a thing?
No,
Relicanth
that's
is
the
based off
Pokemon.
of
Oh.
coelacanth.
I feel like I have done so many catch-up fish and I haven't seen my name pop up at all.
Because of the big.
Oh my god, that's a big trout. Rainbow trout.
Oh,
The only fish that we have in the UK, by the way.
Rainbow
Like,
trout.
aren't you guys
The
like
trouts.
literally on the ocean?
We're an island.
Yeah, so isn't there like all of the ocean fish?
Oh.
But
That's
not,
a nice
That's
boot.
not in the UK though. That's around the UK.
Yeah.
But like, you would still have like sharks go over there, right?
I haven't heard of shark attacks. That's only in Australia.
Are there sharks in the UK? Oh, there's sharks in the US as well. Get tiger sharks down in the Gulf of Mexico. They're crazy.
Oh,
We do
fuck.
get shark-
I can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe we've done this.
UK
Can't believe we've
shark-
done this. New
But like,
item.
I've been to the East Coast America has like jellyfish, crabs. Like, there's so many creatures that come with the ocean. It baffles me to think there's only trout over by the UK when it's
There are
connected to the
42
ocean.
native freshwater fish in the UK.
Welcome
Oh
to
my
the
God.
Family Sniper Zone.
Sniper Zone! Oh my god, what you doing here? Shouldn't you be playing? Shouldn't you be playing?
Sniper Zone.
Yeah. Shouldn't you
Yeah,
be
snipers-
playing?
Sniper's BRBing right now.
Oh, that's fair.
Sniper zone, more like
Now, lethal company?
yeah.
Oh, that ass.
Great
Shake
asset,
that
great-
booty.
great asset. Great asset.
Great asset.
Great asset.
Great
Great asset.
Enjoy, nerds.
Oh, there's the great asset.
Thank you, Andy. I mean, tournament? Yeah, we're winning. I think we're
So far.
somewhere. Oh, that's a little cute crab.
Oh, they went down from 1,000 ping.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
welcome back. Oh my god, what the hell? Golden Goopy. Golden Goopy. Sensei. I don't know what that is. Is that legendary? Wait,
Tiny
that
golden
was a
duck.
legendary?
Wait, when did Sensei put that in? How far? How much of a backlog is there for fish right now?
Goopy.
Oh,
My
we started.
timing is perfect.
Wow.
Wait,
What
are we
did you
playing
make?
or?
No, we're not
No, we're
playing.
still
spectating.
spectating.
I didn't make
Check
anything
it,
yet.
Barb.
I think they're remaking that last game.
Yeah, they said they were gonna
And they're,
ban the
and they're
same
named
things.
correctly this time. The
Oh,
newlings are no longer playing.
yo, no mulinoling. Goopy. Goopy.
You think they're gonna ban Wolverine this time?
No, they said they were gonna ban
Tiny
the same.
seaweed.
Unless they said something different while I was gone. Yeah, they're banning the same things.
Oh, I'm fishing. Wait, where's Nova's fishing?
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
some
right?
fish. It's like
Uh,
there's a big backlog.
did
of
you
fish.
try? Very rare dogfish. What the? That's a dog? Oh, it is a dog.
Dogfish.
Dog.
There's a fish, dog.
It's dog.
Oh, also, by the way, if they ban Squirrel, since we're banning Wolverine anyway, if they don't ban Groot, I could just go Groot.
Okay.
Because,
Okay.
that would be a good way to
Oh
fuck
my
with them
God,
if they go
Groot
dive.
frog.
Yeah.
That is, of course, presuming they don't ban Groot.
Pick
Yeah.
your
It
hero.
depends on the map
Or
too, I
villain.
feel.
I'm not judging.
I mean,
Yeah,
if
of
they
course.
ban Squirrel Girl, right?
Yeah, otherwise...
I got another
That'd be
orca.
crazy if they banned Squirrel Girl and
Legendary orca, guys.
Yeah, that was that's like
legendary.
half my best characters.
And play the other half.
Oh, well, no, because those are supports.
Got him.
Let's see this fishing. Oh, piranha! That's a cute one.
Oh, they got the strange Wanda.
Orca, no fish. It's in the order, so it's fish. Anything in the order is fish.
30 seconds before you attack.
The map
Get
rotation's
ready.
out of order.
What the fuck is that? Is that
non-canon.
McCloud?
Us. We practically
McCloud?
match.
Very what the hell is that?
Kevin McLeod?
No, it's a Star Fox reference.
Oh.
Fox McCloud,
Oh,
but as a fish.
my costume
Fish
just
McCloud.
kind of came with my powers.
Wait, I'm fishing! Finally!
The battle starts in 5,
Why did Nova not get the McCloud?
3.
She got
See, when I get a fishing
she's
rod
got
for
an
my birthday.
average buffer fish.
All you need to do is
It's okay, Nova.
Got it?
It's okay, Nova. It's okay.
Wait 1 sec, I'm muting, guys.
Oh, okay. Hater. But okay.
Get ready. Here come the bad
Yeah,
guys.
they have 3 swords?
So cold.
I will say, Elliot's a scary Wolverine. He does not have that combo down.
Oh my god,
No,
another
he
humongous.
fumbles a lot, but whenever he hits, he kills.
Mission area is
Again.
gets
And then he
away.
fumbles immediately after.
But look, he lives. He just lives.
Yeah, he just doesn't die.
Oh my god, flying fish.
Maxes out his rage, press E, and then doesn't die.
Yeah. It's the fact that he can take
Nobody
the enemy
fishing.
support and jump into the enemy team with them and then still get out alive. Like, what is that?
His HP is below 100 now for the first time. He's alive now.
What did they ban, by the way?
Same as before.
What was same as before?
Hold on.
Hawkeye Storm.
Wait. I see. Ah, fuck.
What is that? A cozy fish.
Punisher? Okay.
Is it wearing a bra?
I mean, Punisher's not that bad of a ban, honestly.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty
A
good.
fish wearing a bra.
Fully regenerated.
Plus the meanest nut onto this fish.
What?
What?
It's a cozy fish. Oh my god, what is enormous cozy fish? What the? Oh no, it's not a bra. It's actually a blanket. My bad.
A blanket.
It looks like a bra.
Hell yeah, come on, bro. What happened? You've been last
Sniper's team has really good target focus.
They're currently getting raised.
Yeah, they are, but they did like jump the right person, but Wolverine fumbled, like you mentioned before.
Yeah,
He
it's like
completely missed it.
every single yoink this game so far.
Yeah. He's still ace though.
Next.
Healed from 100.
Oh my
I think
god.
the problem is he's just like, even if he's not killing anything,
Their
he's such a
team's capture
nuisance.
progress has passed the halfway point.
Yeah. That's Star-Lord.
When do we get the cool place again? Oh.
Needed a little boost. Thanks.
Oh, he missed again.
No, he's doing this on purpose, so we don't ban him.
I'm still banning him.
Oh, I mean, at this rate, we're not even gonna play them.
Yeah, that's it. He's got a point there.
Oh yeah, but they did have, the enemy team did have like 3 grandmas.
Yeah, I'm gonna start
Oh my god,
spectating
what
the
the
enemy
fuck
team.
is that?
The other guys.
Is that grandpa fish? What the hell is that
Yeah,
fish?
their Star-Lord is going crazy right now.
Use the iron net to get the item for the cool place. Oh, okay, okay.
There's too many bad guys.
The Sniper's team is this is not nearly as one-sided as the last one.
No, which is
Actually,
scary.
it kind of is, but in the other direction.
Yeah. It looks like their DPS are pretty cracked. Oh no, red team that is. So we might want to target those.
Star-Lord?
Star-Lord and Wanda right now.
Yeah, Star-Lord's cracked, but Wanda's also
Yeah. Yeah, I only just started spectating them, so, yeah. But the Star-Lord's definitely good. Huh. Why is every single time I say someone's good, they die?
Please.
Yo, are you
Do
pushing
that
them?
when we play.
Oh, you're right. Your mom is good.
You've captured more than
No, my mom
Did
did.
it work?
Keep dying. My mom.
Did it work?
My mom
No,
is
that's
always
What
so
the
nice to you.
No, I was talking to everyone.
Nova, you caught an average Atlantic marlin.
Who the fuck Marlin, bro?
Is anybody gonna shoot it?
Wait, damn, he's not getting any kills though.
No, he's just chilling. Wow, they really just ignored him.
He pressed shift.
That's crazy.
Nobody was shooting.
Nova, you got a jellyfish now. You're getting all your fishies.
It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, but it's still targeting tanks, so maybe.
Yeah, Star-Lord is just left-clicking a tank before
I
fight.
got an Atlantic marlin.
I don't know why. He's not really doing anything since he killed the Loki. I mean, I guess I'll die eventually.
I was wondering if there's anybody who's gonna step on.
I mean, he's gonna have his ult soon again. At this rate.
Oh, this is gonna be
Urana.
I mean, we act like it's really one-sided, but they're both at 99% right now.
Yeah.
I got a huge stick.
Because it was one-sided for most of
I
that.
fished a huge
Elliot
stick.
switched
brought
to
it back
Mr. Fantastic again. Just like he did in the other match.
Maybe that's his.
He's playing Mr. Fantastic as their only DPS? That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, I guess it does make them unkillable. Like, their only DPS is basically a tank anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah,
explains
like,
why
they
they
don't do
didn't
any
die.
damage.
When the Star-Lord
Yeah,
was
they
helping.
Focused on the supports, then
Yeah, as long as they have the good focus, they should be fine. And considering the entire last fight, Star-Lord was just left-clicking the thing.
I have learned
It did
all I
nothing.
need to know.
Oh my god, what is that?
need not regale me
Gurami?
with your
Kissing Gurami?
Or lump.
Kissing Gurami?
What if we were just
Battle starts in 5,
Is a fish that kisses.
1.
I don't know, other fishes.
Isn't it like it looks like they're kissing, but they're actually fighting?
Got it?
Oh no.
Oh, I just realized. Oh wait, I just realized I've been muted this whole time.
Yeah, you've been very quiet. I thought.
Yeah.
No, I was telling my roommates that like I actually was winning the games, and so I might be on the computer longer than expected today.
You just preemptively told them that y'all won't be long.
Yeah, I did.
Oh my god.
Consider the Fable factor though.
Hammerhead shark.
Yeah, exactly. You haven't considered.
I'm sorry, but I was telling you guys that they're one of the good DPS has changed to Iron Man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
The
Scarlet.
He played.
In the game that got cancelled, he was also playing Iron Man.
What was he
Star
playing?
Lord changed to Namor, which is weird.
That is an interesting thing.
Denizens of the deep.
I cannot figure what that counters to.
What about Adam?
But Namor does.
Well, actually, they have Namor. They can't really kill his squids very well because they have no range. Like no one on their team has range.
Powers are mine.
Against the world!
So maybe it's not entirely stupid. No, he died.
What was that?
Is that a cat?
What was that all?
Was that a catfish? I didn't even see it. Oh my god.
Like the oceans
What was that?
protect me.
Okay. Hatsune Miku is.
Oh my god. Does it
Falling
have a
apart.
seahorse?
Yeah.
You got a
You captured more
seahorse?
than half of the mission area.
I mean,
Keep going.
as much as I think Mr. Fantastic is a bit of an odd pick 99% of the time, he is a pretty good Mr. Fantastic as well.
Yeah.
Like, he clearly knows how to use the character.
That is much better.
Oh, lumpy little jellyfish.
Oh, they're just doing the Hulk Namor squids. That's what they're doing.
Oh. Alright.
Attack them.
That's why they got Namor.
Booyah. Booyah.
Horse. It's a good place.
You are in my debt now.
Oh my god, that's a nice boot, by the way.
That's a nice boot.
Against the world.
Oh.
Somebody fished a boot.
Oof. Get poofed.
She
This is real firepower.
Oh my god, average Petra.
Your powers are mine.
I don't know what that is.
This is real firepower. Fantastic.
Yeah, well, it seems like they keep
Yeah.
focusing that
Okay.
the tanks.
Yeah, they won. Goddamn.
Bird.
Okay, well,
Because we're focusing the tanks.
we just gotta ban Elliot. There you go.
Target Van Elliot, Wolverine, Mr. Fantastic.
Okay, that might be a bit much. He's still allowed to play the game. Let's just ban Wolverine.
Mommy. Too mommy.
Bean OK is the other Grandmaster. What was he playing this game? I forgot. Was that he was the Strange, right?
Who?
Bean.
Was the Emma?
Was the Emma?
Oh, Emma, right? Okay.
Oh wait.
Oh.
Wolverine and Emma?
Well, no, because his main isn't even Emma.
What does he play?
He plays Groot. Well, mainly he plays Strange, Groot, and Emma. So I feel like
Wolverine and Black Panther.
we could do that.
Yeah.
Just
But we
to get
haven't-
Black Panther away.
I mean, does it look
But to
like
be
any of them
fair-
actually play Black Panther?
Well, Anya did say that Elliot hovered over Black Panther before.
No, it wasn't Elliot. It was somebody else.
There's someone on their team.
It was
at least.
Goose. Goose hovered over Black
Yeah, I'm
Panther.
gonna look at Goose's thing. What does he play?
I checked what Elliot plays before. He has Iron Fist too in his.
Goose
but
plays.
honest, it's mainly the Wolverine that's scary.
Well, yeah.
No, actually, maybe we should ban Iron Man.
I feel
Like,
like
Wolverine
Wolverine.
and Iron
His Wolverine was scarier than his Iron Man, from what I saw.
Yeah, but just because Iron Man in general is annoying to deal with.
Yeah,
And
because none of
it's
you guys will be looking up.
At least you have time to react to Iron Man, though. With Wolverine, he was
Yeah.
just like deleting
Well,
with
we
the
can also
press of
just
a button.
I mean, I don't. It doesn't look like any of them like play Panther. Also, they all left. Oh wait, no, they're in the spectator. Okay.
Yeah.
Because the loser bracket has to go.
Loser bracket, I will say. Keep
we
in
going
mind
to a new
that
place?
Some of the people in the losers bracket may be already gone.
Maybe already gone.
We going to a new place?
Yeah, like they just left. They're not planning on playing a second game or something.
Okay, well let's wait and see if
How
let's wait and see what happens.
How are they gonna get a pizza then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want pizza?
And losers bracket means you get a second chance.
At getting a pizza.
Hatsune Miku's fan club is gonna walk all over Arby's meat flaps, though. I think.
Oh yeah.
Vibes and Squidco, I honestly don't know who's gonna win.
Yeah, those were the second team we fought.
Yeah, Vibes was the second team we fought, and Squid was the team
Yeah.
that Casuals fought in the first round.
Was it? Oh yeah, it was. That's right. Those are the ones we spectated. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. You know what? I think Squid and Co probably win.
They're just playing Balatro right now. They're just chilling. Look at that.
Wait, are they?
Yeah, they just have 2 Balatro streams going in Squid and Co.
Oh my god.
I'm in Discord.
Boneless chicken. Yeah, boneless chicken.
What? Are they gonna have a 1v1? What the fuck is this? What's going on here? Hold up, I'm gonna go check out the Balatro stream.
Alright, now that we don't actually have anything, I actually am
What
gonna
the
go
hell?
pee.
I want
I'll
to
be back.
see it. I can't join.
Yeah. If nothing else, I need to go for my water bottle. Yeah, they're full up. 7 spots in that channel. Sag.
Are they home?
The
Wait,
hell?
they're streaming it on Discord?
Yeah.
Man, I would have left you all for that.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Oh, no one else in Discord is streaming anything. Lame.
Oh. Oh. Wait. What? When is it us? Wait, is it us now? Oh no, it's not. It's
I
not.
mean,
It's
yeah. I mean,
wait.
not unless both of the next loser bracket games get canceled.
Vibes and Squid and Co. Right?
Well, the next game I think is Hatsune Miku Fan Club
Oh.
versus Arby's Meat Flaps.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, Sniper's doing interviews right now. That's what's going on.
Okay.
Post-game interviews.
Oh my god, achievement unlocked. What achievement did we unlock? I missed it. You guys want me to make the fish game bigger? I make the fish game bigger, guys? Want bigger fish game?
Oh, who dat?
Oh, sorry. There you go.
Alright.
We got the
No
pearl
good doing
to
them
take
dishes.
us to the cherry blossom lady. Oh, no way! We did. No way. The pretty place. The pretty place. Oh shit! We can go to the cool place, guys. We can go to the cool place.
Wait, where's the cool place? Where they're streaming Balatro? No? That's still full. Yeah, apparently somebody on one of
Whoa.
the other teams went to McDonald's.
They went to McDonald's.
Based. Absolutely based.
Well, I mean, unless they're in America, in which
New
case.
item.
I mean, I can't see that because, I haven't actually tried it.
Rod.
You probably shouldn't.
My
honestly.
standards are very low.
I'm not sure I would recommend it even as a learning experience.
Wait, for what?
To try McDonald's in the U.S.
Oh. Yeah,
I mean,
I
if you're
don't want to
going to
get
try
shot.
it, at least try it in like one of the bigger cities. Like a New York McDonald's is, it's okay. It's edible.
Dang. How bad is it? You guys have like weird ass potatoes.
Okay, well their fries are amazing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they used to
what
be
do you
better.
guys have inside it?
In what?
Drugs.
Inside the fries?
Yeah.
Right?
Drugs.
Yeah, why do you think they're amazing?
Oh my god, Tiny Axolotl!
Hey, they fry their fries in like liquid cocaine, so
Yeah. Oh my god, we fishing.
a tiny
Their homeless
axolotl.
comes from my hometown. Oh no. I got goldfish.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hi.
I was chilling with the other team. They're nice. I like them.
Oh, okay, there we go.
They are the only team we didn't play against.
Oh,
But, you know.
goopy. Huge goopy.
Huge goopy.
Yeah.
this
Guys,
is
look
the,
at our cash. 969. Funny number. Then a huge starfish.
The 6 is sandwiched. A huge starfish.
Hell yeah.
I said yes in chat, so now they think they're ready to play.
No! Oh my god. No!
Oh my god.
This bitch.
I'm sabotaging the tournament.
Wait. I thought they were about ready to start. What's going on? Oh, there we go.
Oh my god.
Krakoa again!
Krakoa again?
I love how it's just like every match is Krakoa except for that one time where we were
He's
forced to
worse
play the
than
worst
me.
map in the game.
He's worse than me.
Like what the fuck?
Confirmed.
Well, that's because that was the one time Sniper was like, OMG, every map is Krakoa. I don't think it's something different.
Yeah, now it's just Krakoa again.
Oh, my apologies.
I just
this
realized
isn't
I have
Ogre's Beat
myself
Flaps, this is
muted.
Toe Beans.
No
Oh.
way.
So, hold up. This match does not matter to us, right?
No.
Not
No,
really.
we're not gonna go up against any of these.
No.
Not unless, like...
Who the fuck
somebody
is
in the-
Tobies?
Assuming we win it all in the winner's bracket, we'll face the winner of the loser's bracket, so...
To be announced.
Well, no, if we lose the losers... If we lose the finals, we go to the losers bracket.
No, if we win the finals, there's
That's what the
still
other team said.
Yeah.
Oh, I was
So-
just over there.
Wait.
Well,
How
they're
does
wrong.
that work though?
So,
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Yeah, so-
Maybe they are.
That would make sense.
Yeah, they're wrong. It's like the loser of the finals goes to fight against like the last round in the losers bracket. The winner of that will face the winner of the winners bracket in the like actual finals. And then
Oh, wait, maybe that is what they meant, because they were talking about, like, upper finals, and I didn't know what the difference was.
yeah, so like there's the winners bracket finals, and then there's like the tournament finals.
Okay.
Which is the winner of the winners bracket versus the winner of the losers
Pick your
bracket.
hero.
And then if the winner of the
Really?
losers bracket
I'm not
wins
judging.
that round, it goes to best of 3.
I think I understand. So if we win the next game, we still have one more game afterwards.
Yeah, potentially 2. If we lose,
Potentially, I'm confused. No, if we win the next game.
yeah,
Oh,
if
yeah,
we
but
win the
then
next
if
game, we go
But
on
then
to
it
the
just goes
tournament
on
finals.
forever.
I need to
Well, no.
visualize
If we win the
this.
next game, we'll play against the winner of the losers bracket.
They
I'm
banned
picking
Squirrel
that
Girl.
If
Yeah, I know.
if we lose that one, then that round becomes a 2 out of 3.
Let's see. Oh. Okay, I think I follow.
Yeah, so basically the 2 teams going into the tournament finals, that round is a 2 out of 3, but the winner of the winners bracket goes in.
So what? We're not going in. The match we're about to play is not the finals.
No, it's the winners bracket finals.
Serious tech you're wearing.
Isn't that just like the semifinals?
Just a suit of
Or
armor.
what? Is that the same thing? Okay.
It's basically the same.
Kinda like your
Okay, gotcha.
tree.
That tree is a Flora Colossus, and his name is Groot.
Well,
At least
now
it's
that we've all
at least it's the other
battle
thing.
starts in 5. Get back.
Not a rat.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
When I was over there, they also told us just ban Wolverine immediately. They knew. They want those guys to lose just because they beat them.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure also everybody's voting against the streamer team.
Yeah, of course.
Alright.
We're gonna be the underdog. We're gonna beat the streamer team.
Underdog.
Yeah.
Area is yours to capture now.
Can't beat that down.
Oh no.
Capture the mission area.
There's no way she survives that.
She did.
Are you watching Psylocke?
Oh, they
the Psylocke run away? Yeah, top right? Yeah, I saw it.
Toby's in trouble. They don't have anybody that can deal with
Sayonara.
him.
Yeah, the team comps here are a bit confusing.
Yeah, but like they should have beaten that Psylocke. They
Yeah,
literally.
but that doesn't matter if they miss.
Oh, wait.
Oh, was somebody...
Oh, someone might have been AFK.
Oh, could it be by chance that you, Ravi, said you were ready?
No, why would that have anything to do with anything?
you said yes, and so they started with one person not back yet?
No.
Oh, no.
Oh, like that? Oh,
There's,
shit, maybe. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, someone crashed. Who's why is everyone crashing?
It happens a lot in this game. It happens to me all the time too.
Yeah, but your computer...
I haven't crashed in a long time.
Oh, wait,
My
no, you have a new
computer's
computer.
good. Yeah, my
Yeah,
computer
I forgot you have
is
a new one,
awesome.
but- It's probably because everyone's streaming.
I don't think so.
Deadlock anyone? Oh my god. New item! Oh my god, what is it? Khonshu shell.
Khonshu shell.
Is Khonshu the moon haunts.
I also like Fable. I also do not have Hello Kitty.
I like Hello Kitty.
It
It's
looks
fun.
so cute. It does
White
look
woman.
Fun. Wow.
Oh, I started. Back.
Yep.
Oh, never mind. What happened?
I don't know.
Alright, Nova's got some time to wash a couple extra dishes, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna go finish my food. Go back.
I should probably go take some more medicina.
We
Actually, no.
catching fish.
No, wait, it's
Do
second
you guys
water.
want some music, chat?
I got the magic in me.
Oh my god, it reminds me of My Little Pony.
Oh, it was Koala that dropped.
Wait, did my game also? Oh, my game also crashed.
Nah, everybody's game crashing.
Wait, I need to.
Hey, well, no, we're supposed to be better than them.
I'm sorry.
Is that like an update or something, maybe?
No.
Is that like
Like,
forcefully
whenever you're
crashing
doing-
people?
Whenever you're hosting the tournaments, 1 in 10 people will get their game will crash.
Dang. That's wolf.
Yeah, there's a patch
Average
notes right
rusty
underneath,
sword. Guys, how do you say sword? Not sword. A sword. New item.
You could say that.
Sword. Wanna go to? Yeah. We're gonna go to a new biome. Yes, please. Gonna go to a new biome.
Ooh, cherry blossom biome.
Yeah. New biome. Take us to the new biome. When it turns out a puppy. Yay.
Alright, we're back.
Okay.
Everybody's
Take your time.
going. Everybody's
Take your
leaving,
time.
guys.
I'm still here.
Oh, Anya's still here. Anya, have you fallen asleep?
No, I'm just muted.
Oh, no worries.
Well, I'm gonna be back in a second though. I'm also leaving.
Whoa, god damn.
I'm back in a moment.
Gosh, everybody's taking a shit, guys.
If I were to take a shit, I'd do it right here with you.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, we're going to the new biome. New biome. The biome. The biome. Is the biome. We going biome. The team is falling apart. Oh, man. Caught an average piranha. Pretty poggers. My god, new biome. Oh my god, guys, we're in new biome. Look at how pretty it is. Oh my god, look how pretty it is, guys. Look at the biome. That fish. Oh man. We're gonna use the rod while we're here to send. Oh. Oh, they're playing now.
What a difference. Look who's here.
Oh dang! I did not know she actually targeted the mine.
Out of sight.
Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, done goofed. Yeah, done goofed.
You're up, little one.
I don't give a step aside.
Oh my god, that's ginormous.
I'm counting on you, friend.
What kind of person makes nests of explosive spiders?
Kurami. Tiny dwarf Kurami. Oh, this is the new moon next, isn't it? What the hell?
30 seconds before
Are
you
you
attack.
beating up?
Get ready.
Beating up the fox? Just in case I missed the end of the tourney,
Did they restart? Why are they beating a dog's ass?
I don't know. You know, the fox name is Logan.
For sale.
How about just one arm? No?
Logan.
You're killing the
Yeah.
kid.
Not yet.
It's
but I'd be careful, Father. The battle
what's her
starts
name?
in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dialogue.
Nice sword.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Nice
Got
tiny
it?
sword.
I am honored. In most realities, I would not have gotten an invitation.
Logan is a wolf.
Yes. Wolf? Wait, I thought it was a fox.
Get ready.
Rise and fall. The moon haunts you. Hey, team!
Put this to good
Oh, nice. Yeah, that goose thing. Oh my god, tiny glass pieces.
Real firepower!
Hey, look at Wanda.
A disappearing act.
Oh, what time to pull back? Time to pull back.
I'll patch you up.
Is her... Is he alive?
Reborn from the chaos.
I think she might be lying. Oh my god, that's ginormous.
Peasants!
I'm just dying.
System error.
Under my strong force.
Exposed. Time for some fireworks.
Woo! I never miss.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Oh man.
Yeah, Miku's kind of running away with this, aren't they?
Oh no. Oh no. Hatsune Miku winning. Yeah, they're winning now. They're halfway to getting the thingy.
My fate isn't sealed yet.
Yeah, they're halfway to their second round, and it's
Yay.
not gonna.
Coming right. See, I'm fucking helpful.
You're not going
Gotta
anywhere.
use your ulti.
Mine's in.
Oh man.
They've almost got it. Goodbye.
Unless Scarlet Witch gets an amazing voice.
Here comes trouble.
Oh,
wait.
What? How? Wait.
What? Wait a minute. Wait,
Oh.
wait. Let's instant replay that one. What just happened? How did nobody
Oh
die?
wait, we can replay it and we can go back. Alright. I don't know. Like, because it looked like. There's no. Wait, did she shield up and die?
A little before that.
I am much
A
better.
little before that, even. Okay, here we go.
Maybe. Let me see this.
What?
The shield in time?
No, there wasn't a shield. But,
Wait,
Emma
what?
was in diamond form at the time. There wasn't a shield. What happened?
How?
That helped.
That is crazy. That.
It
Wrong.
was just the fact that she was like over this tiny pixel of a wall that absorbed all the damage. Is that just what happened? That's crazy.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Binary fist too.
That's crazy.
Also, I'm back in the game.
Welcome in.
Welcome back.
Oh yeah, we gotta invite you.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fabula.
I almost clicked on ignore.
Oh no.
Wow.
Well, this was slightly off. That's crazy. Cause I thought like she does like a sphere damage, right?
Yeah. Like as long as there's line of sight, then.
That's crazy.
So fash beesh, fash beesh.
Whoa! Oh, my Tangia playing now. Wow, that's crazy.
Fash bish, fash beesh, fash beesh. Fash bish, fash beesh,
Fash beesh.
fash bish.
Boneless chicken.
Bones.
I have a boneless pizza.
Muñequilla. Oh my god, Shapker.
JS Chapka just raided my stream with
Shapker
1
raiding
viewers.
me?
Everyone behave.
Wait, cause I got mauled in COD. Brother, no. You got mauled?
Well, Sniper didn't even see the absolute robbery that was that.
Yeah, that's crazy. Let's. Do you have a clip of it? Have a clip of you getting mauled?
Hawk Hunting asked me, "Do you wish the hags good
Also, my
luck for
microphone's
their
way
next
over there for some
match?"
reason.
Oh, darling, wishing those hags the best of luck. But
Thanks.
honestly, what's the fun in playing fair,
Alright.
right?
He's a free
Let's see
baby.
some chaos unfold instead. Nya.
Well, next up we got Vibes and Squid & Co., which I think Squid & Co. is going to win.
I'm currently still streaming a game.
Who is?
Oh, in the server, there's like
Yeah,
there's-
Oh, and Squid & Co. they're still playing Balacho? Yeah.
Oh
Yeah, I'm
my
considering
god,
popping in
flying
there,
fish.
but alas, I am shy.
You are, in fact, a shy lass.
It is true.
He very shy.
Oh,
It is
goodbye, Arby's and
true.
Eat Flaps.
Oh no, I'll miss them.
Oh man. Oh, Arby's with the toe beans. I see.
Mm-hmm. And they are the first to fall.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Whale, whale, whale.
Whale.
Oh. Interviewing them now.
Now I have no idea how much of a hitbox her attack has to hit in order to count. I honestly thought it was like a sphere, so if she was on top of the wall thing, it shouldn't have mattered.
Yeah. Oh,
Think so.
head. But yeah, I was like they didn't counter the penny rocket combo at all, and they didn't do anything to shut down the Hawkeye.
Yeah.
Kind of what it boils down to.
What's happening?
Oh my
What's going on?
fucking god! Okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet.
Yeah, it's needed to wake you up.
Now.
Go piss, little baby.
You
go piss.
missed.
Wait.
You missed the Wanda ult.
Nah, I don't miss.
There's a crazy Wanda ult. Like Wanda ult that was like within range of 3 people and didn't kill anybody. Somehow.
What? What the fuck? Wait, hold up. Let me go cheer that. Wait, it's Squid and Code playing now, right? Against
versus the one team that we haven't really seen.
Okay, let me go cheer them on. Hold up.
Oh, Squid. Yeah.
Man. Maybe one day I will also pop in there. I was gonna say, let me join
There you
Goblin
go.
These Nuts, then I realized
Heads
what
up.
does. Oh.
There you go. Hello. The second I joined, they all went, yeah!
Oh, I'm out. There's too much enjoyment in this room for me.
Yep. Too much happiness.
Because Squid and Co. I'm
did
not
something
sure who's
happen.
gonna win that one, actually.
I don't know, they said they wanted to adopt me.
Wait.
Like, because we kind of diffed vibes. Squid and Co. got diffed by the casuals in the first round.
They want to do what?
So
They wanted to
I have no idea who's
adopt
gonna
me.
win this next one.
As a son or a dog?
I don't know, both. I don't mind.
I would, you know.
I'll take it. I know
Jay,
you want a
we're
dog,
weaning.
Figgle. What did you say, Abby?
I said, Jay, we're weaning.
Alright. We are weaning.
We are weaning.
Yes.
We are the
we are.
wieners.
Weaning.
Yeah, wiener.
The winky.
Oh, Frank's got a question for Fable.
What?
Frank has a question for you, Fable.
Oh, what's the question?
Whenever, like, any conversation that starts with the phrase, Frank has a question for you, Fable, it's gonna be an interesting one.
Oh, great.
Oh, well, okay, that's... did you ever see Irish cover by Cole McGuinness?
Irish cover.
Iris.
Oh, Iris. I don't think I did.
I don't know what that means.
Oh.
Maybe I've heard it. Maybe I've heard that song, but I don't know songs by titles.
No, I don't either most of the time, but I think I know that one. It tickles a certain part in my brain.
Because it has Irish in it. And that sounds like Irish, and you like the Irish. There you go.
I do, it's true.
Yeah. Yeah,
Jay,
Fable
that
is
is
terrible
cursed
with like names and faces and shit. Absolutely horrible.
Yeah, it is. We were watching
Show
a
her,
movie
show her a
once.
picture of Brad Pitt, and she's gonna be like, "That's Will Smith, right?"
Okay, I know who Will Smith is, though, but there was that one.
Pretty sure it's Catherine Zeta-Jones.
What was that one movie that we watched where I was so confused because I kept confusing like 3 guys with each other? So I didn't know what...
we watched like 4 Leonardo DiCaprio movies in a row, and you didn't realize it was the same actor until afterward.
I mean, yeah. But there was also that one movie where there's like 3 guys and they looked so alike, and then I was so confused about what was happening in the movie because
I think that
couldn't realize
was
those were
Leonardo
3...
DiCaprio and Brad Pitt, and then someone else. Oh no, wait! I think that was a Tombstone.
It was like a
because-
modern thing.
Was it? Oh, I was
Yeah.
thinking because I remember in Tombstone you couldn't tell them apart because they all had mustaches, so they were the same person.
Yeah, that was also very hard for me. But yeah,
Which
there
is
was another
insane.
thing. I think it was something. There was something. They were in an office at some point, but I don't
Wait.
know what happened. But yeah, I kept confusing them, and I didn't know what was going on because I was like, why is he doing that now? Wasn't he just doing that? And it was not the same character.
And then I gave you the "what the fuck did you just say" face.
Oh.
Ugh.
Yeah. They're waiting for somebody on one of the teams to get out of their quick play match.
Why are they playing quick play in the middle of a tournament?
Training on that
Bro.
grind set.
Bro is not gonna stop the grind for 2 seconds. My man is
Gotta
on
make sure
some
they don't
shit.
lose their momentum.
Oh, sorry guys, I was in the middle of a different tournament right now. Okay.
I bet you're seeing other tournaments right now.
Oh no.
You two-timing hussy?
You slut.
What?
Oh, it's that team. Oh yeah, so it's that team there that we played against on the shitty map, and against the team we never played against.
Yep. Yeah, the team that
Yes.
Sniper's team played in the first round.
Yeah, exactly. And then they just fucking rolled them.
Yeah, both of these people kind of.
Yeah, it is the losers bracket after all.
Well, whoever wins this one is going to play against the Hatsune Miku fan club, which they're going to win.
Yeah, they're probably gonna win. Because they were holding their own decently well against the only other team in here I think is actually really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sniper's
Aside
team is
from us,
absolutely the team to
obviously.
beat right now.
Yeah. She doesn't want to give up that money. I can tell. It's 25 bucks. She doesn't want to part with him.
$25 less she has to pay out.
Yeah.
See, there's Death Girl streaming right now. What's their perspective on this? Does she have a stream delay?
They did she just joined the lobby, so. Not that you just
Nope.
joined the coach chat so you could see if you show up.
Yep. She does not have a stream delay.
Well then. Shame we're not going up against them
I'm
again.
back. What's happening?
Yeah, we won without
we're
you.
going in. Yeah, they're
We're
Yeah.
in the
getting
finals
ready to
now.
start
We
the.
won.
No. I've had my wireless headphones, but I took them off for the last like 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's when we won the game.
Haha.
Yeah, we beat Sniper's team in a 5v6. It was crazy.
That'd be not the smartest decision. Everyone's ping is about the same, they say. I don't
She's
know.
got to double everyone else's.
Yeah.
For freedom.
Freedom.
Wow,
Freedom.
wow. I was looking for freedom. Wait, give me a sec. Wait, no, actually, no. Never mind.
And we all get above 50. Brother, most of you are already above. Okay, maybe not most of you. Some of you are already above 50.
They just switched something, I think, because a couple
Yeah, they went
people...
Northern Virginia instead of Dallas, but Dallas is better for them because it's more even. But a lot of people get really low pings in North Virginia.
Go.
Yeah.
These nights.
And Northern Virginia definitely favors team vibes. Up from 50 average to 20 average. Oh, Oregon's awful for everyone.
Just go like into an African server. It's shit for everybody then. That's balanced.
If everybody's got an equal amount of terrible ping, then it's fair.
Exactly.
Oh, they're making, they're calling an audible.
Damn. Oh. What are they doing?
They're subbing someone in who's actually in the U.S.
Damn.
Well, like 110 ping isn't that
It's not.
bad.
That's what I played with on average on these servers. I played with that the whole tournament.
Frank's reinstalling StarCraft based. I really want to stream StarCraft at some point, but I'm also like
StarCraft 1.
StarCraft 1, that could be fun actually.
Fuck yeah.
Wait, what's going on? What are you talking about? Alright, yeah, their replacement's loading in the game right now.
Rest in piss that guy. Theoretically, what if their team won? Does that guy get any money?
It's a good question.
Realistically, we won't find out because they're not going to win.
Well, yeah, I don't know. In that case, they probably just give the entire team 150 points and or 150 bucks, and they split it however
they can just split
they
that.
want.
Yeah. Okay.
Arthur
that was
Icky.
gold. Arthur Icky.
Well, right off the bat, this guy looks like a worthy sub.
Yeah.
Although he has not played very much at all this season.
To be fair, neither have I.
Neither have I.
No, you played a ton.
He is a Bucky main.
Fair enough.
Hashtag give Canada server.
Why does Canada need a server? Brother, you are right next to all of the American servers. Oh, look, they get a good map to play on.
Can't find our network signals from on top of the hat.
Oh no. It's because they're wearing such big fur coats that the Wi-Fi can't get in there. Alright, let's see.
Ink on you!
I mean, I'm still voting for my boys. Squid and Co. My boys. Hell yeah.
Nino, did you pee again?
Yeah. You guys should ban Widow for me. Wow, that's crazy. Hovering witch and then banning witch.
Yep. To be fair, both teams are hovering the witch, so I guess it ain't that bad of a call. Oh, Mr. Fantastic. What the fuck? That's an interesting ban.
Maybe they just hate that character.
I'm gonna watch that squirrel girl play.
Wait, who is
You know
the
what?
good guys?
all the difference.
Which of these?
Ingon Yu, the blue team.
Okay.
Those are the guys I'm rooting for, and therefore the guys you're rooting for.
Okay, okay.
That's the team that we didn't play
Yeah,
against.
I was considering joining their chat and being like, hey, I heard you guys want to adopt him, let's do it, but I'm too shy.
Fair enough.
Oh, they got Jeff Nato.
You say let's do it as if you're part of them.
No, I mean like, hey, can you give me something in return, like a singular
The
porn ship?
first non-domination map.
Oh. The first 2 games weren't domination.
That's true.
We'll be coming in 30
I
seconds.
think we actually had less domination maps than anything else.
That's I'm just gonna say
To be fair, it has been like 4 hours at this point, so like
I'll let you show.
I don't remember half of it anyway. But where's that squirrel at? There it is.
Oh, are they having a bit
The
of a
battle
huddle?
starts in 5,
5 seconds left and no one's trying by the door.
2, 1. You have
Jeff is humping
seconds
Loki.
securing the mission area.
As one does.
Tokyo? I love playing Tokyo. But
I mean,
this one is a
who
lot
wouldn't?
more spidery.
Fair.
Wait, which part of it?
Which part of what?
Does she want to be humped by Jeff, or does she want to hump Loki?
You know what, let me hump both of them.
Alright.
But Jeff's just a baby.
We're not done with him.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm just gonna hump Loki then.
Okay, just a reminder, we do still have people. There are still some live streams that can hear us, remember?
Are you saying that as if I wouldn't say that otherwise?
That is like, what? Hello? That is a normal thing to say.
Speaking of which, did Nina fall in?
You know?
She went to take a nap.
No.
Well, we got to the semifinals before she took a nap, so I think that's good.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Worse.
Okay, random portal.
The more the merrier.
Yeah.
I will unleash mighty havoc.
Oh, they portaling.
That was a choice.
Holy shit. My boy Squid making me so proud.
They just disintegrated.
The more the merrier.
I'm hurt.
They got that venom.
Us against the world. Let my enemies tremble. Invigorating.
We are undefeatable!
Not if you kill its clones.
Render me assistance. Has anyone
Down.
bothered to
Top,
consider
bro.
defense?
Oh, they are doing triple support. And they're not even doing like one person thing off DPS.
Holy uncontested, what the fuck? The squirrel has been solo tanking on the point for like 30 seconds, and they didn't kill him.
Another fallen. Let my enemies tremble.
Wait,
Any healing is good healing.
yeah. It just occurs to me that playing Psylocke
Hurricane incoming!
That's how you're supposed to do Sharknado.
God damn.
There, it's insane to me how many times I'm seeing like Storms say that Jeff should be ulting first.
Wait, why would he ult first?
I don't
You
know.
can't do it. You can't do it if he ults first.
I've never done the combo. I don't see how that would even make sense.
Like, it works. Like, if Jeff ults first, then Storm can ult on top of him. It'll still work. But the problem is Jeff needs to actually eat somebody.
Yeah, but at that point, it's hard to coordinate.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas if Storm ults first, then Jeff just presses like Z or X.
He just presses the join button, and then it's extra damage all around and lasts longer.
Yeah, so like, I don't know why so many people are saying that Jeff should ult first.
Oh, that's just wrong.
Yeah, it's like you're just objectively wrong.
They should be ashamed of themselves for suggesting such a thing.
Fable, you don't even know what they're talking about.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say something. I felt like I was kind of quiet.
Oh my god.
How long do you think the reverse is going to take?
Approximately, I say 2 fights. They're gonna fumble the first one, and then they're gonna win the next one.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Is anyone changing anything radical?
No.
Well, I was just curious.
No. No. Yeah, that's right. No.
Oh, I thought I wasn't arguing. It was just a speculation.
No. I love that they subbed a different guy into play just to get fucking steamrolled.
30
like, no,
before your attack.
I'm pulling out my secret weapon. Just gets fucked
My
up
cock,
anyway.
sorry.
What?
What? Nothing.
What?
What mischief art thou up to
Ruined everything.
Oh, I'm sorry I killed your mother.
Yeah, you should be.
I would never kill your mother. I love your mother.
What? And
Wait, why is the Punisher already dead?
Yeah.
What happened to the? What? Why
He
did?
took a zip line and flew off the map.
3, 2,
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't
let's
really
capture
know.
the mission area.
Wow. Okay, I don't think they're even.
Just as I
Nah, they are not winning this.
So the takeaway is that Robin.
Oh, Cap is in against the enemy team. Let's go. Yep, and there he goes.
Yeah.
What was that?
I thought maybe Cap would like distract them long enough.
That is a crazy team to do that to. Like, he's just gonna get frozen and triple stunned afterwards. I was wrong. They're not even tumbling the first fight.
We were right about tumbling the first fight. We're just wrong about the.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Okay, Mantis will carry.
Final score: 1, 2, 0.
Nino, we're up.
Nino, come back.
What did you do if he doesn't come back?
Goblin.
Ping Goblin.
Goblin is not on, I think. Hey, can we borrow someone from the squid guys?
Get that venom.
Wait, where did Ravi go?
Arthur.
Maybe he's getting Nino or calling her.
Hi.
Hi.
Just went to go.
I was congratulating
playing
them.
Cookie Clicker.
Oh, okay. Well, we still don't have Nino, and we're up next.
Yeah.
I'll guess cover your ears for a second.
What?
Oh, shoot.
Oh my god.
Bro, wait, what?
Oh my
Were you
God,
gonna scream?
We got worried, baby girl.
I was gonna
sorry.
scream really loudly
Sorry,
to wake you
I
up
should
in
have
case you
said
were asleep.
that. No. No. I went to the toilet and then I just decided to lay down right in front of the fan because it's hot.
That's fair.
Is it us now?
For that scream too.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
hot.
man. I
It's
hope I'm not
fucking
gonna let
hot.
you guys down.
You will not, Fable. You got us to the semifinals.
Don't worry.
Just me alone.
You can't let us down. We never believed you in the first place.
Robbie is horrible.
I believed in
I am joking.
Wait, by the way, is it our turn now?
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
Anya, get in here.
Anya.
Anya's
Get
asleep.
in here. Anya.
I'm here.
Get
Oh.
Are we going to play in Dallas?
No.
I think that they'll
hope
probably
not.
adjust it once the other team joins to see what is best.
Just in case. I'm just gonna write it just in case so no one forgets.
No, please.
North Virgin. North Virgin.
We should virgin.
There you go.
Oh my god. I hate myself.
Violin.
Why do you hate your show? Oh.
That.
Sorry.
That oh. Oh my god. You did? You did? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. No way. It's so cute. I love it. Oh my god. I
What's
love
happening
it.
right now?
I love it.
What kind of fish did they catch?
Oh wait, is it the,
I love it.
Ty sent me or something?
So that drawing got finished?
Yes. Are you ready to see me change, guys? Become.
Yes.
I'm gonna change.
My boys are still in the spectate chat. Oh, they're watching. Oh
my
I'm
god.
so nervous.
They'll all be cheering you on.
Oh my god! Look at it! Wow! My name Jeff. My name
Our
Jeff.
whole team is just yellow pink.
My name Jeff. Wait, I'll make this.
Except for the Americans. The Americans are fine.
We have those? I thought you were from Utah.
Well,
that's in Europe, right?
Nina's got a new PNG tuber.
Yeah, do you like it? Do you like it? My name Jeff.
Okay, let me look at it.
My name Jeff.
We're about to lose
Look how
Nova.
cute I am. I'm so adorable. My name Jeff.
We might click out of
Did
this.
you just say we're losing? No, we ain't.
We're about to lose. Well, just
no.
You know, once,
No, we're not losing because I'm Jeff. I am
Okay,
Jeff.
I
Nova
can't.
opens Nina's
I'm
stream.
afraid to open up another stream because ever since I
Oh my god, Ty, I love it.
crashed, I haven't clicked out of this game, and so far it's going okay. But on my second monitor, both streams are crashed.
I mean, if you gotta do it now. We're not even in game yet.
I'm worried though. What if I turn it on and then all of a sudden?
Okay, fine. I'll show you. I'll show you guys, and I'll show you Ninu and her pets.
Okay.
I'll show you how cute I am.
have it on my phone. I have it on my phone. so you
Look
can see
how
it without-
cute and adorable I am. My name is. My name is. My name is.
Oh my god.
Look how cute and adorable.
Oh my god.
Look how cute I am.
That is adorable.
I love it, Ty.
Giving me
Ty is
Earth
amazing.
vibes.
You could also open the stream on your phone, Nova. Oh no.
Oh wow.
And I wasn't gonna say anything.
Guys, I left my coffee
Yum,
here
yum.
while I did chores.
Oh no, is it cold?
I love it.
No.
My
No, I'm
name
just
Jeff.
explaining why
This
I
is so
make
cute.
mistakes.
Oh,
Cute.
just
I'm
don't do it
drinking
while we're
out-
playing.
I'm drinking out of my Ninu Violence mug, guys. You can get it on her merch store.
You can get Ninu Violence merch. Or wait till next week. Starting from Wednesday to Sunday, I'll be doing a charity stream, and if you meet one of the goals, it's a discount. You get a discount. Yeah, discount. Ninu discount.
Nino count.
Oh my god, it's so
News
cute,
count?
Ty. It's so cute.
What we gonna ban? I forgot.
Don't say anything.
Yeah, well,
I
won't say
Don't
anything
do
yet.
nothing.
Don't say anything about what?
Wait,
Nothing.
can I?
Nothing.
Do I have time
Sniper's
to
here.
get my meds?
Oh,
Go for it.
Yes.
Oh shit!
Please go get your meds.
I got
Of
it.
all things, I think we can make time for that.
Sorry, I forgot. I'm sorry.
Brother.
Okay, but so just let me know when she comes back then.
Alrighty.
Yeah, we're all here otherwise.
Tell me your
Hell
secrets.
yeah.
No.
Well, we were just about to, I guess.
Our secrets are that we're gonna play a dive comp. We're playing a dive comp. You should ban all the dive characters.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what?
Something new about Fable last round. So
Oh, what?
that.
Yeah. Fable's actually this is her Smurf account. She's actually top 500.
Yeah.
God, I knew it. I saw her play, and I was just like, I think she was Moon Knight, and I was like, damn, like bronze? Are we sure?
Yeah. No, you should see her. You should see her on Black Panther. Shit's crazy.
Oh my god.
Is she a War Black Panther on her main?
Mm-hmm.
She's
Yeah,
all over it.
I basically
Maybe
am
they'll
Black
see it
Panther.
unless you ban it. So.
She is literally John Marvel Rivals. She is the game.
John
Okay.
Rival.
Well, tell her to stop kicking us out. We've had like 3 DCs already.
Yeah,
Please.
Fable. What the
Yeah,
heck?
Yeah, DC in the first round.
It's crazy. The first one she banned was
DC before
Nova.
it was cool.
No, but you set the precedent for it.
Whoa.
It was cool
I was
before
the
it was
first
cool.
victim. I was the first victim, okay?
But that
I
wasn't
did
really
not...
a DC though. That was a crash out.
Oh, yeah.
Like you
Or
went
would you
crazy.
crash out? Yes.
Yeah, like the streams are still crashed on my second monitor because I'm afraid to click anywhere outside of this game.
Valid. Okay, well, good luck, and just let me know when she's back, okay?
You don't mean that.
Okay. Do you
I
want
do
to like
mean
give
it.
us any
No,
tips
you don't.
on how to beat you or?
I'm undefeatable.
Oh.
See,
That's how we know.
she
it's
didn't
a
mean it.
liar.
She did not mean it.
Okay, so who we banning?
Wolverine.
Wolverine.
Yeah.
what else?
And let's find out based on what they ban.
Because I know
Otherwise,
Sniper's just been playing Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah.
I mean, they will do a smart ban for us. I'm sure they watch
It's probably
the
gonna
stream
be
or
Squirrel
whatever.
Girl.
Yeah, let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's probably gonna be Squirrel because she was in here after both our wins, mentioning it. They're gonna ban it.
They might ban Magneto too. Well, they probably even listen to us. Who knows? So Christ.
That's alright.
My name is Jeff.
I would say, unless we decide otherwise, just default to banning Iron Man.
Yeah.
Wolverine's
Iron
an
Man,
Iron Man,
Wolverine.
but then Elliot can't play.
He can play Black Panther.
No. Yeah, well, we should ban Black Panther instead. Because I would rather fight Iron Man than Black Panther.
Yeah, me too. I mean, offline characters are easy to control if you just focus them. But
At least you
You mean
can
sorry,
counter
flying
them and beat
characters?
them.
yeah.
Well, if
Ravi
you
never
can.
looks up.
No, but they're gonna ban my character anyway.
Can you play something that can counter flying things?
I'll just play Punisher or Hawkeye or anything really. Anything that I play, which you don't know what is, but just presume you know.
Jimmy be awful.
What?
Also, Nino, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back now.
Oh, okay. Well, we could just tell him.
I'm back.
Are we all ready?
I'm ready.
Oh boy. Okay,
boy,
so
give me
first one.
My
First one,
name is
Wolverine. Don't select something that's not Wolverine.
I am banning Black Widow.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
What happens if they ban the same character that we're banning?
Then it just goes
they
with
just
both.
broke it, man.
Yeah, it's a waste of ban. For someone
I'm not even gonna hover Squirrel Girl. It's pointless. I'm doing it. Anyway, Wolverine, get him up. Get that fucker out
Goodbye,
of here.
Elliot.
Still don't
Yeah,
know how much
sorry.
you do this, so I'm not doing anything.
Just don't touch anything.
Yeah. I mean, Elliot's gonna be playing Mr. Fantastic, so.
Yeah, he is. That's okay. I'm not too bothered by that pick. Fast forward to 5 minutes later when I'm bitching about it.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah, there's the Squirrel Girl.
Yup.
Alright.
Wait, Iron
anything
Man?
other than Iron Man?
Well, one we're gonna ban Panther.
Panther.
Because I can't deal with Panther.
Yeah, but I think Iron Man is more of a problem.
No, he's not.
I think
We're on
okay,
Wakanda.
okay, Panther
We're on
then.
Wakanda. I think it'll be alright.
Yeah, we gotta. It's on his home turf, brother. We can't have him.
And Iron Man on this map will feel very bad.
Penny. She's targeting Avian. She's targeting Avian.
I'm gonna go
I didn't even want to play Penny those first 2 rounds.
I'm not judging.
Well, that's good then. You baited her.
Do you think I should play Moon Knight or or Scarlet Witch on here.
You want to play Venom, Nina?
Oh no, absolutely no. No, no.
We are cloak
No,
and
I was.
dagger. We are hope and fear.
Let's just get an aggressive comp.
Since no one answered me, I'm gonna do Moon Knight.
Yeah, go for Moon Knight. I believe in you.
It's not that I didn't hear you, it's just that I didn't want to respond.
Oh my god, I'm trying to do my best here.
Dispel darkness.
Oh wait, let me go recruit and give you guys all more. Take armor, everyone.
The wrong thing is
Take armor.
Whenever you
no
move
penny
in,
armor this
Jonas,
time.
just tell me so I apply shield on you.
Yep. I will.
I got it.
Okay, everybody
I
got
didn't-
armor.
Where is it?
There's
Wait.
one here.
There you go, I got it. I got jump thing as well.
Yeah, wait, there's another. There's another.
Give me another one. I got another one.
Jumpy one here.
Get the jump thing, someone grab it.
I'm not taking it.
Starts in 5.
Give it to a support. Alright, nice, there you
Alright,
go.
everybody got it?
Alright, we're going top left.
All you need to do is capture the
We're
mission.
aggressive, so we need to take the top left.
And face it.
Okay. My name is.
They're here as well.
The gods laugh.
They have a Hawkeye.
Tandy needs help.
See if we'll actually get paid.
Oh, the wall.
Wall.
We got a turret.
Oh, you're dead. Yeah, wall. Okay, we need something for the walls.
Oh, Jesus Christ,
Alright,
Jesus Christ.
Oh
my
man,
God.
we should have banned Groot since we don't have Skullgirl.
We go Punisher. Punisher. Go Punisher.
Yeah, I'm on it.
All right. We'll take this way.
They captured the mission area.
Alright, are we all in?
Yeah, we're all here.
Hanzo's on the left.
We gotta pick, let's go, we gotta pick.
Okay, Hanzo on the left. Get the Hanzo.
Oh my god.
Thor.
Wait, I'm behind the walls. Okay.
Groot low.
Groot low.
Okay.
Nice, give it down.
I got you. Alright.
Okay, Hawkeye's dead.
Okay, that was bad.
Get the rocket, walk downstairs.
Go.
He got away, just leave him.
Okay. Alright, choke. Choke,
Yeah, I'm
guys.
going back here for my star.
No, don't choke!
My time to shine.
Don't choke, stay locked in.
You called us bluff? Careful up the left side,
Wait, where's left? You're
Yeah, Hanzo might be there. Whoa.
We have the same left, brother.
Lights out.
Yeah, go back a bit.
Oh, I need
Oh, shit. I couldn't keep you up.
Judge, jury.
Wait,
Just take cover if you can.
I ulted.
This is real fire.
Okay, I couldn't
Wait, I
help you
pulled
there,
their cloak. Their cloaks are here.
Just fight on the point. Don't let them get the point.
I'm ulting on point.
Oh, I've died. I died on. Does that count as something?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Yeah, just keep on it. We still have the point.
Against the world.
Alright, I'm back.
Okay.
My time to shine.
Oh shit.
Alright.
Okay, I came back and
Yeah, I'm on point. I'm contesting full
So,
time.
yeah, back off or die.
Keep
Yeah, I'm
going.
out.
Fall back.
Fuck this shit.
Wait,
I am wrong.
I'm gonna go. I'm going
Wait, are you all
Rocket
dead?
actually. Rocket can help
Fable,
with the
come back.
wall.
Fable, come back. You don't want to be there.
There's a Groot's over here.
There's a bunch of people there.
Okay,
Turret
he's
set
on
up.
turret. He's in turret.
Yeah.
Go underneath, go under.
No, it's down.
Their team's capture progress is awakening.
Break the
There's a
walls.
wall attack.
Stand back.
I'm
wait,
dead.
they have
Oh, I'm dead.
Okay, we gotta fall back.
Yeah, we got separated on that one.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Ow.
Lights out.
Can we go down?
Yeah, but we can take down.
We have a lot of ults here.
Hey, Fable, let's try and collaborate our ults.
Okay, just tell me what to do and I'll do it.
My time to
Alright,
shine.
basically once I
Use your
ult,
ult
they
on
start
the enemy.
walking.
Alright, we're going left.
Wait, I didn't hear what Abion said.
They know we're going left.
Well, Abion
Get
just
the
scream when you want me to ult.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
Alright.
Alright, we gotta go in. We got 15 seconds. Go in. We gotta get past the group walls.
Behold the god of thunder.
Oh, I died.
I left my amplifier, but I
Keep going,
died.
keep going.
We gotta get on point,
Yeah.
Tandy needs help.
Oh fuck, I'm dead.
Okay, I'm just gonna.
I got Elliot.
Alright, you just didn't get any points. Or any damage? That's cool.
Judge, jury,
Save your ult.
Executioner!
It's not worth it. Just try it. Yeah, just.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
It's right, this is the worst map anyway. No, you're just gonna feed them all chance.
I thought Yggdrasil was the worst map.
Maybe I don't remember.
I hate domination.
Yeah, I just hate all of them.
What do we think about triple support?
I went Rocket because I think his SMG helps with the walls. But...
I mean, unless you go in Ultron for the damage.
Yeah, I can go Ultron.
Okay.
They have a Punisher though. That could be risky.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I could go Luna Snow because that's the only one I know how to play.
Get ready.
I mean, we can try it. We gotta switch something up. We might as well try it. And Fable has no ult shots right now anyway.
Go Luna.
Alright.
No, but Abby and stay on tank. Yeah.
Oh, wait.
We need to tank.
I've seen a lot of stuff I never signed up for in Special Forces.
I might switch to Strange maybe.
If you go Strange, then I can change to Wanda. After ult though.
Well, I have ult.
Maybe. Yeah, we can use our ult.
Both of you ult. Both of you
All you need to
ult.
do is capture the mission area.
Who should we focus?
Once we get this
support,
timeline thing
but
sorted
also make sure to get the
support
ult.
taking a long vacation somewhere with lots of stuff
Got him.
Moon Knight ult. He's holding his ult. He's holding his ult.
Haunts you!
My time to shine.
Break the wall. Break the wall.
Us against the
Oh, I
world.
couldn't save you. I'm sorry.
Four?
Oh, he is
Also
low.
down.
My time to shine.
Moon Knight's low.
That's right. That's right.
That's so nice.
Lights out.
Out of place. Go out of place. Go out of place. Wait.
Punisher's low. Punisher's low.
Punisher's low. He's getting.
Yeah.
He got healed. He
I'm
got healed.
ulting. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Reach down. Reach down.
On down.
Hey,
Heal me,
get
heal
rid
me.
of the ult.
I got you. I got you.
Behind.
Here, I have amplifier.
Elliot
I have
down.
amplifier.
Lights out. Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
Fight on point.
Get the raccoon. Get the raccoon. Get the raccoon. Focus raccoon.
Yeah, we gotta get the healers first.
Okay,
Close
that
one.
on me.
Focus one.
Focus one. Focus one above.
Focus dead.
There's someone behind.
Moon Knight's back. Moon Knight's back.
Oh, I'm
Moon Knight's
down.
down.
Oh, I'm back.
We only have Luna.
Thor's low.
I am
Oh
back.
shit, I was just
You
about
gotta
to
stay on the front. Kill Elliot. Elliot on the right.
Is that Elliot? Okay,
Punisher came back with an ult.
Alright,
Punisher is Elliot.
we regroup.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
I'm gonna switch back to Magneto.
You
I
want
think
me
we
to?
need the mag looks good. I mean, unless you want it.
I might put my
No.
respawn up high.
Alright.
You are under my spell. Ah, that's better.
It's one of Midnight's
Break the walls.
Close.
Right as I needed to reload.
We need to. We don't need to go there. We need to.
Yeah, we
change
can just
our
go
route.
up. We can just go up
Yeah,
top.
let's take top high ground.
Okay, Thor might be up here.
There's a couple
We
people
need
up
to.
here,
We need to
yeah.
get to the point though. We're like.
Yeah.
He's shotgun. Abby, watch out. Shotgun on your right.
I don't know what shotgun means, by the way, in case
He's got a gun, and it hurt.
Okay.
Oh, we're portal?
I thought that was
Go for
a
portal. Go
defense.
for portal. We gotta touch point.
Wait, what is...
Get in there. We gotta touch. Help Anya. Guys?
I'm on point.
I was too far away from the portal.
I'm on point. 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 I'm on point.
Yeah.
We got murdered.
She did say she was gonna portal.
This!
To be fair, I did not hear the portal. I'm sorry.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
It's not over there. We just go to the Wizard Factory. Well, yes, probably have to make a fan club.
Damn.
Oh no.
Oh wait, you guys called it Niedersend? Damn, that's even more embarrassing now. Bruh. It's okay. We actually did well.
You did alright.
So, yeah. So what does that mean? Are we playing
We
against
go to
someone
the
else?
losers bracket to fight against them, and then if we win there, we go back here, I think.
Yeah, whoever we fight the winner of Hatsune Miku Fan Club and Squid and Co.
Okay.
Oh, what if you need to play against your boys?
I might need to.
We'll probably play against Hatsune Miku Fan Club.
Yeah,
Oh.
they were pretty good. But hey, I'm still rooting for my boys.
Wait, you mean Squid and Co?
Yes, my homies.
Dream if once we play.
Present emoji. Well played.
Thanks,
all.
Lampy. Yes.
It is
Oh.
number 39.
Oh my God, wait.
Not over yet.
New giveaway, guys! Join! It's the
Two violence travel mods.
two. No way! What the fuck? Two violence
Giving
mods.
away my virginity. Any buyers?
Join, guys! Join! The violence
Damn
mod
it.
is the best.
$1 million.
Let's go! $1 million.
It's $1 million value.
Hell yeah.
Join. You don't have to. You just have to type
Fable,
join.
you need to leave the team and join spectators. There you go.
Fable, do you have your violence travel mug?
I don't think so.
It's the
Time to
new one.
join.
Oh,
It's time to join.
I'm
joined.
drinking out of mine right
Join.
now, chat. We could be twinning.
No need to exclamation mark, just join.
Okay, just join. Join.
Join.
Okay.
Ravi, do you have a travel mug? Oh, he left. He went through his home.
He's gonna go tell the boys. He's sorry in advance.
that they're gonna get destroyed by us.
They're gonna be destroyed by Hatsune.
Wait, does that mean
Fan Club.
we're gonna be at least second or third place?
We're at least third.
Oh, top 3. Hey, that's not bad. Just don't be the third place.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty good even if we're third.
Yes, that's fair.
Guys, I'm debating if I even want to play the next match. I was supposed to do other things today, too.
No, you're supposed to play with us.
You dragged us into this Nova with
Hello.
Yeah.
with us. I mean me specifically.
No, I literally just said it after they added you.
Ravi, I asked if you have your Ninu travel mug.
No. I don't have one of those.
You can
I have
join
a
for
normal
free
one.
giveaway. Free giveaway in her
I don't
Twitch
have
chat right
an
now.
account, but I don't have a Twitch account.
Bruh.
So you hate fun.
Yeah. I do.
All right. I'm
Robbie,
Join
can you
everybody,
bul-
join.
Can you bully
Join.
me because I've kind of I was supposed to do other things today, so I'm debating not playing the next game.
Can I do
bully
what?
her
Bully you?
What? Wait a minute.
Bully
Bully
you? Wait,
her.
do I need to bully you so you stay or so you leave?
Yeah.
It's to stay.
Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were a loser wanting to leave. You lost one game and you're already trying to leave? Fucking pathetic, honestly.
I'm crying for you.
It tracks.
I mean, it's kind of sad, really.
Yeah.
I know.
And also, Nino's crying right now because of you.
Nah.
Because you did that. You just said that and she's crying. Look,
How
listen to
can
her.
you
Listen
do
to her.
that?
Oh.
Look into the eyes of the Jeff.
Absolutely terrible.
Look at my Jeff eyes. Look at my
This is
Jeff
who you're
eyes.
hurting.
Wait, hold on. I'm clicking out of the game for the first time.
Hey, Sinsid. Yeah. Oh, guys, you can join. Nova. I mean, Fable. You can join. You can join the faction again. Come join the faction. We
Also,
won
next
the
game,
portal.
if we go up against them again, we're banning Punisher as well.
I say Punisher and Wolverine.
Yep. Just ban anything he plays.
But they still like
Oh my God,
Ramas.
wait,
There
who
is no
won?
way.
Apion
That's
and
no-
Mr. Bang.
Wait, do you guys need me
My
to do
mods! My mods! Let's go!
Let's
Nova's
go.
taking over Ninu's merch shop.
My moderators are twinning with me now.
Getting the mods. You can be
Why should
violent, guys.
Asgard not be
Violent.
mine? That is the real
Violence.
question. Enemies,
Violence. Do they still have me on the faction?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Probably.
You're
We
staying
only,
in the faction.
Nino only kicked people when we were signing up who were below plat.
But
platinum.
I did say to join back in, guys. Join back in.
They were only
Yeah,
kicked
I mean,
because we couldn't sign up for the tournament if she didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't do it for the funsies.
She did. Nino hurts people for fun.
Why not both?
Yeah.
Two things can be true
3,
simultaneously.
2, 1.
Oh, we got cooked so fast. I hate domination.
It's really
Perfect.
They picked domination because I said earlier that I hate domination. A bit.
You could argue
No,
that
you don't even play.
this whole tourney is rigged because the host is on the winning team right now.
Yep. It's true.
Yeah, we're gonna call it rigged. Right, chat. Rigged.
Yeah. Rigged.
Fuck, I've had even name.
We demand reparations in the
Cancel sniper.
$25.
Sniper's so nice though.
No, but she rigged the game.
Yeah, I thought she was.
If I don't win every
us.
match, it's rigged.
I thought she was with
But
us.
to be fair, the highest ranked person was the entire tournament was on the team that got eliminated first.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
but Celestial.
but it was only one person, right? So
Yeah.
like one person got married.
4,
Well.
3, 2, 1.
Well, what, sir?
Have you not seen our gameplay?
An
What gameplay?
opportunity for
Hello?
combat.
Yeah, can't you tell you're being carried by Fable?
Oh yeah, she did ult real fast.
That sentence is not real.
Someone's changing Wi-Fi.
Bone Man changing Wi-Fi stand by for failure. I refuse to believe that that is a sentence. That is not a real sentence.
3 more
For
souls.
failure.
Nice.
Wait, so are we playing 3D Among Us tomorrow?
I don't have it.
Oh my god, you didn't have it?
I don't have it, I don't have money.
Oh, we're not gonna get
That's why we gotta
outplayed,
win!
No pizzas.
That's why we need to win!
We're not
Why
gonna
lose the game,
win.
then?
We lost already.
We can still win, we can come back.
We can?
What do you mean?
Isn't that
What do
what
you mean?
Avian said? If we win the losers bracket, we get to fight the winners.
Wait,
and then
really?
That's the finale. Right?
Okay, okay.
2,
That's
maybe
what I was
that's
saying before. If we go up against them again, we should ban Punisher as well. Because he was sucking us. Or Groot. Honestly, just ban Groot. Yeah, Groot was probably a bigger
Punisher.
problem. No, Groot,
Only
no,
ban Groot if they
Wolverine
ban-
and
Groot and
Only ban Groot if they
just-
ban Squirrel Girl.
Yeah, oh, of course, but they probably will. If they won the game, so they might as well.
What about Wolverine?
Exactly. No, we ban Wolverine and Groot. Unless they, for some reason, don't ban Squirrel Girl, then we ban Wolverine
no,
and
they're
Punisher.
banning you.
Yeah, I know, but if they for some reason wouldn't, we ban Punisher instead of Groot. But we ban Wolverine no matter what.
Hey, your little brother is your little brother's time to play on the computer. He's not a Squirrel Girl main. Say
I'm gonna
you're
tell them that
he's a
when we go
Luna
there.
main.
Sign into your alt and say that you had to leave.
Brother, what else?
Or make one.
I'm gonna go make one. That'll show up on a level 1 account. Just called Ravioli Sauce 2.
And then get
Or we
banned.
substituted for a different
Get
player.
banned.
2, 1.
Oh yeah,
Brother,
Ravi, do you
brother,
feel
what do
guilty that you banned those 2 people at the beginning?
I didn't ban them.
I mean, not banned them, but you reported them.
Yeah, I said that earlier. I said I feel bad about it. Because I have a feeling they were joking about being smart. It's not much for them to autistic. You tell if you're joking. It's God's fault.
I'm shit, guys. I'm shit. How am I like...
It's probably the thing.
Is it pink? I that why
That's what I'm saying every time. The ping. It's
No,
all
we're not talking
because
about
of
in-game.
ping.
Nah, brother, nah. Oh, they're starting.
Okay, you let me know how it goes. I'm practicing my aim.
Okay.
I'm going.
You're going where? You're gonna come back, right? Oh my god! She's coming back.
Perfect.
Not leaving us.
Otherwise, we have a problem.
Alright, Ink on you versus Hatsune Miku.
Sir.
We should watch Hatsune Miku because that's where we're probably gonna be.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna watch my boys, but you know, you guys do that. That is the smart thing to do.
Oh, dissension in the bands.
I could ban him.
I want it to be Storm. That'd be
Probably Loki and Penny.
Yeah, but it would be funny though.
Wait, guys, what if I say...
Ash Protector getting targeted.
What if I say I want to play
And there's a Storm.
in the text chat and act like I meant to talk to you guys?
Wait, what?
Well, we already said that Fable was a Black Panther main,
And then banned Black Panther immediately.
Yeah, that didn't work.
Yeah.
No, that didn't work for that one.
I'm gonna say don't ban Black Panther. No, don't ban...
Wait, we banned Wolverine.
Don't ban Jeff. I want them to use a ban for something stupid.
Hawkeye. Hawkeye's believable. Because they would believe that if we have a really good Hawkeye, that we'd want Hawkeye.
Yeah, but I can't
We
do
don't
that
play.
Hawkeye sometimes.
We definitely ban fucking Groot on this.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, if
he
we're going
needs
up
to go.
against if we go up against that team again, yeah.
I mean, they both play great.
Yeah. Both teams are playing Groot right now.
Oh no, I mean like if we're going up against you know the sniper
Yes?
team.
Casuals.
Yeah, those.
Healer's only 6v6. That would be fun for about 5 seconds.
No, we should play tic-tac-toe against them. And decide on that. Who the winner of the whole entire game is.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I practice my aim, guys. I'm practicing my aim, but I can't hit anything.
Ooh, an Iron Fist.
Special.
Oh yeah, but we had an Iron Fist in our game, right? Was it the first game?
At some point. First or
Iron
second.
Fist is, yeah.
I mean, what tanks
maybe
do we
Hatsune
pick
Miku's not gonna roll this one.
against all of them?
I mean, against the snipers team, the casuals there, I would just say go do the strange wonder combo, honestly.
I'm very bad at strange though.
Okay, then do Magneto and
deal with the turrets.
Something.
Strange one though.
Just go Magneto. Like, there's no point figuring out what tank to play if the only one you feel really comfortable with is Magneto.
Adam, you okay, bro?
There's someone behind them and they don't know.
That's Adam.
Oh, yeah, I can hear him from their perspective and they're not doing anything about it.
Wait, I don't see an Adam on the
Opportunity
team.
for combat.
That's not Adam. No, Moon Knight, he just has to fucking... I can't speak.
That was... Okay, that
There's
was
problems.
There's problems.
Yeah, and you
I
forgot
have
to take
issues.
your second dose of your meds.
Actually, I
defense that skin
should
looks
take
like
some by now, yeah.
I didn't know. I took mine.
But I ain't
I
gonna.
took my
Don't
meds,
take your
guys.
meds. Last time someone took your meds, we've lost.
No, don't
Oh,
let
yeah,
that's bad
wait, I
advice.
lost.
No.
I lost
Please
because
take
I
your
took my
meds.
meds.
Please
It's
take your
okay.
meds, everyone.
We're establishing that precedent.
But
I
when
do not
Ravi took
need
his
my
meds, we won.
That is true. We did win the first game.
We
No,
lost
but that was
because
because that's because we had Fable.
Yeah, but Fable is still here.
So I guess Fable was useless the whole time.
No! Why you make these jokes? You make her sad.
No, I don't. Wham. Little baby go wham.
I want to send you a picture of said penguin.
4,
Yeah, all sorts of Wolverines
What the
and
fuck?
the combos today.
Don't do that.
An opportunity for combat.
Liz.
On the flank there. It's an inspector, someone back.
Oh my god.
Wow. I'm amazed that neither of the supports used an ult there. And they got away with it.
They probably just be like, no, hold it, we survive.
They got Wolverine ulted and they were all on 1 health and they did not panic or ult. They just died.
That's some dedication.
Wolverine solo ulted.
Yeah, but he landed on the others. He soloed Invisible Woman and then landed on the Luna.
No, he solo ulted, he landed on like the floor and then he leaped and landed in front of the other supports.
Yeah, but either way, they were low already. I would have ulted. But clearly I didn't need to.
Wait, Jonas, what did you play previous game?
Punisher. Really goes to show just how much I did that game, huh?
Maybe Magic.
You don't even remember me. I played Magic right at the beginning, and then they had Punisher Hawkeye, so I just said no and left.
I mean, Magic counters Punisher.
Yeah, but no, she doesn't. And also she's hard countered by Groot, Punisher, and kind of Hawkeye if he's good. So I said no.
Yeah,
because they just put up 1 wall and I'm cooked.
Yeah, the wall really fucked us.
Also, to be clear, we are playing against the winner of this game, and if we win, we play against the casuals again.
Yep.
Okay.
We can beat them.
It's just I don't know.
We would have to beat the casuals twice in order to win the tournament.
Well, would we?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So if we win the game against them after winning against whoever wins this game, then we go into a little overtime match.
That's 2 of 3.
Yeah, it's because if we win, then both teams have 1 loss on their record, so it's like a tie.
Okay, gotcha.
Whoops.
Okay, let's not pull out all our cards then.
I have no cards left.
Wait, but previous match we really just fucking lost it. I mean, what exactly happened? What we didn't.
Mainly
We just
Groot.
They had Groot and we didn't have Squirrel Girl for the walls.
Yeah, hence why we gotta ban Groot. If they ban Squirrel Girl, we ban Groot.
3,
Yeah, and they probably will ban Squirrel Girl.
1.
Yeah.
Only
so
Squirrel Girl destroys walls.
No, but she's the best at it.
Yeah, she's the best by far.
But that's why I went to play Punisher afterwards, because he's also pretty good at it.
Yeah.
But still not as good as Squirrel Girl, because, you know, it takes time to put his turret down and all that.
I think we realized a little late into the first fight too that the walls were gonna frick us. So I don't know. I think
I switched the first time I died to it. I don't think we could have done it any sooner.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I switched to Rocket late though, and I could have helped. I'm sorry.
Well, actually, hold up. After this game, I'm just gonna go back and look at the stats for the match we played, and see like what we lacked the most of. Just overall.
Okay.
I think we didn't have damage really.
I just want to see if we have like for example, if we should which role needs to switch to work against their opponent, you know?
Perfect.
Because I certainly didn't feel comfortable playing Punisher into Punisher.
Well, triple healer didn't help. That's what happened.
I
so we
changed
need
last
more
minute.
damage.
Yeah. And Wanda's not like burst damage either. Who else is burst damage?
But is Wanda good against Punisher?
I think
no.
No. I think Wanda was not a good choice, maybe.
Silent.
I mean Moon Knight because he just throws his shit and Punisher just goes and he dies. Or when he sits in the turret, so he's a good choice. Moon Knight, I mean.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. I guess Moon Knight's good for that.
Yeah. So if we choose in DPS, so it's Moon Knight, Squirrel
Moon Knight
Girl,
and well, they're gonna ban it, so I would probably just play Punisher or Magic if they don't go something dumb. But they probably can't if we ban the Groot as well.
3, 2.
So in that case, we should be fine.
Wait, we can also.
Combat.
Okay. I think maybe we should start watching Squid.
That's what I'm saying. My boys are winning.
I'm not really sure what's going on.
Well, that does mean we have to fight against your boys.
It's alright. It's not
Are
the
you
first
gonna throw
abortion
for
I've
them?
had. Nope. Just have another abortion.
Oh.
Wait, Jonas, don't you want
Hashtag
to
just
try
have
tank
another
maybe?
abortion.
I can do that, but then we only have 1 DPS.
Well, Abion can switch.
Wait. Oh,
But
what about
Abian,
Thor?
but Abian's really good at tank though.
Ah,
So
really?
there's no point in me going. What do you,
I mean, we could- we could do like
what do
a
you
one-
mean?
We could go like one-
What do you mean, really?
I don't know.
But he's been playing tank all day.
Wait, Abian can also
Yes,
do
but
Wolverine.
what if he plays something else?
And I am
not if we ban Wolverine.
Yeah.
Abian is
I will
better
say
at
right now,
tank than
their
I am.
Wolverine's better than me.
Okay.
Enemies.
No, I'm just thinking since you play Emma and Captain America, we can press them over.
Yeah, I mean, I can. If needed, I can do that. But I just prefer if Abian is on tank because I trust Abian to tank more than I trust myself to do it. Because I can't tank the shit.
That's fair.
I trust Abian.
Oh, they're poor.
I do feel safer too as a tank. When Abion is also tank.
But Thor
I
has
do
been
that
buffed.
bullshit.
And
Yeah, but
none of us are Thor
There we
players,
go.
right?
Oh, Hatsune was not in position for this.
None of us are what, Minu?
Thor players.
Four players.
Are you saying hawk?
Thor.
Sorry, I couldn't. I was
Sorry.
like, what is this word you're trying to say?
I can play Thor.
Wait, you play Thor?
I'm sorry, the accent got in my way.
You play Thor.
Why didn't you do that?
Because they buffed him now.
Yeah.
Because you can like.
I mean, Thor is good.
Yeah, he can cancel his awakening state now.
Okay, who's better? Who's good with Thor and like his like team-wise? You can play around
Cap
you.
is good with Thor.
We play around Thor, Hela and Loki.
Enemies.
That team up.
Perfect.
Team up good? Team up, oh my god. Team up good?
Hela, Loki,
If
Thor,
the Hela's,
Cap.
the team up is very good. If the Hela is good, because it centers around
say
Hela
it's-
getting kills.
Ah, okay.
Is Hella good?
I mean,
It is
Hela-
Hela.
Banning
Hela
all
is-
your mains.
Hela is
What?
good. But like, I don't think any of us really play Hela.
Yeah.
Nah.
I mean, I could play Hela, but I am not exactly the best Hela. But she is just like left click, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to be good at aiming with her.
No, I can aim with her. It's just I don't know most of her abilities, but I could do the aiming part.
Well, get in practice right now.
Yeah,
You got
could
2
get
minutes.
I
practice
mean, I'm
range.
not
in
sure.
practice.
I'm not sure if it's reasonable to try new comp before the match.
Yeah. Also,
never
I
try-
can't,
we
I
never
can't,
tried
like, I can't leave my boys behind. I gotta watch this.
Yeah, I think your boys are choking on attack.
Yeah, they are. It's kind of a problem.
I mean, a thing that I realized with Hela is that when you kill somebody, she leaves a thing that explodes that does damage. There you go.
Yeah, if you have the combo.
No, it's not even a combo.
Now, her combo
It's passive.
is that when Hela gets a kill, it revives Loki and Thor.
Oh right.
Yeah, but it's just a
I
normal
don't know why
passive.
I thought that was Odin, but he's not even in the game.
What? What?
I don't know why. It just makes sense for
I
the
think that's
dad
how
to be
it's
the one who would have that.
I think
He's
the
not
explosion
even a
is just
Marvel
like-
character.
Are you dumb? Genuine question. Do you think you're stupid?
She hasn't.
Wait, is he?
For I.
Is he?
Yes, he is.
I thought they're all mythology, bro.
Yes, he is. So is Thor and Loki, brother. But they're also all of them are.
Oh, they're all related.
Ah, right.
They're all siblings. Well, Loki's adopted.
4, 3,
Oh man, don't say
siblings.
that.
1.
Don't say that about him.
Enemies.
He actually is though. He's a frost giant that Odin adopted.
Yeah.
Isn't he only half frost giant, or was he full frost giant?
I'm pretty sure he's full. Well, I mean, I don't remember about
he's
the
not
mythology.
he's not Asgardian at all. But I think he was half frost giant, half something else.
Oh, maybe he was half Annie or something.
He was a blue baby in the movie.
Yeah, that's the frost
Yeah,
giant.
in the MCU, he's full frost giant.
Yeah. But to be fair, most of what they do in the MCU is just not correct. But you know, they can do that, I guess. I don't think anyone's watching the Thor movies expecting accuracy. Are they just gonna ignore that Bucky sub, right?
Do you have a Bucky name?
He is just steaming.
Yeah,
No.
Bucky's kind of running this game right now.
Alright, so we're playing against Tatsuna Miku next, probably, and... Alright, we are. So we should ban Punisher, or not Punisher, what's his name, Bucky?
An opportunity for combat.
What did the Bucky play in the first round, though?
Yeah, maybe.
Let's see, the Bucky is... the Quenchable.
Quenchable.
He
got MVP.
He's Wolverine at that point, but he's also Moon Knight. He's mostly Moon Knight for the first round.
I think we could play around Moon Knight.
He was switching all over the place in the first round, actually.
Fable, are you still there?
Yeah.
Oh. Are you crashing?
Miku lives!
What? No, what?
Oh, he's quiet.
Alright, there you go, I'm back.
I was talking earlier, but no one responded to me.
I wasn't here.
Oh, no.
No, I mean like
I was
2
listening.
minutes ago.
Oh no, I was just ignoring you.
What the fuck?
Fight on!
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Are you doing your drawing stuff?
It's our turn now, right?
In
Is it
Marvel
our turn?
specifically.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna play against Tatsuna Miku.
Okay, I
Alright,
practiced my aim, guys.
Okay.
I don't know if it's worth it.
What are we banning?
Invite me, please.
We're
What
gonna
are we
ban Winter Soldier.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Faye.
I don't know what else.
Invite me,
Winter
please.
Soldier?
Boneless Chicken is a storm main.
Like
The
Loki.
other guy, the other guy is the Ultron main.
I need an invite,
I
please.
think. Yeah.
Oh, I'll invite you, I'll invite you.
Oh yeah, right.
Thank
I got you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wait, they don't play Wolverine and stuff like that?
Doesn't look like it, and if they do, they're probably not that good at it.
Well,
Just
they
because
could
they haven't
go
played it so
Groot.
far.
Groot and...
Yeah.
something
I didn't
else.
watch what they were
Yes.
playing, sorry.
Oh, join us.
I mean, if they ban Squirrel, I'll
You
go
guys got this.
Groot. Probably.
We're not playing on Dallas, right?
I hope not.
Vegan.
My ping bad enough
Maybe.
already.
Like Nova and I are fine with that, but
Oh, I can't type a
Why is he
Virginia.
leaving? Wait, aren't we playing against them? They're all leaving.
Virginia. Yeah, they are all leaving. Like, come back.
My name Jeff. My name Jeff.
You changed my name.
My name will be.
Hatsune Ninu.
In mythology, Loki is half,
But mine was
half
Nino
Frost
D.
Giant.
Snuts.
Oh my
Half Frost
god.
Giant. Well, what's the other half?
The other half, his mom is Lao
They
Fei,
nerding.
and it's
Oh,
Wikipedia doesn't say
Miku,
what Lao
Miku.
Fei is.
Okay.
It just says she's a goddess.
I
Yeah.
can be your Miku.
I think Lafay is the forest ones. I don't know how to describe them. I think so, at
You
least.
are living in your Wi-Fi.
I don't know. This is my culture. I should know this.
Actually, he's not even necessarily Frost Giant. But just a
Oh yeah, Lafay are the forest ones. Lafay is Old Norse for foliage. So yeah, those are the forest ones.
So he's a son of just like a forest goddess, not like an Asgardian. goddess,
He's just
but
like
a
the
goddess.
son of someone who's
I'll
really
wipe it
cold
here.
and someone who really likes trees.
See, his father was Farbauti.
Oh shit, that's me.
Probably not how
Yeah,
you pronounce
the
that.
leader of the Frost Giants, right?
This is
At that time, I think.
He just says he's a Jotun.
Yeah, Jotun is Frost Giant. Same thing.
I thought Jotun was just like giants in general.
I mean, I think that's what it means, but it refers to Frost Giants.
Yeah.
You know, that's why if you go to Jotunheim, it's just Frost Giants there.
Yeah. Anyway,
At least I believe so.
Loki in
We're
the
such
Marvel
nerds.
universe.
Adjust glasses. Actually,
Was that Peter Griffin?
Yeah.
you haven't seen Family Guy.
Oh no. Oh no.
Well, where's our opponents at?
Looks like even in the comics, he's a full Frost Giant.
That's weird. Well, I guess in the Marvel comics, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I
Then
guess
why is he not blue?
because he, you know, his whole thing is like illusions and all that. He can just change how he looks. You know, so he
Then
can
why
just.
doesn't he give himself a big fat ass?
He does.
He probably did.
He did at
Why
one
isn't
point.
he a big booty Latina?
Like,
Yeah.
he changed himself into a horse at one point.
Oh,
A female horse.
Yeah,
And got
then he
pregnant.
did things.
He did?
And then he gave birth to an
What do
8-legged
you
horse,
mean?
and Odin looked at that horse and was like, "That's gonna be my mount."
Navali, have you never wondered where the world serpent comes from?
But that's not a horse.
Space snake?
No, yeah, Loki just fucked a snake.
What?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
a freaky little guy. I mean, it's basically just a big flap.
No, he's fucked everything.
Yeah, also Fenrir.
Yep. The giant
Fenrir is
three-headed
also
dog.
cool.
Well, no, it didn't have 3 heads. That's Cerberus. The giant dog, maney dog wolf or whatever.
Yeah.
What?
Fenrir.
He's just a furry.
Who's Fenrir fated to kill?
No, he's a human.
Fenrir is set to protect Hel.
He's like the original monster make lover.
I thought Fenrir was fated to kill somebody in Ragnarok.
He might be, but for most of his story, he's guarding the gates of hell.
They're joining back.
They're coming back. They're coming back. We're still in Dallas. Oh, well.
I was like, that's insulting.
I was saying like Dallas,
come
more
on.
like Dallas.
Reading.
And it just censored the whole sentence? Fucking hell. Avian manners.
Oh, I think North Virginia is better for them too, though. Jeez.
Yeah, it is. It's better for everybody. Ain't nobody on the West Coast, brother.
Yeah.
Fair.
Except Tupac, Biggie Smalls, Eminem. That's all the rappers I can think of. And I don't even think half of them are West. I don't know.
No clue.
Where is
Which
Detroit?
guy?
Is that West or is that East?
Wasn't Tupac dead?
Yeah, he is.
Detroit
So
would
is
be
Biggie.
Medusa, depending on the
like
source, was
east,
turned
east.
because
Oh.
she did not want to
Okay.
fuck.
But it's like the
East.
western
East Coast
most.
represent. Yeah.
It's the like most western part that you can get in the East Coast time.
What the hell?
Okay.
Why Hatsune Miku in the?
Why is there no like Central America represent? It's just West and East.
Oh wait.
What?
Hold
No,
on.
there is a central. Well,
Yeah, but there's no.
Hatsune Miku's fan club. Hatsune Miku's the coach. of
They're
the
not
fan
even in
club.
there.
Didn't custom game. Did they play? Oh God!
Now.
Wait. What's Hatsune Miku? Hatsune Miku. Wait, we're going against Hatsune Miku, right?
Yep.
well, they're the
We're going
coach.
against Hatsune Miku's fan club.
Yeah. Hatsune Miku's not in the game. For some reason.
Let's go here. Oh, look at this.
Why does that get to have a coach?
That's actually a
Oh,
good
coach.
point. Like, just like, wait, are they able to communicate with their coach or something?
I don't know.
Yeah, they can
Hello?
communicate, but they can't look
Hello.
at
These
anything.
names are killing me. Hatsune Nino?
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
Ninu. I can be your
I love it.
Ninu.
Aw, that's so
Wait,
cute.
why are we
Can't confirm
abbreviated
Nina's
to
hiding in our
Wi-Fi?
I don't know. Well, y'all put those.
Because Nina's hiding in our Wi-Fi.
Hiding in
Fine.
your
Um,
Wi-Fi.
I guess.
So in regards, so were we doing North Virginia? Was that the?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless you want to do
Yeah, yeah.
Frankfurt, that's fine with me.
'Cause we have mostly Europe
Nah,
and
nah,
Russia representation.
Europe and Russia. Where do you think Russia is, Navalia?
In another planet, I guess.
Well, I just assumed that it's part of Asia.
It's
also part of
okay.
Anya, you're Asian! Did you know that?
Yeah, I'm half Asian, man.
Wow, look at that!
Let's go.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh,
It's okay.
It's like at the top.
Are y'all? Is everybody ready to go?
yep.
Hell yeah.
Okay, bet. I'm excited. We're getting to the end here.
Yeah, we're gonna come back and fight you guys in a moment.
Yeah,
Don't you
Sniper,
worry.
why'd you have to kill
Now
us?
that you said
Why
that,
did you kill us?
We're coming
I
back.
felt like I was struggling. I wasn't even doing good. I'm like running for my life here. I just
Can you,
got.
can you guys like send Elliot to bed?
Oh yeah. Also,
Sorry,
this
past
is
bedtime.
Tell him to bed.
I'll read him a bedtime story.
I don't think it's fair that he's good at the game.
Yeah,
Right?
it's rigged
I was
against
saying,
us.
like, I play with Elliot on other games, and I came in and we said something about like 2 Grandmasters. I knew Mr. Bean was, but I did not know Elliot was either. So I was like, damn, alright, Elliot, pop off, and then I'm playing with him. I was like, where has this been?
Was Mr. Bean the Groot?
I think so. Mr. Bean's normally
Yeah, that
He
was
trapped me. He trapped me so many times.
We took that
Yeah,
personally.
we're gonna give him hell.
Yep.
You should. He's a pain.
There.
Yes, I'm gonna play Panther against him.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna go talk to your twin, Hatsune Miku. I'll see you in a little bit.
Okay.
I think she bought it, guys.
I think she
Yeah.
might, yep.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that Panther is the hard counter to Groot.
Yep. I mean, Panther counters everything.
Oh.
Counters my patience.
If time is money, then I'm running out of time.
No.
Pretty sure I heard that joke in like the 90s, and I wasn't even born then.
Man.
You're a time traveler.
No. No. I'm just lying.
Oh.
See?
Oh no.
Get lied to.
No.
Stinky. Stinky.
No.
That's
smell.
illegal.
Go take a shower. Stinky.
No. My name is Jeff. My name is Jeff. Look how adorable I look,
smelly
guys. Look how adorable I look. I'm so cute. I'm so cute.
Yes, you are.
Yes.
I like how you have a
I'm
life
gonna
preserver
harvest
specifically around that one hand.
organs.
Alright.
I had to. You were all robots for me.
I am. Oh, we're going.
Oh, here we go.
Jesus Christ.
Oh wait, we're fighting. I forgot what this is up,
Hey,
so we're
we're
not
back on the
spectating.
card.
Which hero do you think?
Hell yeah.
Oh, domination.
My favorite map. I'm shooting myself.
Fine.
In Minecraft.
Calm down.
Oh, okay. Banning?
They're
Wait,
Bucky
Bucky was
dominated
first
the
one, right?
last fight.
Now,
What is
Bucky?
pre-selecting
Banish for
doing?
this match.
What is
It's
the
showing
ban-
your team who you want to
yeah,
play
Bucky
so they
was the
don't
first
ban it.
one.
Bucky.
And then the second one, I don't know.
We wait.
Yes, Iron Man. We'll see what they ban. If they ban Squirrel Girl, we ban Groot.
Yep. I agree. Please don't. I'd like to play my main character, please. Oh,
What? Oh.
They didn't spectate.
Okay, now do you think
do
they're
we
gonna
wanna
wait
do-
until the second ban to ban Squirrel
Honestly,
Girls?
get rid of
Panther?
Groot.
I said
Groot.
Groot. I don't know.
I don't
Groot.
think they
What about
have a
the
good
dives?
Panther.
Yeah, I haven't seen them play Panther.
Yeah, let's just get
But
Groot.
I have seen them
'cause
play Iron Man.
he is a nuisance anyway.
Alright, okay.
I'm gonna play Panther.
Zilban Squirrel, bro.
Yeah.
If they do, I cry.
3, 2, 1, boom.
Oh,
yeah.
interesting.
They have not watched us play.
Done.
They just banned whatever.
Would you guys prefer
I'm
me
not
to play
judging.
Moon Knight or Scarlet
Could you
Witch?
play Black Widow?
I
No,
can't
don't
actually.
ignore him.
Do it anyway. How about
go
Mr.
with
Fantastic? Hawkeye.
You should
And
go
another
do
Penny.
yeah, Moon Knight. Do Moon Knight.
We are
Just
hope
another Penny.
and fear.
If you do
Penny.
Penny, I can
Penny.
rock it. I
Since
can
we
rock
haven't
it.
banned any of the flankers, it might be
Yeah.
nice to have a Penny. If nothing else, to keep them away from picking the flankers.
I feel like this combo with the extra
My-
S
my
is
name
good
is-
for domination.
It's really good.
If we get the point.
Yeah.
We will.
Yeah, if we get the
I know,
point,
we're-
then he's really good at keeping.
Remember, I'm a time traveler. I've already seen this. We win this game. 2-0. Easy.
You only prove that you can time travel backwards.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
I
ready.
mean, Storm is fine to fight. It's not scary.
Hey, cool.
Well, Penny counters Jeff
Doodads
Nato.
and
We've already
majiggies.
confirmed this.
Oh yeah.
in testing.
What's not to
Yep.
love?
I'm a big fan of your cute little bushy tail.
Don't make it weird.
That was amazing. I'm still kind of sad we didn't get that on video.
Oh, I did see that one of them players does play Storm.
The battle starts in
Yeah,
5,
but-
That's okay.
Four,
I'll kill Storm.
3,
I can kill
2,
Storm.
1.
But then no heal
What is
for
this
you.
match?
What you need to do is capture the mission area.
What is match chat we're seeing?
My time to shine.
I think that there's gonna be a Sharknado on the other team.
Shaking in his
Yeah, they're gonna do Sharknado.
Oh, they're okay. They're here already.
Oh, stop.
Yep, Storm.
Help! Save me! Help!
Come back,
Oh,
kid.
sorry. Got you.
Okay. Alright, we're together. They have a Jeff.
Yeah, they got Geo.
Okay, we gotta push him.
Yeah, okay.
They do
Oh,
have
behind
a
us?
storm.
Just embrace the light.
Let's go a different way. Let's go a different way. Follow our Magneto. Follow Mag.
We're already going left, so.
Suffering the darkness.
Alright. You're dead. I need healing behind.
Top.
Yep.
Okay, I've got my ult. You guys fine?
Oh, Storm's dead. Storm's dead.
Venom on me.
We're going.
Venom in back.
Venom back.
Oh, Storm got revived.
Okay, I'm ulting. On point.
Oh, Venom's dead.
Let's go. Oh gosh, she's ulting. Stay my ult.
I'm just giving us extra health.
Y'all dead.
Yeah, they make
Just
me
one.
Okay.
Lights out. Suffering the
Oh, I'm alive.
Come to me.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't do anything
Oh
about
shit, now
that.
I'm dead to that.
Oh, he's low though.
Okay, he's
He is
low,
low.
but-
He's low. I got one of them.
I'm down. You have no tanks or supports.
Oh. So no one. We have nobody.
Still here.
Yeah, they have a lot of flyers. I'm gonna ult and switch.
Oh, should I go to Scarlet Witch?
You have your ult.
Honestly,
Use your
yeah.
ult first, and then
After
go
your ult,
Scarlet.
yeah.
Okay.
We should try the distance.
Yeah, we should go top because they have flyers. We need to take high ground.
Time to
We
shine.
can't let them sit on top of us.
Okay, let's
Get
go high
ready.
ground then.
Here come the bad guys.
Alright, let's go this way. This way.
Let's go around the right side.
My friends are here.
Okay.
Oh, Adam's dead.
Nice.
Adam's dead.
Okay.
Storm low. Storm
Storm dead.
Nice. Good job.
Okay, no more ults.
Nice. Stay on the point. No more
Behind.
Venom's on point.
I stunned him. This dumbass.
I'm harassing Rock out.
Okay.
Point.
Low.
Venom's alone.
Okay.
Nice. Good stagger.
Okay.
I'm gonna write easy in chat. Hold on.
Stalled.
He's low.
Yeah, okay.
He's still low.
Okay, they're all there. Can't hear you from that position.
Hello? Oh.
Can't.
I'm trying to help.
Bro, you got destroyed.
Why-
Yeah, I was
why
healing
are we-
you. I was healing
Yeah,
you.
but we gotta be on the high ground. They have flyers. That's what I said earlier.
This
Okay,
is
coming back.
real firepower.
Okay.
Suffering the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses.
My time to shine.
Star-Lord's on me in the back.
I'm ulting on point.
No! I was slightly outside of your
Tornado
ult.
coming in. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Alright.
I'm switching.
Star-Lord,
We can't just keep them the high ground.
Half of the mission area. Keep going.
But someone should stay on the
Do we have any? Nope.
Oh shit, wait, you all are dead. Wait,
Yeah.
I shouldn't have come here. I
Don't
shouldn't
do
have.
not ult.
I'm not. I don't even have an ult.
You'll have to keep fighting.
currently
They're 99.
trying to
I'm
die.
sorry. No.
99.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just
I'm not
Time
touching
to
this.
shine.
Guys, look at their deaths and look at our deaths. We're not focusing their sports.
Brother. I
They have a bunch of
just needed to
squishy
take the high ground.
flyers.
We can't do anything if they're because they have so many flyers flying
Light doesn't
in and out of the
dispel
high ground.
darkness.
We just
It
need to
helps
go
you
upstairs.
see the
The one
darkness
fight we
and
won was
face
when we
it.
went upstairs.
Okay, well this one doesn't. Oh, this is the ugly map.
Yeah, this one has a lot of upstairs.
Alright,
30
when the
seconds
storm
before you
ults,
attack.
go to
Get
Penny's
ready.
nest
What?
because Storm will suck up.
First joined the Avengers together. Way
Well,
back
Storm's ult by
If
itself
only
doesn't suck
Pietro
up the
were here
mines.
to share in the moment.
That tried.
But in my timeline, he is gone.
He just killed the mines.
Yeah, she has to walk over it.
Yeah, but if Jeff is in it, it
The
works,
battle
right?
starts in 5.
Yeah, Jeff
is
will
in it,
eat.
right?
Yeah.
3, 2, One.
Alright,
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
and this might be obvious, but help keep me alive so I can kill the flyers. I don't know. That's all I got.
How predictable.
Carlos, you all ready?
Yeah, yes.
I'm not going.
Okay, he's going.
He's low?
Yep, he's low. Can you guys get him?
Nope. Hit him 3 times so far. Storm is low as well.
I
ripped that wall like twice.
Oh, there were several dudes here and they're gonna kill.
He's low again.
Lights out.
Top, behind you, be careful.
Everybody needs
Adam
a
down.
hit sometimes.
But he
Or a
might
dagger.
res himself.
Yeah, he will. Alright, I'm ulting, let's go.
Okay.
My time to shine.
Go press it.
Let him blow,
Oh man.
I dropped my amplifier, but I died.
Yeah, I died.
No heals on our no heals on our team.
Wow, they just revived.
Okay, sorry, he has 5 health left. I hit him with an arrow. He still has
they have
5
no heals
health
though.
You guys have no sports. Oh, you're gonna die.
Oh yeah. Almost got him.
Oh!
Okay, we can kill him. Oh no, he's too
What,
fast.
third healer you're saying?
Yeah.
I just switched out.
Sorry, I
Oh, I see.
better help, guys.
I understand. Okay.
That's okay.
It's fine.
Just try your best.
They're poking us.
They are.
He's low. Okay. Yeah.
This doesn't matter.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Bye bye.
We gotta split.
I'm gonna die to Star Wars.
Yeah.
They've almost got it.
Guys, I don't know about this.
No, we're not
Okay,
letting
what are we
this
doing? What are we doing?
Okay, I'm switching to strange to see if I have time to portal.
Yeah, portal.
Oh, that's not good. Okay, I'm just putting the portal down. I had to just put the portal down. Gotta get to the point. Gotta touch.
Anyone willing to help?
Yep. Alright.
Dang, guys.
It was all planned so that Nova can go do her chores.
Yeah, we did it for Nova.
You can't expect to win them all.
Guys.
My name's Jeff.
I just went in there to cry and then I left.
Oh man. Okay, so we don't have to play against anyone, right?
Nope, we're done. We're
Oh
out.
no. It's okay, don't cry.
But third place.
Video game.
We're on the
Third
podium.
place, not bad, guys.
Whoa.
Pretty-
Oh, not bad at all.
How much money do I get?
Nothing.
You get a high
Did
five.
somebody give me
That's what
money?
you get.
Yay!
Aw, you get a high
Wait, is
five.
somebody here that's not on our team?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
th- yeah.
Yeah,
One of my
that'd be me,
homies.
yeah.
Oh, hey!
Yeah.
I was like, I don't recognize
Whoa.
this voice.
Oh.
No. Yeah, it's the person that Shirt was hopping in the VC of. Squid and Co. The leader of Squid and Co.
Yeah, if you guys want to adopt him, like
Present
listen,
emoji.
he's
Well
yours.
played all.
Bro.
You should be proud.
You
Oh
need
hell
me.
yeah!
Wait,
Yo,
what?
next tourney.
Hello?
Hell yeah.
Next, yeah,
Hey,
actually, next
Sniper,
tournament.
we have
I'm
a
gonna-
squid
I'm
in
gonna
here.
Kill all you guys and go and
hold
them
up.
instead.
Chat. Another one? Another one? Lampy, you absolute legend. Another travel mug. Join.
That's crazy.
Fable.
Alright,
There's another travel
well,
mug.
I dip out now.
There's another travel mug, guys.
Oh, he left.
There goes.
My
He's
boy.
cosplaying my father.
Dad? Oh my god.
Rest in piss, son.
There's
This
another
is
travel
crazy.
mug, by the way, guys.
think we
giveaway.
might.
The giveaway part is a key part of information. You gotta say that the giveaway.
It's
of
a
the travel
giveaway,
month.
guys.
There you
it's
go.
A
Okay.
travel month. It's violence.
Choose violence. travel
Violence.
month.
Choose violence. Wake up to violence. Brew your coffee in violence. And everything.
I'm like
in
mesmerized by the little. I'm like mesmerized by the little profile thing. It's a little trash can dude that goes round every time they talk.
Yeah. It's a guy.
I like it.
I
Little
love.
trash can dude.
I
They got like
love.
little.
Culture.
I haven't played Repo yet. I've been meaning to.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No way.
Y'all gotta stop this. Stop distracting me. I come in here with like
Alright.
plans to say things and whatnot, and I get distracted.
Brother, think about how bad it is when we're playing.
It's so true.
Like, this is constant.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is our brains. We have no Brian.
Well, oh, I have a Brian. He just went to work actually. I don't have a Brian, am I?
You lost your Brian?
Wow, you like
I lost it.
It's alright.
I'm so sorry for your
derailed her
Try
again.
to go to the Lost and Brian. They might have one.
I'll make a poster. Actually, I'll post it up.
I can't read.
Yeah.
But
Aw,
okay,
me
so
too.
thank
do
y'all
pictures?
so much for participating.
Thank
How much did I win?
Anytime.
How much did Robbie
We won in friendship and Death-nado.
I can't buy pizza with that.
Pizza
You're gonna
and
buy
and
pizza anyways.
Yeah, I am.
I have a crisp high five maybe we can send your way.
Oh, sweet,
Oh, he's already
dude.
got that one.
Yeah, I got
Damn
that
it.
one from Squid a moment ago.
Damn it! What the heck? This is he beat me here.
Yep.
Yeah, he came in here.
He came?
In Robbie, yeah.
What?
Yeah,
In
man.
Oh my
Robbie.
god. We are still there's streamers.
To,
There's
to,
streamers
to
happening.
clarify, I consented.
Oh.
Oh my god.
It wasn't a
you
random
asked.
coming. Yeah,
It was your idea.
I specifically requested to be cummed in.
No.
Oh my god. Alright.
Did somebody capture it? Did somebody clip it?
I'm
Send it to
really
me?
sorry.
Oh, yeah, let me send some pictures. Hold on.
Oh
later?
no.
Wait,
oh my
in
god.
the spicy chat. In the spicy chat. Wait.
Oh no.
No, it's going in
Don't
general
do
chat.
that.
Oh no. Oh
And
no.
he's also
no,
gonna
no.
post it online and tag you in it.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I'm kind of okay with that. Yeah. Shoot. Well. Yeah. So thanks so much for playing. You should definitely stick around though. So, this I can feel it in my bones. I'm already shaking a little bit. This next match is gonna be. It's gonna be a little bit everywhere. So you should. I'm obviously totally gonna win, right? Because my amazing cloak and dagger skills.
Oh yeah.
I believe in
Yes,
your
yes.
Elliot skills.
Rick
I'm really
game,
nervous
by the
'cause
way. Rick game. The host is winning. Absolutely.
Yeah, why is the
Game
host
is
of the
rigged.
party winning?
Game
I
is rigged.
just point that out.
Cheat.
Free money. Free money.
You,
It's
you
my own
probably
money going
adjusted
to
some
my side.
settings. You changed some
I want to have a
settings to
word
give
with
your
the
whole
ethics
team
board.
more damage.
Yeah.
I'm worried. Y'all saw that. What's it called? Shit. Star-Lord. Y'all saw that Star-Lord. He's gonna.
He was
Yeah.
cracked. He was annoying.
Oh yeah, we got deleted. But you guys are really good, so.
Yeah, just
I
ban
spent most of it crying.
Star-Lord and
Just
Storm.
ban Storm and Star-Lord, you're fine.
Yeah.
I gave
Okay.
this whole team a massive debuff.
Wait, why am I helping you?
No, you did not. You did
I
not.
don't have any say.
I
Okay,
thought
I
you were
just do what they tell
I
me.
thought you were helping your homies.
It was
Oh man,
helpful.
I found
No,
the daddy
no,
long,
they're out of
daddy
the
long
tournament
legs.
already. They're gone.
Oh, they're gone.
Yeah, they're gone.
Yeah.
Oh.
They perished.
They were eliminated
Tiny
by people
babies.
who eliminated us.
Yeah, they got out before us, which is kind of impressive.
The 7-man team.
We should laugh at them.
Yeah, I'm gonna go make fun of them. Be right back.
I'm gonna do that too.
She's talking mad shit about you right now.
Wow.
It's fine. I do want to let y'all know that I do another tournament at the end of the year, to like December, January, after all the holidays and stuff. If like, that's if y'all, I'd love to have y'all again. We don't always do rivals, but normally I do like a little poll, and y'all can like pick what game, and whatever one wins, we do that.
Oh my
It's
god.
gonna be Overwatch. It'll be Overwatch.
December is my
Oh,
birthday, so
Overwatch?
you guys should let me win.
Oh yeah,
You know
it's your
what?
birthday in
Maybe
December.
that's why. Maybe that's why we're winning, because June's my birthday. So
Oh.
Yelly Dude, this is my birthday present.
Happy birthday, Sniper! Happy birthday!
Birthday
to you!
Birthday song
Happy
right in the
birthday to
I'm so Sniper!
you, Sniper.
I wasn't expecting
Happy
that.
Your Sniper Zone 17!
Zone 17.
Happy birthday to you!
Birthday to you.
Did you like that? I need this. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. Okay, well, it's not over. Now we have to beg the other team to let us win, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Just tell them that if they beat you, then they're eliminated.
Yeah.
You already
Oh
beat
yeah,
them once,
obviously.
so-
Yeah. We'll just we'll just
send them back to the pit.
Abuse your power.
Yes.
Straight to the Shadow Realm.
Yes.
All right, everyone. Like I said, it was so nice to meet you. Wish me luck. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
I love you.
Good luck. You got these.
Yeah.
I'm
didn't wanna
gonna
say
lay on a
anything.
couch.
I don't want to say anything, but I
Yeah.
can't help but
should-
notice that the Hatsune
Oh
Miku
my
fan club
God.
chat does in fact have
Dra-
7 people in it.
Dragon Knight.
Oh, yeah.
Wait. No way. Mr. Kitten again. Mr.
Wait,
Kitten
did you-
again.
He joined for the second one?
He did, and he won again.
Oh my god.
Whoa. Double
other one?
trouble. You know,
and Dragon
when
Knight.
you can't have one Ninu, why not have another one? Or, in fact, have a third one, or fourth one if you like.
You can have one Ninu for every day of the year that is Ninu's birthday.
Yes, which is every day.
Yeah. Okay.
You guys stopping now?
There you go. Thanks for playing Tourney
Thank
together,
you.
guys. And I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thanks for allowing yourself to be abducted, Fable.
Why?
What?
Wait, what did
She's
you say about me?
gone. She just left.
Thanks for allowing yourself to be abducted.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, sure. Anything for,
for a sec.
my people.
Oh shit.
Oh, Sir Tedious.
Anya,
He's chilling with his
what?
squid. Oh, Ravi.
thank you
Sorry, I
for the
was reading
games,
out his name.
Oh,
Anya.
I heard you say
I
Sir
don't know if she's
Tidious.
asleep.
Oh.
It's like, oh, okay.
Anya fell asleep.
You know what? You know what? I'm gonna get past my social anxiety and I'm gonna pop in there.
Hey yo.
Is it
Fourth
serious?
row. I see it on the
Why is
fourth
it, the
row.
second one's a maybe. The second one's a hard maybe.
Hello, Ninu.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Buddies.
Hey,
Oh,
there's
hello.
a party here.
I'm upset.
Yeah,
with
we're-
There's a
we're-
party,
you guys.
yeah, there's party.
Oh, hang on.
Hell
Let me
yeah.
let me make more room.
Wait,
for more
we're
people for this
laughing
party.
when we're showing off the fucking the actual Google Doc I created of team comps that we.
Yeah,
were
they
gonna
made a
run for this party.
spreadsheet for this.
How many pages?
Yeah, I made it.
We showed off. We showed off evil, but got destroyed with it. Switched to 1, 2,
So
3. and
yeah, the first
brought it back.
match we tried to run evil, but the magic got banned unfortunately.
Magic got
So then we
banned. And
switched
my
to
mental was
2,
out
2,
of it
2.
after that because I didn't know what to do.
And
We
then,
switched
and
to-
then second game we played Rage Bait minus
Yeah,
Spider-Man.
That first match I will say was so unfortunate because we had like 3 things go wrong,
No,
and plus it was our first match.
Second match we played the modified 1, 2, 3 with Storm.
Yeah, we played the modified 1, 2, 3 with.
We
the
never got to
yeah.
play Rage Bait fully. I don't think.
After this tournament, I'm now realizing I should probably try to learn to play Thing better because I was kind
Yeah.
You should-
If you could just play,
I
if,
think,
honestly,
I
a
think
thing,
everyone,
the thing wins us against
I think
the
everyone
Wizard.
who plays Rivals consistently needs to learn at least one tank.
Yeah,
I can
learn,
play.
learn one character from each role, or at least one from
Yeah.
2.
I know them. I just can't be bothered going away to Lord of
Just
another
learn
character
all
right
the
now.
characters, bro. Easy.
I did,
I-
yeah, I did.
Just play the game.
Import all the knowledge into your brain.
I have at least 2
Are
hours
you
of every
here?
single character in the game.
you
but
close?
Squirrel
Abby
Girl
and
and the Young
47
Rangers.
just
friendly?
rated my stream with 1 viewer. Everyone behave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I fucking
True,
despise that
true.
character.
Yeah,
anyway.
we're just never gonna
Movie
discuss
later.
That didn't
Oh
happen.
gosh, I just left. I meant to say
Annie,
smell you later
no,
and then
Annie,
leave.
No, stop.
Fuck.
No.
Arion!
Alright,
Thank you for the
oh,
raid.
okay, that
Holy
was all
moly.
of them.
Wait,
Was that
are
all of
you
them?
done
I guess I
streaming?
wasn't paying attention.
you
EMF
done
dots, Ghost
streaming?
Ultraviolet, Ghost Riding Spirit,
No
Boss
way.
Screen Temperatures.
Am I gonna be all alone in this world? Well, this world's so cruel for little Nidu. It's so cruel. Cruel, let me say cruel. Cruel, 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 cruel. Cruel. Cruel, 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 cruel. Cruel. Hello. Fancy seeing you here, Abion. Me seeing you here. Should I do more mobile rivals? I do more mobile. Mumble Rabbit. Mumble Rabbit. Oh, what is this? What? Oh. Would you believe, guys? Nobody is I don't know. She's doing something. What's this? Oh, that is cool. Wait, does she just do that? Does she just stay like that? He cooking. How does one do a raid while cold chatting? Oh, I have no idea. Oh, now it's gone. I'm all alone in this world. But look at me. I'm just like Jeff. I'm just like Jeff, guys. And it's like Jeff. I'm just like Jeff. Jeff, you? My name's Jeff. Oh. Wait, why can't I have like the skin on it? Oh, his head doesn't even fit the screen. That's how big his head is. Aww. Oh. Oh, that's cute. Wait, can I just get that? Oh, do I have to actually buy the whole thing? Come on, really? 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 I just want that emote. Wait, surely, is there no way to just get that emote by itself? That sucks. He sucks. He sucks. I like this. Well, actually, I like this one more. Look how cute this is, guys. Can't you fish? Can't you fish? Can't teach our man to fish. God damn. I waffled my words. But I'm so close to finishing this. Should I do this? Fish. Should I do this? Are you want to keep playing Rebels? Maybe. I don't know. I could probably put in the game tomorrow, right? I have enough time for it. Yeah. Should I do calm? Because you know what? Okay, how about I do one game. If I lose, I'm just not gonna play it. I'm just not gonna play it. I'm just not gonna play it. You're not gonna play it. Beach. Oh my god, look, it's not a domination, man. You're all warmed up now.
Which
yeah, but
do you think you want to be today?
I want to be Squirrel Girl.
Eat nuts and kick
Thank you very much. I be Squirrel Girl. Let me be Squirrel Girl, please. Thank you. My name's Jeff. My name's Jeff.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Flying person. Oh, you're fishing? Since things are less chaotic, I think you missed my first part. So you can remove me from the first minute. Whoa! You sure you're not gonna like one day? Okay. If somebody joins in and we need space, then I'll remove you. Until then, I'll just keep it there. Okay? Yes. I think that's a solid plan. I think Ravi has made some friends.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You got an achievement? Oh, man. I get to play Squirrel Girl? I don't know if or when I'll install the game. That is fair. That is fair. That is understandable. So we have some music, guys. It's the music. Ravi is in the party now. Now I gotta play Squirrel Girl and Ravi are not gonna take her.
Round 1.
You're not gonna take her.
Green and
What
it
little
makes
fun I
me
had
sad
with the
when
game was
people don't
sucked
listen
out.
to animals.
Oh,
30 seconds before you
it's okay.
attack. Get ready.
You know how who Emma Legend? Emma Legend? Wait, is that somebody called Legend?
I have built my church, and from it, I shall erase all
Oh,
organic life.
but.
I am going to enjoy taking you apart, Ultron. One bolt at a time.
Oh.
The battle starts in 5.
Let's be friends.
4.
Give me
3,
friends.
2, 1.
You know, maybe you'll
All
change
you
your
need to
mind.
do is capture the mission area. Got it? When Doom sees me, he's gonna be shaking in his.
Did I just see some cool? Wait.
You must repair it.
Okay, I'm not even gonna bother with that.
I'm a problem your gun can't solve, Frank.
Yeah, Frank. Yeah, Frank. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Yeah, I think we should keep doing that.
Oh, now that's a snap. Hey, check out this big acorn.
Ma'am.
Here is an enemy to pursue.
Ma'am.
What am I? Invisible? I appreciate you.
Attack the foe. Hunt them.
Time to go nuts.
Oh.
Punisher's turret is active.
Wait, was he just like...
Time to go nuts.
Enemy in front of us.
Oh man, I got not light on. I just saw what's his name?
Right, Tippy Toe?
Loki just gliding.
Ultron virus reinforcement.
Oh no, oh that's no good. Thank you, Louie.
You can return the favor anytime. I appreciate you.
Energy at max. Judge, jury, executioner, mutant kind.
Oh, now that did snap. Hell unleashed!
Your powers are mine.
Excuse me, lady.
Against the world!
Señorita. Oh no.
Oh, a touch of healing. Oh, now that's snap. Hey, check out this big acorn.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Get 'em, squirrels!
That is luck.
Hey, yay, team! Oh, now that's a snap. Only 60 seconds left.
Wait, what the fuck?
Hello, happy to chip in. They don't look friendly. Oh, a touch of against the world. Breathing, here goes. World stampede!
Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
30 seconds.
I'm so cooked. I'm cooked. Now, audio click.
We're back, right, Tippy Toe?
Oh,
A shortcut through space.
oh my god.
The final 10 seconds. Ooh, I'm energized. You'll have to keep fighting until we have
Oh,
more.
sheesh.
Double KO.
Oh, she's mega woman. Oh hell yeah! Good job, boys. Good job. Good job. Oh, but he's got the bad spawn, huh? Carrying no. Jeff has MVP, and I just exist.
I appreciate you.
Welcome to the dark field.
Would have been cool if I actually got him again, right?
You're halfway there. Keep going. What am I? Invisible? Time to go nuts.
Brother.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Hostiles coming in fast.
Excuse me. Oh man.
Time to go
Come
nuts.
back, sir.
Oh, a touch of healing. Only 60 seconds left. With you.
Your powers are mine!
Us against the world.
Wait, is she gonna have ult again?
Oh, really? That would be.
Oh my god, wait, he almost got me off from that. Bro, did you see that?
I'm not done with this fight. Moving again.
I don't know if it was better if I fell. I don't know if it was better if I just fell, man.
Riddance, Frank. I have tagged a foe.
It's up to us to finally end this now. Let's go. Where do you think you're going? The final 10 seconds.
Alright, that was sad.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Us against the world. Keep fighting until we have a chance. Ooh, a touch of healing.
Oh.
Oh, geez, the Punisher's in a turret.
Oh, fuck. Oh, God.
Time to go nuts. Hell unleashed!
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah, but that was funnier.
The current score is
man.
1-2-0.
I should have just let him eat me up.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The
Who's-
right heroes
is
can
an
make
ultimate?
all the difference.
I don't remember, no.
Eat nuts and kick butt.
I was like, huh, hold up a minute. I did not even see any. I didn't see any Shylock.
Round 2. Being a superhero is a piece of cake compared to being Luke Cage's nanny. Now that was stressful.
Did you win? Did you win? Did he even win? Two rockets.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I had two tanks. Yeah, I don't know.
You know my weapons can still lock onto you, even when you're invisible.
I thought we were supposed to be on the same
No
side,
tweet.
Frank.
No
We
tweet.
are, for now. But in this
No
business,
tweet. No
that can
tweet.
change in a heartbeat.
I'll be sure to remember that. And when it does, I'll be ready.
The battle
Is this
starts
the
in
recolor
5,
skid?
4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area. Hey, check out this big acorn.
Look at you, numpty.
A little help, please.
You numpty dumpty. Numpty dumpty sat on the wall. Numpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the two horses and all the kingmen couldn't put Humpty together again.
Hey, check out this big acorn! The Punisher set up a turret!
Wait,
Watch your back. Ooh, I'm energized!
Dang. Oh, I think. Oh my god.
Ooh, a touch of healing. Hey, check out.
Oh god.
Against the world!
Sheesh. Where's my squirrel go? No, I have a browser open, so I need to close those. I forgot.
I'm not done with this fight yet.
I'm opening a portal.
Okay, cool. Okay. Oh, we're not.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
You know how to heal. You don't know how to heal.
Better stop that vehicle.
I'm
Destroy the Punisher's turret. On the move again.
You can return the favor anytime. Anyone willing to help?
Where'd she go?
He's stopped them in their tracks. Clearly, you needed some help.
Your powers are mine!
You're going. Us against the world. I appreciate you.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Breathing, you're going. Oh, come on.
Oh man.
I'm doing this my way out. I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Oh! Brother, what? How old? Bob Ben. Hi, my name is Bob Ben. 4462. Hi, Bob Ben.
I'm not done with
Why
this
you name
fight
Bob Ben?
yet.
Why Bob Ben? How Bob Ben?
Happy to chip in.
Can you try to rate how good I am looking at my profile? Oh, on Marvel Rival?
And dangerous!
Ooh, a touch of hell unleashed!
Oh, sheesh. Fuck it out. I have to reload.
Score one for the score. Time to go nuts. Hey, check out the breathing, you're going.
Sir, stomach.
That's squirrel power.
He's squill power. We God. When Boben. Okay, wait. How do I even know? Look for you.
Get him, squirrel.
I'll patch you up.
I appreciate you. Oh, I'm energized.
Yo, I got somebody up there.
Breathing, you're going.
Your powers are mine!
Lady.
Magneto!
Oh my god, I fell in.
Against the world.
You can charge off of him.
Castle went down flashing.
Together to
Ooh, a touch of
victory!
healing. Tippy Joe spotted bad guys. There they are. Oh, now that's a snap.
What's that? Oh! Please! Please! Come on. Oh my god. Okay, I missed.
Hey, yay! Oh, now that's a snack. Ooh, a touch of healing. Us against the world!
Brother. No.
Oh, now that's a snack. Down to 30 seconds. You can return the favor anytime.
Oh, come on. You kidding?
Got your back.
Stay in there.
The final 10 seconds.
Your powers are mine! Judge! Jury!
Shield up.
How bitchy days, bitchy.
Appreciate you. Double kill.
Oh, I missed. Oh, no.
Keep fighting until we have a winner. Time to go.
Ah! Oh shit, we actually did it. Oh shit, we did it.
Final
Yeah!
score. 2,
We
2,
did it.
1.
We did it. We're power. Yes, indeedo.
Victory.
Indeedo. Okay, how do I? Oh my god, look, it's me! It's me! And Ravi didn't steal it this time. He didn't steal. Honestly, I didn't even read what he was saying. So how do I check for your profile? Can I just search people? Bob, Ban? What was it? 23. Oh my god, you want to do my team? Yeah, sure. Wait, is this Discord? I don't wait, how do I search it? Wait. Oh, sorry. 4. Bob. Oh, I spelled it wrong as well. B-O-B ban. 462. You play this guy? Wait, let me call you Abion. I better. Wait. I'm sure we had a. Wait. I'm gonna stop calling these other losers. How do I stop them? Oh,
hey, yo,
I'm streaming.
Going on here?
I'm playing.
Called the whole group.
Yeah, I was trying to find the stop ringing.
The stop ringing?
Yeah. Let's see Bob Bane.
Bro,
Yes.
I'm going back to my dinner.
Goodbye. We're playing Marvel Rivals if you want to join at some point. He's gone. Goodbye. Wait, it's too competitive. Are you? Oh, you're a console player. You're not a fan of tanks, huh? Not a tank player. Let me see. Last season. Panther.
Being a Hawkeye main on consoles is a little flex.
Oh, you haven't played season 1? Moon Knight. Interesting. He didn't play much season 1. Oh, season 1.5 he did. Okay. Hawkeye main. He's pretty solid. Okay, what do you think of the new the new team up? And Black Panther. I would ban you. Don't play tank. Yeah, I can see. I think alright. Yeah, it looks good. You look good. I think you're a good player. You can play a flanker and you can play a solid damage player. What about Spooderman? Not a fan of Spooderman? Isn't Spooderman just as like just same as Panther? Yeah, I think you're good. How's your games going so far, huh? Oh, I see. You got one of these days. Wait, did you leave? Oh no, somebody else left. Wait, no, you left. Did you leave? If you played healer, you'll play Luna.
Busted.
Did you leave a game? That's bad sportsmanship. Bad sportsmanship. No good. You know, I only started playing Rivals because of Spider-Man. Then I played Squirrel Girl once, and then I just kept playing her. Oh yeah, I like Squirrel Girl. I play on bad Wi-Fi. Well, if your Wi-Fi is not reliable, don't do it. Are you okay for comp, Abion?
Yeah.
Okay. I play on like 150 ping. Holy smokes! Well, like region. Do you make sure your region is like right? Big goofies, yeah. 150. I think anything below 100 is fine. For some reason, it's not so. Because I play on the American server. It's not that bad for me. Unless it's Dallas, then that's stinky.
Yeah. Friends don't let friends play on Dallas.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Eat nuts and kick butts.
Are you gonna be Squirrel Girl?
Now, who am I gonna banish for this match?
Awesome.
Ooh, I'm solo taking.
Sure.
Dan Hawkeye. Do they have a Hawkeye name? I mean, Hawkeye is scary. They have a good Hawkeye. I just don't look up.
Why do we request Hawkeye and then not pick Hawkeye? I feel like an a-hole. No.
Awkward.
I said, okay, I'll vote with everybody, and then everybody else voted Iron Man.
Oh. I just don't like looking up.
Actually, that's true.
I
The
can
person
handle
that
this,
said
guys.
ban Hawkeye didn't vote to ban Hawkeye.
Oh, don't give it to me again, please. Don't give it to me again, please. Oh, thank God.
Cloak and Dagger? That's crazy.
Not the cloak ban, no!
You'll need a
That is
top-notch team
actually
to win
crazy.
Yeah, I can flex to whatever, so y'all can pick first.
I don't know what they're gonna play.
I can take.
Maybe Spooderman? Do you think they're gonna play Spooderman?
Y'all want triple heals 1 tank, triple heals 2 tank? What
Someone
we want?
might play Spider-Man on this map.
Oh, we're not doing Jeff anymore. I can just tank.
Oh, geez, I just looked over at streaming avatars. I haven't closed it yet. It's packed full of people now.
Oh, no.
Round one! Being a superhero is a piece of cake compared to being Luke Cage's nanny. Now that was stressful. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh, Loki, what mischief art thou up to this time?
Yeah.
Not Dorian Gray of Midgard.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's pretty rough.
Actually, like,
what end?
Coming from what used to be, I used to be a group man, so imagine my whole time last season.
3, 2, 1.
Wait, Groot's not banned. Oh, look at that. Squirrel Girls, huh?
I'm low.
Vehicle to its destination.
Oh no.
For sure. How do you think my best girl earned the name Tippy Toe?
I
Hello, Wolverine.
Wolverine's doing some
Hello.
interesting stuff.
Wait, what?
Kill this Emma keeps getting down to 1 HP and then we don't kill her. Thank you.
And dead.
Wolves up here.
Oh my god.
He got me again. Nice. Wolves one on the left.
Squirrel's low. Squirrel's dead.
Oh, nice.
Approach this site. Get over here.
Okay. Time to go nuts. Here we come. You're halfway. Keep going.
Melt them, Emma. Melt them. I'm blocking. Melt them.
Extermination!
Okay. Okay.
Wolf's down.
Bring on the chaos!
Oh my god, I can't get it. Oh, sheesh.
Yeah, ow.
I am ready to put on a show.
I wish I could dunk on that.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, the ult. Oh, nice. Oh, gosh.
I'm blocking. Suck it.
For mutant kind!
Ultron's low.
Oh my god. It's gonna be a painful
Luna's
kill.
one.
I appreciate you. Let's do this.
There we go. I ain't kneeling to nothing. So sad. I dunked on that Luna and she was 1 HP and then lived.
Yay, team!
Yeah, we
So
get
depressing.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh wait, should I change? None of us died, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's not broke, I mean.
Uh-oh. I'm dead. Oh, fantastic healing. Thank you.
Anyone willing to help?
Man, the heal's pretty hard, bros.
Feel the wrath of the
Hell?
Oh,
What happened to
I can't
my
block that.
Bring on the chaos!
Shields up.
Oh, you're so cool. Hope you know that.
Oh my god, she's...
I'm just dying! Get in there! In front of us!
What? Why are they playing this? All this flying stuff?
Storm's low.
I appreciate you.
Oh, you're about to go ham here. Don't fall off the map, Squirtles.
Time to go nuts.
Bring it on!
Wolf's down.
Where the hell is he
I'm working
shooting
on
from?
that storm.
Where's this guy?
I have no idea
Where's
either. I was
Star-Lord?
like, I was ready to end him. He's just gone.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
I can't hit her.
Okay. Oh my god.
I am ready to put on a show.
What? Wait.
Feel the wrath of the
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. I think it's about time we died.
Oh me. Hiya.
It only took them like 6 ults, but they finally got us.
How? Whoa, how I, oh, fuck.
No, not Loki.
Oh man. Oh gosh.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
Let's go.
Where do you think you're going? Whoa! Get that vehicle moving again.
Oh, he did. Woman! Go get it!
Time to vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Storm behind.
Patch you up. Render me assistance.
Ah, gosh. Where's she going? Oh, she's on here.
Somebody tag her if you see her.
Keep an eye on this one.
I need to
That's
change.
interesting. Why did he attack me that way and not into the pit?
I think he's a baby.
Alright, I'm just gonna ignore her, honestly. She's about to get a whole lot worse here in the back.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Ain't no way she. Ain't no way. Okay, now I'll go.
I mean, that's cool.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
We need to disappear. Chaos control.
Get that vehicle moving again!
What am I?
You're welcome.
That's better. You're not going anywhere. I am ready to run the show. Disappearing.
Extermination!
Okay. Oh.
You're not going anywhere.
Oh man. I need to focus that support.
Ultron was one. Ultron was one.
And regulars.
A bunch of it. We're all dead.
We don't have anything.
I'll patch you up.
What's that?
Armor patch here.
Oh, you're living. You're living.
I am living.
I want to make
only
60 seconds left. Feeling stronger already. You're not going anywhere.
Get that vehicle moving again!
The Wolverine solo.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
You belong to me.
My charge.
Down to 30 seconds!
Rest easy. You heard this.
Oh, come on, Wolverine, die!
Double KO!
Feeling stronger already.
The final 10 seconds!
Holy
That's it! Don't let anything
Thank you for the heals. Holy shit.
Fighting until we have a winner!
This storm cannot lose.
Bring on the chaos.
Shields up!
This is real firepower!
Shields up!
Pulse charge, fire!
Life.
Oh hell yeah! Let's go.
Chaos control.
So close! Still big chance!
And already forgot. This deserves your attention.
Hell
Let's go.
The current score is
Damn.
3-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side
Yeah,
you're
wait a minute.
on.
I must alter an angle directly into the enemy. In that class. Oh, Kai! Yes, you like
I'm gonna try this for a minute. If it doesn't work, I'll go back to second tank.
But it does help.
I was just getting sick and tired of that storm.
Alright. Should I go back to school, girl? Just stay.
Round 2, go!
Want to kill me so bad.
Eat nuts and... Well, so I have a genetic anomaly, but I'm not a mutant. And
Wolverine's a
please
little
don't ask me what the difference is, because I
They'll be
don't
coming
know.
in 30 seconds. Which
Stay
one was
strong.
Wolverine?
I feel like we have something in common.
A love of things that explode.
I meant excellent bushy tails.
Yeah, I guess that too.
Yeah.
I'll be that one that I'll be the one that hits you with the Iron Man ult and you'll be deflecting it right into my face.
The battle starts in 5.
That's me for real, man.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, they have a group.
Which is okay.
We always stay together.
Oh, they got an Iron Man of their own now.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Shit. Shit.
Oh, they have
We need to disappear.
Get in there.
Oh my god, I don't know how you keep it alive. Oh shit! No,
Ow!
Ooh, I'm energized.
What the hell is hitting me?
Extermination!
Oh my god! What the hell?
Sniper Zone just rated my stream with 24 viewers. Everyone
Oh my
behave.
god! No way, Sniper! Hi!
Sniper Zone? Sniper Zone 17?
You literally just raided me! No way!
Good.
Oh my god! Oh god, I got
The fact that they're in,
I got
Sniper ended
choked.
stream so quick. Oh, I'm alive.
Oh my
Sniper ended
god!
stream so quick means that
Right, yes. Did you
must have
win?
been a long and
Did you
hard-fought
win?
victory.
I think I need to go with something else, but maybe I should go Punisher.
Oh, Groot's so low.
I am ready to put on a show.
Punisher.
Better stop that vehicle.
Someone touch my back. You're
I
Nice.
Oh, wait, what the hell? Why is this woman here? Why is a woman behind me?
Be careful here.
Should have been me.
I can't hit her.
TVDO spotted bad
I can't
guys.
hit her.
There they are.
Extermination!
Bruh. I can't hit him. Hit her.
Maximum pulse!
No! I could have had my shield.
When the hell did they get up? When the hell did they
I
get
gotta watch
that guy?
this. There's no way.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
Dude, it literally hits my shield and kills us.
Oh shit.
Oh, what the? When
They're
did the building fall?
scammed. I like to refund me.
Welcome to the family, Smitty Smitters.
Here I come again.
Triple Heels is fine.
Stop that vehicle.
I kind of liked it better when he was on DPS.
Oh. Do you play Punisher maybe?
I mean, I can, but if someone swaps to the second tank.
I'm gonna get
I'm gonna die in here.
They hit a checkpoint.
Okay. I have Storm.
Alright, we gotta swap.
Oh my god, another raid? Ain't no way.
Caramiella just rated my stream with 8 viewers. Everyone behave.
Another
It's gonna be
raid?
tough, man. Star-Lord, Ultron, Iron Man.
Got a new badge, try it on your splash tag. Nah.
Ain't no way.
Becoming inner agent free fight.
Wait, what's the button to do that? Oh, okay, it's that one.
Pulse!
Wait, what the fuck?
Stop them! A little help, please.
Alright.
It seems we have company.
Switching to Strange.
This vehicle and stop it.
Extermination!
Shields up!
Hurricane incoming!
I can't hit him. He's hard.
The adversary.
Get munched on. Get munched on. Get munched on. Oh my god. Wait, she fall off?
She jumped off. She made it.
Need some ranged
Okay.
firepower.
Are they gonna...
Get in there.
Don't give them another inch.
Oh man.
I unleash the Shanty's
I'm so dumb. Caramella, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What did you play? Wait, were you in the tourney?
There we
For
go.
another tour.
Were you in the tourney? Munch on like GIF of nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom.
The munchies.
You the
The
munchies.
munchies.
Here, pay attention.
I stood there like an idiot. I need help now. Bro, are you kidding? I don't like Iron Man.
Bring on the chaos.
I am ready to put on a show.
I'm not done yet.
Shields up.
Can I go? Ooh, funny, fun.
Got my ulti in already? Jeez.
Oh shit.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Eat this.
I unleash the Vishanti.
I'm in one right side.
Oh my god, the Luna's low. Okay, we got the Luna. It's fine. We played Mario Galaxy. Just wanted to raid someone from the beat to the club. Oh no way! Thank you. Thank you
This
so much
is
for the
not
raid.
over.
I really appreciate that. Oh my god, can we get it fast?
That sucks.
No.
The
Didn't quite
current
make it.
score is 3-2-3.
That's cool. Did you play
Time to
with
switch
other
things
people,
up,
or did you
including
play
which
with like
side you're
chat?
on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm not a hero.
Is this
I'm
defense?
the Punisher.
And now you may either bonk me with a bat or a metal pipe, or you may shower me with dino nuggets, or you may throw a rock. Yeah, thank.
I can.
The higher
Emma,
the
if
pressure,
you want.
the more dazzling the diamond.
Round
Damn it, come on.
Queen always gets what she wants.
Welcome to the
Sir
family,
Electric
Sir Electric
Pants?
Pants.
Thank you so much. That's my old
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
No way. Nicely.
Thor, are you here to compare
So
lightning?
many new peeps. Hi guys, my name is Ninu. I play all sorts of games. Currently playing Modern Warfare.
Yet speak when we have done.
Hold up.
The battle starts in 5.
I'm no Hulk player.
I'll
I'm
gauge
no
it.
tank
I'll
player.
gauge it if I need to fly back to
Only 60 seconds left.
Iron Man.
Power never hurt.
Our adversary.
Whoa.
I'm Hellfire Club royalty. This is the new.
Help get that vehicle to
Oh,
its
shit.
destination.
I'll heal myself, don't worry about it.
They have triple tank.
That's
I'm
triple
switching to
tank.
Wolverine if I die.
I will keep the thunder raging in your honor, Aurora.
Welcome to the family, Ashkateko Ivet.
You, Jeff.
No more delays.
Okay.
I was fine, but thank you.
Leave them to Khonshu.
Oh fuck! Wait, he's brilliant. Oh man. Many Chris.
I'm
Oh
ready
fuck.
to put on a show.
Oh
By
shit.
the eye of Agamotto.
Nah, scam, scam, scam.
Oh, uh-oh.
Wait, Luna.
We're on our team now, Zero. Let's do this.
Jeff, would you take the? Oh,
Get him,
yeah.
Jeff. Get him, Jeff. Let's go.
What a lad. Wait, somebody survived? Oh.
Yeah, the Luna survived. Or no, the
No,
Valkyrie
we
survived.
killed the Luna. Oh my god! Oh, this is a sign I need to return to Marvel Rivals sometime. Do it. Do it.
Thank you, Jeff.
Wait, can I accidentally... Oh! Stay in the country! Stay in the country! Are you kidding? Ladies.
Your mind is mine.
Dang.
Oh.
Who's here?
Oh, Bro, I shielded. Excuse me. I want a refund.
3, 2,
Just need to do better defense than they did. We got
time to
this.
switch things up, including which
That's
side
surely
you're
not gonna
on.
go 3. Thanks again.
The right heroes can make all the difference.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
Wait, actually, I didn't die. Did I die as a tank? I didn't die. I think I was getting fed.
Yeah, triple tank, triple heals. We can stall this.
A Wolverine would be good too. Against their
Yeah, I like
tanks.
that. I like it.
Alright, let's see if I can not whiff the yoinks. Like,
Queen always gets what she wants.
I don't know what I'm doing.
We gotta win like
Cost.
3 team fights. This is gonna be hard.
That's okay. That's doable.
And I hate this first point.
Seconds. Stay strong.
They should have bad penny.
If we lose this first point, I'm gonna
Oh, I'm an idiot!
portal
Oh
us
my
back
god!
over here.
Such poor timing, though.
No way.
Or like lose this first fight. I
It's
mean.
so hot. Tell me about it.
Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
Placebo! Oh my god! Where have you been? Have you been in a holiday? Oh my god, that's 10,000 years.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright.
Here they are now.
We need to stop that vehicle in
that Hulk is so low.
Gosh, you're about to die. Wait, squids.
Is that the best the oceans had to offer?
I got a strange.
He leaves though. Oh, he's low.
Whoa, I'm in the sky now.
Man, I feel so short, man. Can I like jump and get him?
Extermination!
Oh, where the fuck did my? Wow. Okay, I actually did go up. No. Oh my. Wow. Okay. Please, can I not get bullshitted? Excuse me. Excuse me.
I'm working on it.
I'm back. I can strength real quick.
Oh.
When science failed
Like when that Luna ults,
magic.
we gotta break her
how do I
shield and
portal?
I can
I'm
ult on
opening
her.
a portal.
Never mind,
Are
she
you
did.
strange?
But when she does
Yeah.
that, be ready.
Yeah, just press F and clear the second
60
portal.
seconds left.
First portal's down already.
Did I like whip them or?
I just bring it in. Yeah, don't worry about like backdooring them or anything.
Hey, I can't help you with that.
I am ready to put on a show.
Bro, there's a
Like her
squid.
shield.
I can't do it.
Yeah, there's an Iron Man.
Oh my god.
Surely he'll need more tentacles than Gargantuan.
Who am I supposed to focus?
I would turn around.
Mister.
I'm frozen. Never mind. Oh no, I'm
I
dead.
died.
Shit.
Did you get your portal off?
Yeah, I used my portal.
Alright. Y'all gotta stall so we can portal.
I can't portal.
By the shades.
Alright, swap. I can portal. Swap to something else. Anything else? Yeah. Oh, they
Bro,
changed that.
I don't think I can get there.
I was gonna say, I don't think that's how it works.
I can't make it.
Yeah, they totally changed that.
3, 2,
Yeah.
4.
Good try.
GG.
Good. Sadly, not Holly, just working other stuff. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Gan the manlet. Who's the manlet? Look at my Reno. I'm pink. Go again? Yeah. Fine. Let's see. Oh my god, we have a new thingy, new biome. Make sure you fish, guys. Make sure you fish. You can use your points to get fish. Fish. Good fish. Oh my god! Another raid?
Magic Algebra just raided my stream with 7 viewers. Everyone behave.
Hi. Oh my god. Oh my god. Domination. I hate domination.
All the things.
How you doing?
Thank you.
Did you play?
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear.
Me, and play.
Now, who am I gonna banish
Hell
from this
yes.
match?
Banish. Flying poops. Oh hell yeah. Wait a minute. Is that the long drive? That is the long drive. Oh my god, I need to play the long drive again.
Yes. Hello, I would like
Mudge boxes, hell yeah.
That is not down here.
Magical raid. We're here to spread the magic. Hell yeah, baby. Bad storm? Ben Panther. I hate Panther.
Yeah.
I doubt anybody's gonna be playing Panther, but
On the off chance that they are.
yeah.
But yeah, I'd rather play against a
Oh, what?
Oh.
Everybody banning.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Alright. Well, is this Penny a one trick?
Illegally killed Jeffy Ninu. I know, right? It's so adorable. Capture my adorableness? Like, isn't it okay if I commit any crime, right?
That'd be insulted if he didn't.
Wow! World!
Light can heal and light can harm. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
And when I do the Sharknado. Oh my god!
Prime.
Amazon Prime. You got your Amazon Prime.
Come on. You know Apocalypse is out of his mind.
Amazon Prime. Guys, look.
Amazon Prime.
Oh wait, this is not the one.
The battle starts in 5.
I thought a little
3,
doggo was.
2, 1. All you need to do is
A
capture
little
the
doggo
mission
was.
area.
Get snored. Jeff,
I think Doggo's on. Doggo's on the other side.
Jeff
This is the map.
I don't know. I just get. You know, this map is just too white. It's just too bright. I need sadness. Despair. Oh.
Just embrace
What?
the light.
Oh, Spooderman. Okay, that's something
Wolverine's
worse.
so low. Wolverine's so low.
Okay.
My time to shine. The mission area is yours. A beam of light. You owe me one.
Wait, that's Spooderman.
Lights out.
Where are you? Where are you?
My time to shine.
Follow the enemy.
Okay, he's just. Oh, there he is. He's having fun.
I can restore health, remember?
Oh! Wow, he literally missed that. He knew.
Leave them to Khonshu. Lights out. Living fever.
Please, we're hurt.
Oh, weird.
My time to shine.
Okay.
Oh my god, a stupid ass daddy long legs is around. It's on my monitor. I'm gonna bash you. I missed it. I missed the daddy long legs. I don't know where it's going now. Oh, that's embarrassing.
Or a dagger.
Lol.
What was that?
I don't know what that was. I think that was a mistake. You need tweet? No tweet. No tweet. Oh.
Hey, that.
Oh, he's actually playing. He's doing the combo.
Wait, what? I shielded myself. What?
My time to shine.
Fight me. Fight me.
Aw, it's nap time.
It's nap time. Wait, where did that Danny Love go? It just flew away. Look at this. Look at this.
Looking.
Light doesn't dispel darkness.
Nah!
It helps me see the darkness and face it.
Now. Okay. Killing you.
30 seconds before you attack.
No, tweets
Get ready.
only come to people who can spell.
Please. I'll not have this. Give. Treat.
Oh. Hey, Jeff got the uppies.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Somebody talked about Jeff.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? I don't think I could handle the pressure of the Dark Force.
It's the voices in your head.
The voices.
The voices. It's the voices. What the fuck? Oh shit, I did kill it. I found it. Oh god.
In your head.
Oh, what the fuck? What?
Oh,
Hold
okay.
up a
Well,
minute.
she died faster than I can put a shield on.
Everybody needs a hand
Oh, it's a...
or a dagger.
Lights out. Welcome to the Dark Force dimension. Appreciate it.
Nihil tangent. Hey, who's she going for? Oh, okay.
My time to shine. Just in time. Thanks.
Lights out.
Mission area is yours.
Its neighbor's disgusting pets. One octopus attack over.
Oh my god.
Can you stop saving the Namor? Oh my god. Oh wait, I'm alive.
My time to shine. Get ready.
I thought I died.
Here come the bad guys. I'll get you next time.
No, you leaving.
Much better. Hey, mind if I join you, pal?
Just in time. Thanks.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Bro. No.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Can't handle that many bad guys. We must stand our ground.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. 1 for the master. 1 for the dame. 1 for the little boy who lives down the lake.
I never remember where the portal is, so there it is.
Just in time. I'll bet. Bomb of light.
Needed that, thanks. There, ahead, I found them.
Oh, gosh. I already don't know where I'm going.
Lead them to Khonshu!
Lead them to Khonshu.
Bomb of light.
That was a little messed up there. Lights out. Let's pop back up under their nose. Us against the world!
Oh.
My time to shine.
Oh, she was kind of low.
Progress is past the halfway point. My time to shine.
I
That's probably what I'm going to show. Okay, well, Moonlight Young Lions.
My time to shine. Coming in fast. Just in time. Thanks.
Oh no.
Owie! Oh, squirrels are dead.
Everybody needs a hand
Don't
sometimes.
mess with the amazing
You
Spider-Man!
dead.
Glory is almost yours.
Hey, Teeny!
You got a shield, Tandy.
He's got this.
Them to consume!
It's going in now.
There's a lot we could destroy around
Okay,
here.
he's
Something doesn't feel right
Dead.
here.
Lights out.
Root. Damn it.
Dark Force.
My time to shine.
I have gone gimme to eat. Ain't nobody getting to eat.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Treat or else. Man, I guess somebody is getting put down.
Squirrel girl with less damage than a.
I believe weren't they playing something else before that?
Yeah, they must have been. Because
Oh yeah, they've been playing.
That's crazy.
They've been playing Street Heroes.
Oh jeez. Yeah. Although all three of those other ones were DPS characters,
Yeah.
so
They just sucked. They just sucked.
one of which was teamwork.
Welcome to Skyrim, brother. What? 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 What is that? What's that mean?
That thief over there. He's trying really hard to make a Skyrim bit happen.
Nothing. What does it mean? Being nice doesn't work. Threats don't work. Is that another bloody daddy long legs? I will get you.
Established that threats don't work.
Ugh. You would
Which
die,
hero
sir.
do you think
I
you
will
wanna
find
be
you,
today?
and I will end you.
And I will kill you.
And I will kill you. What's this? Well, what am I feeling like?
Eat nuts and kick butts.
His
Now,
rice?
who am I gonna banish
His
for this
her
match?
beans. Okay.
His rice for yeah, I'm gonna cope.
Oh my god, you got it! Dang. Dab master. Fair. Wait, why Magneto?
God damn
nah. Nah. Bruh. This guy's actually coping. Oh, you should have checked what he plays. Wait, I can't check. Never mind. I swear to God.
Iron Man doesn't get banned, I'm just playing Iron Man.
Brother.
You'll
There you
need
go,
a
Iron Man.
top-notch team to win this
Wow.
one.
No, the coping man is playing Iron Man, because of course he is. And I can't support him on tank because he banned Magneto!
What an idiot. Do you wanna play DPS?
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the
background.
I don't even know anymore.
Yeah, you
Sure.
can go DPS.
We're gonna attack first.
You got
Feels good to
action
step outside my
opening.
bubble every now and then.
What are you
30
feeling?
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Do you have a problem with me I should know about, Emma?
Unless you want to play support, just let me know.
Unnecessary pain
You're
and
the tank.
struggle.
Switch off. Tank. That's good. Oh, all right. I guess I'm committed to this.
Yeah, don't change.
Yeah, I do need to play support
The
some
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Pretty sure those are bad guys. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, there's a moon out there.
That's better.
Yeah.
That's much better.
Yeah, they go in main.
Iron Man? Is that Iron Man or there?
Oh, downstairs. I pushed him away.
One willing to help?
Dope guy with fireballs? Yikes! Poor kid.
Feel the pull! Clearly you needed some help.
Oh, I'm on 5 health.
Oh man. Did you get out?
I got out.
Mechanical arachnids are known.
Force burst! Feeling fantastic.
Oh, Moon Knight's the one. Oh, Moon Knight's dead.
Psionic surge!
Enemies on here.
Oh man.
Pulse charge! Fire!
Alright, cold boy.
Sure how
You
well
didn't
I
kill
love this
anything, cold
without
boy.
you, Tony.
Clear
the way!
From the death feed, I can't tell. Did he not kill anybody or did he solo wolf the invisible?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't think of anything.
What am I? Invisible? No worries. I've got your back. Force burst! That's much better.
Hog's gone.
Are you back? Oh,
Back.
no.
Thank you. A spider infestation.
That put a spring in my step.
Okay. Whoa! Shit!
It's time!
Wait, that's not ours?
Vortex field!
It's not ours.
I've got
But
you
he's
covered.
dead.
Maximum pulse!
Ah!
Oh, we got Iron
Nah!
Man, though.
That is malarkey.
Ow.
What am I? Invisible?
That is...
Hurry up! Maximum pulse!
That hit the wall and it
I won't
still gets
disappear
me
so
from miles
easily.
away.
Goodbye. For now.
Hi, Brent. My heart, Brent.
My life is in peril.
Feeling
Oh shit, we did.
Oh, that's no healers.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
zero
that's
on the
not
healers.
us.
I got the Iron Man, though.
A gift from Khonshu.
It's clear I'm still needed here.
You guys have ultis.
Oh, I went back,
Well,
damn
we
it.
gotta back the new supports.
I'm opening a portal.
Oh, he's opening a portal.
That's better.
Put some pep in my step.
Oh, okay. Well, and nobody's taking
Only
this portal,
60
but that's fine.
seconds left.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
You get a web and you get a Pulse charge! Fire!
I was worried.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I got a bunch of them, but then I
No worries. I've got your back.
That's strange.
Spring in my step.
Force burst!
Psionic surge, 30 seconds.
Not sure how we'll solve this without you, Tony.
Put some pep in my step.
Ain't no way.
Careful.
Feeling
Might
fantastic.
be others.
I was fine, but thank you. Vortex field!
Final 10 seconds.
We didn't even get tamed.
This is real firepower!
Oh man.
You'll have to keep
Oh, we're
fighting
gonna
until we
push
have
it.
a winner.
Psionic surge!
Turn as best as I can.
Pulse charge!
Oh, this is sick.
Maximum pulse!
No, no, you don't.
It's
No worries. I'm feeling fantastic.
Oh, I didn't mean press Q. Oh.
He's okay. Oh my god, that's crazy. My heart breaks.
I was fine, but thank you.
This don't get that vehicle to its destination.
Bye bye.
Anyone willing to help? It's the grand finale. Clearly, you needed some help. Psionic burst.
I pulled up. I pulled.
Randomly
We need to disappear.
whenever
All eyes over here.
Star-Lord dodges. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's better. Enemies on approach.
Feel the pull. You're keep going.
I'm good to go.
I was fine, but thank you.
This is real firepower! You get a web and you get a web and you get a web!
Psionic burst.
Everybody dead? Pulse charge!
Oh!
Cannons and arms!
I was getting almost there.
Oh, okay, that's fine. My god, friends.
I was fine, but thank you.
Now.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Ow, 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 ow. Oh, I'm gonna die.
Oh, my bad. I could have saved you, but I wasn't there. I took a little long. Oh my god, you're getting all the treats, bro.
Jealous.
I don't think that's
Invisible girl fell
Let's
to her
get it
death
where it
somehow.
needs to be. Feel the pull. I like the
I was fine, but thank you.
Psionic surge. No worries. I've got your back. Another fearsome foe.
They got a swirl.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way. Vortex field.
One step saving the world.
Once I am free from this darkness.
This is probably a bad thing.
A little help, please. Feeling fantastic. So close. Big chance. Feel the pull.
Easy. Oh, fuck off.
Psionic burst. Just in time. No worries. I've got your back.
I got out of that somehow.
I don't know how, but oh no.
Let's bring a magic statue to...
Yeah.
Oh, she's won.
Do below. She do kind of
It's
below.
clear I'm still needed here.
I need help. I need help.
I come. Well, no sports. Sports are coming from spawn.
Oh, okay.
Only 60 seconds left. I like the cold.
I'm good to go. I'm doing this my way!
I suppose that helped.
Maximum pulse!
Oh, don't tell.
Against the
Wow,
world.
wow, he died.
It's the grand finale. That's much better. A little help. 30 seconds. Disappear.
We go aggro with them.
We're not going to let T'Challa down, are we?
You get a web!
Disappear.
Oh.
We can always count on you, Spidey.
Hell yeah.
The final 10 seconds.
Oh, I'm not gonna be there for the final
I feel
picture.
like I'm in an ancient.
We
The
did
current
it.
score is 3, 2, 0. Time to switch things up.
Happy
Okay.
men require
Apparently-
happy trees.
You're on.
Apparently, everyone on our team did in fact win $5.
The right
We
heroes
did?
could make all the difference.
Yeah.
I'm not the type who
We
fades
won 5
quietly
bucks.
into the background.
No way.
We're getting
We
third.
were
got
$5
$5.
buckaroonies.
Let's see. Just copy this over. Robbie can get a tiny pizza.
Round 2, go! We didn't ask to be heroes, but we always answer the call.
Head beans. Will you be the tank to her.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
To her.
What have you done to your armor?
You
Stark?
give me trait and I
You could
give you
make it any
suffering.
Gosh, I have missed your cosmic wisdom and constructive criticism, Rocket.
I think they're asking for.
I
They
know
want
that
threat.
Earther tone. What's it called?
Manners.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop
We
them
get
from securing the mission area.
Dolores.
Got
Oh
5
my
Dolores.
God.
It's just a normal Tuesday in our family.
5 whole smackers. 5. Oh, they're portaling.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
Someone scratch my back.
Clear the way.
Well, I'm dead. I am become the dead.
Force burst.
Wait. Somebody else die already, or does Rocket just not put his thing down?
I don't know actually.
I feel a little sorry for Nat's enemies.
I don't know if someone else died. I don't see his thing. So maybe.
Somebody else must either. Well, I mean, either one of those things could also still be true.
Nice working with you, kid.
Oh, okay. Now he just put his thing down.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there are some random mines back there, so maybe I guess he could put them there.
Wait, I thought her beams were gonna. Oh no, second tank.
That put a spring in my step.
Someone scratch my back.
Oh my
Clearly
god.
you needed some help.
Pulse charge! Fire!
Got her.
I got you covered. Force burst. Park of power. That topped me off.
That's better.
Come on, let me heal you.
Dang, I
Judge,
oh.
jury, executioner!
Blind the exploding plasma. I found my weak spot. Fire mode.
I ran away from the Punisher and ran face first into a squirrel girl.
I have a shield.
Your
but-
powers are mine!
Anyone disappear! Disappear!
Ain't no way.
Clear the way. Vortex field.
I'm trying, but I think it might be over.
Ain't no way. I got fucking pulled. That is bullshit. Man, this bullshit.
Psionic burst. A little help, please. Thought you wouldn't see me again.
Oh, she's. Loki was like 1
Form
health.
up around me.
You know what to do, spiders?
Alright, I'm switching off from Scarlet Witch. They don't have Iron Man anymore.
Vortex field.
You need to stop that
Would
vehicle
you mind
in
if I
its tracks.
disappointed you?
Nope, go for it.
Alright.
Oh shit!
Force burst.
Pulse charge!
Am I invisible? Feeling fantastic.
Better stop that vehicle!
Oh, somebody's in there.
Gorgo's in there.
Oh.
Cool. Lots to destroy here.
Clear the way.
Oh no!
Put a spring in my step.
needed some help.
Oh, I just got my squirrels!
At this point...
Now might be a good time to stop.
It's a bit too late. Oh, nice.
Psionic burst.
Okay, that's naughty.
A little help, please. Force burst.
Oh, that's...
Feeling fantastic.
From the brink, baby.
Feel the pull.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Clear the way. Vortex field.
Enjoy the amplifier.
I got you covered. Not sure how we'll solve this without you, Tony.
Oh, man.
Mind the explosion.
I'll patch you up.
That's much better. I was fine.
Oh,
Clearly, you needed some help. That topped me off. Force burst.
Someone called Dr. Strange.
Clear the way.
Oh my. Stop behind! You better be winning. Okay, I'll do it just for you.
Force burst.
Bogey's coming up behind.
There's a Loki over
Actually
here.
down. Is he actually
I
dead?
spy some bad guys.
You stop them in their tracks.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Vortex field.
Topped me off. Thanks.
Oh, they have a Star-Lord.
A little help, please.
You're welcome.
Feeling fantastic.
Oh, I missed the fucking hydrate ready. I'm
They no longer have Star-Lord.
sorry,
That's
noob.
the guy.
Turret go boom.
What?
Disappear!
Vortex field.
Oh my god, fuck you.
That's better.
Hey,
Only
Dee!
60 seconds
Enjoy
left.
the amplifier. Pulse charge.
No worries.
That
I've got
fucking
your
caught
back.
me
Your
so
powers
off
are
guard.
mine.
Disappear! Psionic burst.
I booked away. I booked away.
I think Biz got away.
Oh, somebody got
Feel the pull.
Squirrel.
Oh,
Our enemies are near.
she balling, she throwing stuff.
Hi, Squirrel. How's it going?
Stop them in their tracks.
Oh no, you're not looking
Down
good.
to 30 seconds.
I'm not looking
Oh.
good.
Jeez. Yeah,
Vortex field.
Oh,
Psionic burst. How are you?
Masterfully done. Okay, I'm just gonna drop down a preemptive. Mine, apparently.
The final 10 seconds.
Disappear!
Judge, jury,
Oh, this is
executioner!
oh no.
Keep fighting until
Oh, thank you, Widow.
Oh wait. Oh no. Oh man.
Clear the way.
Oh, Loki's down.
Vortex field.
Yeah.
A little help, please.
He's down. They have no
Feeling
heals.
fantastic. I've got you covered.
Oh nice. Screw off.
Psionic
Bunch earlier
burst.
ago.
Eat it. Hell yeah. Let's
final
go.
score. 3-2-2.
We won. That's a lot of money.
Another epic victory. Big win.
What the hell is this skin? He was
Hey,
a
back to
poophead
part
anyways. Wait, do you rank up?
Yep, back to flat one.
Hell yeah, let's go. I got the
Buns
daddy
to-
long
oh,
leg.
to make me buns.
Go again. Go again.
I need to pee.
Oh, okay. I posted in the right time. Right time. There you go. Go wee wee. Albion, did you pee yourself? Wait, we gotta record that. Albion, did you pee yourself? There you go. We clip that and we put it in Tangier. Now Albion has his own version. Beanie Sweet. Oh my god. Do you remember Albion eat Peace Goblin? Yeah, he beat Peace Goblin. You guys remember the penny sweets? I don't think they are. But I remember little old Nino. Little old Nino will go to the store with her 1 whole pound. And she'll show it to the store guy. And she gets sweets. That means I get 100. 100. Do you know how much that is?
Is this the story of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
You get two Freddos. Okay, Freddos were 15p, weren't they? I don't know how much they are now. I do remember Freddos. When they're 15p, it said 50. In the olden days. Back in my olden days, it was 15p. It said 15p on the wrapper as well. Oh, you ready? Yeah, that means he's ready.
Say nothing if you're ready.
Yeah. I mean, until everything be expensive. Everything is sad and expensive now. Yeah, it used to say on the package. I remember like going to the store with my mom.
Eat nuts and kick butts.
It'll say Freddo's 15p, but then the actual price tag would be like 50p. And I'll be like, lies, scam.
I disappointed Nina too much, and now she needs to show me how you actually play Squirrel Girl.
No. You can be Squirrel Girl.
I wouldn't disagree.
I mean, I didn't say it. I didn't say anything. The only thing I can complain about is oh fuck, wait. Iron Man's still not banned. Oh wait. Shit. My bad. Please get Iron Man. Be funny if it gets. Says they're 35p now? No. Oh shit.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Look, I saw Penny and I thought that was Iron Man. You can explain.
Iron Man's just a healer killer, so I was just trying to protect the healers, you know?
I am beyond my pitiful creator. I am beyond everyone.
All these characters are red. I'm blind as fuck.
The age of silicon has just begun.
Oh,
30 seconds.
I got.
Get ready.
Oh, Robbo.
I don't
Put your glasses on.
know what you are thinking, Emma.
I've never had glasses before.
Obvious. You hate me because
fools. Do you truly believe you can stop my grand scheme?
That emote, that's what it,
to learn
what
at
it
the
is.
bottom of my boot. Should you try again?
Battle 5, 4, 3, 2,
I'm scared.
help get that vehicle to its destination.
Oh, okay, we got it.
Good medicine.
The virus takes hold.
I have become vulnerable.
I need help with the magnet. Oh, okay, clean up.
I suppose that helped.
Sweet.
Oh, I'm Payload Princess. Wait, they had a captain, wasn't it?
Challenge you and Ultron virus reinforcement.
Push that card up, guys.
That's the stuff.
It's heavy. Use go through their cables.
Oh, doors.
Is this what I've been reduced to?
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Systems rebooting.
Enemy in front of us.
This is my unnatural selection. Make yourself useful.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
I suppose that helps.
There's a woman.
Please.
Oh wait, I forgot I can ult. Oh.
Why
I wasted my ult.
Keep up the momentum.
Why could I not target the jet?
I
Can't target the jet when he's underwater or something?
No, you can't. Wait, what were you doing, Tim?
I was trying to tickle him after he had eaten everybody.
Oh yeah, you can kill him.
Apparently not. It wasn't targeting him at all. I was just tickling the ground.
Termination. Embrace perfection.
I am strengthened for battle.
Somebody there? Yeah.
The virus takes hold.
Oh, they do not look happy.
Perfect.
Go on, children.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
This is my unnatural selection.
Oh no.
Ow, 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 laughing like a maniac before dying. I'm over here now.
Embrace perfection.
Man.
Don't worry, Ultron, I got this.
Oh.
I got her.
Yay.
Protective shield.
You won't me now. Remember the Ultron virus reinforcement.
This Emma wants to die so badly.
Yeah.
I swear to God.
Don't turn back now.
Alright, wondering why am I no dude?
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh man.
This is my unnatural selection.
No.
Power.
So much for your claims that mutants
Oh
have
man.
defeated an Ultron virus reinforcement.
That's better.
Thank you, Ultron. You kept me alive.
You know,
Get that vehicle
always do
moving
my
again.
job.
Oh, you're
Get
old.
ready. Here come the
Yeah.
bad
I
guys.
thought you were DPS.
This is my
I thought I was too.
Sometimes you think things.
Yeah.
I was fine.
Extermination! Drone strike. I have suffered severe damage. Make yourself useful. This is my unnatural selection.
So cool.
I have become vulnerable.
Oh man. Oh nice.
Idrisio lies ahead.
He missed. He sucks.
Strengthened for
Reported.
This is my unnatural selection.
Natural selection. Oh.
Need all the help I can.
Oh. Man, she did.
I unleash the Vishanti power!
I have embraced perfection.
Surely if I just stay here, I can tell you the rules, right?
The perfect hex!
Virus reinforcement.
This is real firepower!
Energy levels rising. Embrace perfection.
Oh man.
Suffering severe damage.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Ma'am, where are you going?
I can't keep her alive, man.
Down to 30 seconds.
Nice. Oh, gosh. Oh, that is so unfair, man. Oh, man.
The virus takes hold.
The final 10 seconds. Perfect.
Oh, man.
Fantastic!
Don't worry, Luna's love is touching the point.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Oh, man. I did.
Man, welcome back.
Fear Magneto!
Always more of me.
Yeah, Rocket can't stay alive on.
Current score is
Nah.
Okay, she better have just barely gotten her ult.
0.
She just barely used it now.
Time to switch things up.
I'm not sure.
including which side you're on.
In 1973, they used to apparently.
Ninafredu Ebian, and Tats Raid Magica 310 box get love to Gurkas Ninafjig.
Thank you, Bob. Hi. Totally not late at all, by the way.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
What is a Freddo anyway?
It's a chocolate bar that looks like a frog.
Round 2.
Who wants to see something fantastic?
Pretty sure that's Harry Potter.
Oh my god, I have E's.
Oh.
It'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Okay, I see.
Wanda, 'tis a pleasure to see you, my dear.
I wish I could say the same, Father.
Father, hydration? Yes,
But
sir.
you'll always be welcome on Krakoa.
Thank you for the
Wait, are we putting... Ooh, really?
The battle
What,
starts in
5,
4, 3, 2, 1.
Feel the pull!
We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Friends have saved my life far more times than weapons. Even so, it's always nice to have a couple.
I suppose that helps.
No worries, I got your back. Force burst! Psionic burst!
Thanks.
Expected.
I hope you can
Nice.
Psionic surge!
Oh shit, I don't know what to do.
I got you
Nice.
covered. That's better.
He's stopped them in their tracks.
Wait, do you have your thing set up?
I did. Somebody died already.
Oh, rip.
I have it again in 8 seconds.
Force burst! No worries, I've got your back. Psionic surge!
I'm opening a portal.
What?
Oh, come to me.
Well, they whiffed their portal.
That put a spring in my step? This is real firepower! Hey,
Disappear!
Oh shit, we both also have something.
Anyone willing to
Okay.
help? You belong to me! Psionic burst!
I can't see it.
Magneto!
Oh, how did I hit?
Pulse charge, fire!
Psionic surge!
I feel like myself
Oh man.
again.
Not sure how we'll solve this without you, Tony. Clearly, vortex field! Psionic burst!
Oh, okay, and I did. Hey.
Oh, Scarlet, why?
Thought you wouldn't see me again?
Oh no no no.
Better stop that vehicle!
Why?
Uh-oh.
Someone scratch my back. Door.
Feel the pull!
Back from the brink, baby.
Oh,
Feeling
someone's
fantastic.
touching.
What are these
Yeah.
weird keys?
Psionic burst! Vortex field!
By the eye of Agamotto!
Thanks. I'm so dead.
Almost.
The moon haunts
Oh
you!
man.
Thought you wouldn't see me again?
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time
I
to
don't
stop them.
think this is fine. This no seem fine.
It's fine.
I don't think it's fine.
Relay deploy. It ain't cheap.
Yeah, but you see, counterpoint.
Better stop that vehicle!
Oh my god.
Messed up there. Thanks. Okay, hold your horse.
Feel the pull!
Somebody blew up my. Those sound like this.
Feeling fantastic. I need to
I'm still
heal.
here.
Your battle has been longer than
Please, stop them!
Clear the way.
God, thank you.
Force burst.
Needed that.
Where am I?
Oh, I literally was about to ult again.
No worries. I've got your back. Psionic burst.
Sorry.
My god, he's down.
I got it.
I'm opening a portal.
Psionic surge.
A shortcut.
What the hell is that?
Them to Khonshu.
I have no idea what the idea behind
Force
that was.
burst. No worries. I've got your back.
I punched a tank to death.
Much better.
Oh man.
Ow, 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 ow,
Oh fuck.
This is real firepower. Hey, team, enjoy the amplifier.
Force burst.
I think she's gonna ult.
The moon haunts you.
That's ours. Where am I? Invisible? Vortex field. Psionic burst.
Alex, leave me.
Yeah, strange
Ah,
minus too.
gosh.
Clearly, you needed some help.
I'm dead to that.
I'm not in the
Run.
circle. Why are you coming after me?
Oh, you're getting bullied. Oh man, that's not touch that one. No, we gotta get to the point.
And so it begins.
Oh,
Only
I
60
almost
seconds
won
left.
that exchange there.
Force burst. Psionic burst.
Our tanks just stand on the point. Don't leave the cart.
Fire from behind.
I'm taking less
Silent
damage.
point.
Disappear!
Someone scratch my
By the eye of
Oh fuck!
Agamotto.
I fucked up.
real nice.
Select still behind us.
Vortex field. Clear the way. I got you covered.
I had to
I'll seize the world. Psionic burst.
GG.
Oh gosh, I'm dead. Oh man.
Just ultra on the hold the cart with you guys.
Oh, wait, they're holding.
Fighting until we got you wouldn't see me again.
The whole thing can do it.
Magneto!
Oh.
This is real
fake one out.
Amplifier failed, Raven, and so shall you.
Hey, team!
The moon haunts you!
Psionic burst!
He's low.
Oh, he's
We're not low.
got him.
No worries. I've got your back.
Gotta get the other tank.
Horseshoe's gonna be very angry. Vortex field!
Okay, Strange is dead. Psylocke might be on point.
Rocket on point.
I got you covered.
Rock's dead.
Hell yeah.
GG, holy shit.
Nice.
We did it. We did it. Good
I
night,
thought that one was over for
Master.
sure.
Another epic victory! Big win!
I think we were just superior. Oh my god, it's me!
It's a Nino.
Oh my god. No shit. Oh my god, guys, it's me. Guys, it's me. I did it. I did it. I did it. It's me, MVP, guys. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Taking my mission.
More?
Not quite. I need 5 more assists.
Oh, okay. That means you have to play support.
Yep.
Easiest way to get assists. Thank you for the pant. You know what? Ruin the ranks. We can do a quick play.
What?
Do you have a favorite hero? I'm probably gonna play one more. Maybe I'll play one more after this, Staffy, so I can play with you. Play quickly with you.
Play with Staffy?
Yeah, Staffy's gonna carry us.
Which hero do you
What
think
session?
you
I
wanna
didn't
be
know
today?
I had a session.
Yeah, I thought we were just
Oh,
shooting the breeze.
Spider-Man.
Now, who am I gonna banish
ban.
from this
I
match?
mean, I don't like him. Wow. Abion. Make it 50%. 40%.
40%.
Math, not mathing.
Damn you, math. Witch, why scrap a witch? Hey, let's go.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I can at least understand Hawkeye, but Scarlet
Yeah,
Witch,
I understand Hawk. Hawk Tula.
Groot, I just want to be special.
Hey! You know, for one, I've been yeah. Well, I enjoy your call because I just got done talking for 4 hours and I'm being an intro right now. But that's okay. Oh my god.
Introvert always.
The right
Only
heroes can
4
make
hours?
all the difference.
What else are we having?
Do you not want to be forced to solo tank?
The higher the pressure,
they banned
the
Penny.
more dazzling the diamonds.
They did ban Penny. You want to support?
I am not confident with my
Round 1, go!
Oh, you went.
Cosmic rays didn't make me who I am
Oh.
today. My family did.
Well, nobody spoke.
They'll be coming in 30
Everyone's dead.
seconds.
Literally dead. Nino
Everyone
does
is
go for
No
a
one else
long
is
time.
back.
Sometimes I do.
Partner I was expecting on this mission, Emma. But you'll do nicely. The White Queen.
It's probably because I took my meds late.
That might do it.
Yeah.
I'm just
Always. But I'm sure
popping
they'll
pop
take
rocks
credit
like
for
Tic Tacs
our
over
hard
here.
work anyway.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Yeah,
1.
Magneto.
Oh, look who's here. I was fine, but thank you.
Penny's low already.
What am I? Invisible?
Oh. Oh no, I don't know who that was.
All eyes over
Okay,
here.
I don't see you guys. I mean, I see you.
Psionic burst.
Okay. Never mind. I did.
I kept on getting body blocked off of the booster pad.
I did.
I was in trouble.
Also, that was like a
Thought you wouldn't
baby.
see me
That was
again?
baby. There was baby Nick. Oh shit!
Whoa, wait, why is the portal here? This is
I
not a
have
good
no
place for
idea.
this.
I'm dead. Dude, I got out of the portal. I got out of the point there. I didn't even see the portal there. I didn't even see the portal there.
Nap, nap.
That was such a terrible
Light
place for
can
a
heal
portal.
and light can harm. Same with me.
Alright,
Let's regroup.
There's still a chance to stop them.
You got a shield, Tandy. Lights out. Living fear.
My time to shine.
This
Oh.
They hit a checkpoint.
again!
Oh man.
alright, well this is
Lights out. Take my pain. They're doing major damage.
Oh
Get
my.
in here, y'all.
My time to shine.
Oh, okay.
Lights out. Suffer in the dark.
Feeling fantastic. Better stop that vehicle.
Oh god. Come on. Oh, I don't know if I was gonna ult or not. Wow, I'm getting destroyed.
Just in time. Thanks.
Double KO.
Yes.
Better stop that vehicle.
also
Remember?
destroyed.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Something doesn't feel right here. That topped me off. Thanks.
Behold, Dark Child!
Us against the world.
Tandy needs help. Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses.
Us against the world. Shields up.
Lights out. Appreciate the boost.
My time to shine.
Oh, fuck that.
Again!
Bye. Bye-bye. Dang. Maybe I need to go, like, low. Honestly, don't know what supports.
Again!
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Who's that person doing?
Your god is suffering.
I hate the zip line.
Better stop that vehicle.
The more the merrier. Invigorating, no. Weapons.
That topped me off. Thanks.
My powers overrun.
It's now or never. Stop them.
Yeah. I don't know why a tank is still there.
I'm doing this my way.
Bye.
I'm right here with healing magic.
Run the exploding plasma.
Healing for my friends.
What?
This
Really?
is real firepower!
That was a choice.
Oh, hold on. There's this woman here.
Us against the world.
Your powers are mine!
Against the world.
Tandy needs help.
Oh my god, how many daddy holidays are there today?
Suffer in the dark.
Topped me off. Thanks.
There's actually a shitload. What the fuck?
Dark Child!
Oh, I'm dead. Wow, the hell are the... It's because of the heat.
Soul pulse ray active.
I always come back.
Dangerous!
The current score is
Dang.
0, 2, 3.
Yeah, we got those
Time to
pace.
switch things up, including which side you're on.
$5.
It's higher than 4th place.
I am Loki, god of mischief and the king of Asgard.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Well, the tank is tired of being so I guess.
Round 2, go!
Unreliable, vindictive, and yet oddly compelling, don't you think?
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Let us show these so-called heroes what mutant
Yeah.
kind is truly.
It was all Fable, by the way.
Alright, Mr. Fantastic. Okay with that.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Alright.
2,
Good talk.
1.
Oh, sorry. Were you talking to me?
No, the thing was dancing at the door.
Your god is suffering.
Why would I need you?
The more the merrier. Time to vanish. Invigorating, no.
Oh man. I'm reloading.
Put some pep in my step.
Your powers are mine!
Disappear! Clear the way! Invisible?
If we fail, Ultron and
I have a shield, but no complaints.
Arako is a living thing. It deserves to be free from Ultron's influence.
Dang, brother.
feeling fantastic.
Welcome to the
Oh
family
my
Sia
God.
_ Thresher.
Here, pressure, higher.
Shields up!
Oh, Bucky's down.
Your god is suffering.
He can roll
Invigorating, no.
It's clobbering time! Magneto!
Oh, dang. Okay. Falling back from that.
This is real firepower!
Oh, we have esports now. Oh, shit.
Get that vehicle moving
I
again!
don't know.
The more the merrier.
Okay, Mr. Hero,
I feel like myself again.
Your powers are mine!
Disappear!
A little help, please.
Assistant.
Feeling fantastic.
Armed and dangerous!
Get away!
Again!
Again!
Yeah, it's super warm and is very handy in combat.
I'm saying, bro, like, this was a good team comp to play Spider-Man in too.
Appealing.
Nope.
We've got trouble.
Shields up! Ha! Hey, check out this big airport!
There we go.
Oh, now that's snap! Anyone willing to help? Hey, check out this big airport!
You can do this.
Time to go nuts! seconds. Hey, check out this baby.
Wait, we only have one support.
Why is this person? Honestly, I don't know why. I don't know why they're doing this.
Ooh, a touch
They're
of
playing
feeling.
mystery heroes.
The final 10 seconds. Get that vehicle moving again. Snap. Hello, happy to chip in.
This is real firepower!
Oh boy. That was definitely gonna go on me. So who's this person I kept changing?
Bounding back into action.
Well, I guess we'll find out in a second.
Us against the world. Now that's snap.
Problem solved! You deserve from that, Peter.
I appreciate you. You belong to me. Time to go nuts. Behold, that child! Get him, squirrels! That's one. Marcus carried.
Look who's here.
Ooh, I'm energized.
This is real firepower!
I appreciate you.
Earth-shattering It's clobbering time!
Final score 0-2-3.
And then is this Chris person, I think. This person, because he changed now. This guy's just playing mystery heroes.
Yeah, play whatever you want at any given time.
Wait, he changed. Okay, who's the person that was kept changing?
Chris. Okay, he played Strange, Spider-Man, Bucky, and Jeff.
Oh, and Lowell. How did he die 16 times? We didn't have 16 games.
Lowell has 9 different. Lowell played 9 different heroes.
I will
across
never probably
every
play
role.
with this guy, but fucking hell.
Seriously.
How did he still manage to get still 0 final kills?
He played 2 different supports and only had 983 healing.
Brother. Staffy, you carriers, please. Thank you. Carriers, thank you.
Staffy, save us.
Staffy's gonna carry us. Staffy's gonna carry us. I believe in you, Staffy. I believe.
Oh, for a second I thought you were going into competitive. Like rankings.
We can't do competitive.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Again!
Well, it's like we played this map.
Pick your hero
Oh, this is
or
the other
villain.
Gorilla.
I'm not judging.
Oh, it's the domination map.
Yeah.
Owl juice.
Owl juice.
Yes. What do you game when you play? Oh, do it.
Jeff NATO!
Jeff NATO. Well, what do you want to add on?
I am beyond
on this map I'll
my
play.
creator. I am
I mean, I can play Amber, and then you can get the buff. But are you gonna use it? Are you gonna use it? Are you gonna use that team up?
pitiful creator. I am beyond everyone.
Oh wait,
probably not.
Okay.
30 seconds before you attack.
I knew
Get
it.
ready.
There you go. I'll give you my thing.
You're leaking down there, Ultron.
Hell, what am I?
No, I'm not. And you are misbehaving like a child, Stark.
I know.
Hi,
I wished for a good
baby.
robot last Christmas, yet here you are.
Bye bye.
Sigh.
Tiny bye bye.
I'm not planning on humanity to ever mature anyway.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Iron Man, come back. Don't
Are
go where I can't
you
follow.
really fighting to save
Let him die.
biological life? Please.
So speedy.
Wait. Oh, what the hell? Oh, I'm going the wrong way.
Some uninvited guests.
I will now inflict war on
Assistance, please.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my right-hand girl.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Suffered severe damage.
Oh man.
Oh, I regret.
The mission area is yours.
Alright.
I have finished. Make yourself useful. Pathetic.
Pathetic. Pathetic.
Heightened combat
Pathetic.
A shield.
Ultron virus reinforcement.
Jerk.
Extermination.
This is a no tentacle zone.
Make yourself useful.
No, get off my staffy!
Oh no. Wait, is that
Turn. Yeah. Oh, all they did was eat up one of their own friends, I guess, I think.
Scan show we're squid
3.
You owe me now.
Quadra? What?
Do
Whoa.
it, you can do it.
He actually disappeared. Pentacrit? Nope.
Go, my children.
That put a spring in my step.
Embrace perfection.
I am in the shadow realm.
Yeah, you in the shadow realm. Oh. Oh.
Get back here. Get off my healers.
I don't know. Oh.
Repairs underway. Impressive technology.
Pathetic.
Us against the world.
Keep fighting until you have a winner.
Magneto!
I live over here now.
Oh no, how dare.
Rise, my friend!
Hurricane incoming!
How do I get to it? How do I get the health pick? Oh, I don't know.
Second chance is over.
Oh, I got shot in the face. Dang it. Oh, dang it.
Yeah,
No escape from hell.
We did it!
we did it.
Daddy-do,
Staffy's carrying us.
daddy-do, daddy-do. Oh my god, that timing.
Is over. The age of silicon has just begun.
Ba-da-da!
Ultron virus reinforcement.
How'd you get night? Because you're boss?
Yeah,
30 seconds before
exactly.
you attack.
You
Get ready.
carrying us, you carrying us.
I make battle.
Ooh, my
And
goodness.
13 assists, so like,
Yeah,
damn.
You are my
carrying us.
favorite stinking obsolescent flesh bag.
Oh my goodness.
Today,
Look at that. Want the best time to use Adam's soul?
The battle starts in
Uh,
5, 4, 3, 2,
There's something that has a soul bomb?
Whenever
all you need
you
to do
can.
is capture the mission area. Got it?
Perhaps I should have
When you press E because your fingers spasm longer.
Okay, I think mine was better.
Track this enemy. Any
Oh dear. Oh, wait, I accidentally killed Invisible Girl.
Oh shit!
After you savior.
You owe me now.
Oh, Jeff's still active somewhere?
Yeah, he's still alive.
Oh, he's under us.
I will now inflict more harm.
He just.
Jeff, are you below us?
He's here. I got him.
Oh, okay.
No. No, Jeep. No, Jeep.
Ultron virus reinforcement.
There you go.
Coming.
track this enemy.
Impressive technology.
That help?
Oh shit, he did.
Embrace perfection.
A tiny boost.
Yeah.
There's power in order. Heightened combat capabilities.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
I told you, Stark, you are the virus takes hold.
Cosmic might returns.
Oh! She finished me. She's a baller.
Double KO.
Yeah.
Control lost.
More of me.
So much power.
This is my unnatural selection.
Of course.
Of course.
Ultron virus reinforcement.
Hurricane incoming.
Oh, it's time.
I have found one.
Chef NATO! Oh, I jumped directly into the Jeff. That was not our Jeff though.
Wait,
You can go through the portal when you eat people?
I didn't even know you could do that.
Heightened combat capabilities.
I am excellent. Disappear!
Go, my children. Embrace perfection.
Your team's capture progress is past the halfway point.
Judge,
Oh gosh.
execute.
No problem.
I engage.
Control C.
Born again.
Oh,
Us against the world.
Extermination.
everybody get healed. I'm coming on healed.
Uh-oh.
Ow. Oh no. Please, no health coming. No health.
Jeff was standing right next to me.
Wait,
Without chaos.
oh, I'm going the wrong way.
Portal.
Time to vanish.
Oh, you want portal?
You might want.
Yeah, let me portal.
No, not that portal, this portal.
Magic is not to be owned,
Oh.
but to be felt.
Wait, you guys
Experienced.
already. Oh, I thought you meant.
A shortcut through space.
They're winning, but you've still got a chance.
I am strengthened for battle.
Yeah, Magneto.
Oh, okay, he just straight
Keep
missed.
fighting until we have a winner.
The darkness.
Oh no, it's me. He ate me. No. Wait, where is he taking me? Oh, we won.
Oh, yeah, I think Jeff ate everybody.
Yeah, he ate us and took us out.
And hell, it was just fucking her.
Oh,
Victory.
we won. We won.
Who's that little guy?
Look at how Staffy, by the way. You did okay. You carried us. She said she doesn't carry. She lied,
Surprisingly
guys.
okay,
She
she says.
lied. She carried us. Okay, one more. This is the last one, okay? This is that last one. Okay.
Second last one.
No, this is the last one.
The last one was just a drill. Practice for one.
That is not that more. It's been 7 hours and 23 minutes.
I'm not judging.
Don't put too much stock on accuracy, especially if you're playing a flyer.
Yeah, also, you are playing Storm, and she's not his skin, she's what's it called?
Projectile?
Yeah, projectile. You projectile.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
Jeff NATO again! Oh hey, I don't
You
need
go.
to tank this time.
No, you don't. You can be anything you like.
So I can be a claw man with anger issues.
It feels good to step outside my bubble every now and then.
Hello.
Living the dream.
Oh my god, look at his
before you
head.
attack. Get ready.
Look at how big brain in his big head.
In times such as these, Logan, we have to be able to walk and chew gum.
A shame my students aren't here to witness this lesson.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Wow.
The battle starts in 5.
Oh no, he's free.
3.
I've always been a heavy
2,
hitter.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission
my
area. Got it?
I've only played this map on quick play. I can't believe it. Oh wait, is it out of rotation?
Yeah, this is out of rotation.
Ah.
I think it has been too. I found a penny! Oh.
You win.
Feel the pull! I got you covered.
You are the best at what you do.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
And healing is good healing.
Alright, you
Anyone
stop
willing to
that.
help? That's much better.
Thank you. Have you protected me?
Psionic burst! No worries, I got your back. Feel the pull!
Oh, who put it? Who's it?
No, I am the one who whiffed the combo.
That's not
No,
what you
it
do,
was me.
Oh. Hey, remember that guy you were complaining about? Huh?
Yeah, I wasn't complaining, I was observing.
Laughing at.
No, that guy.
Psionic
That
surge!
doesn't sound like something I did.
Throwing us after all these years, Suze.
My lightning struck too recently.
Meanwhile, I'm
I've
doing
always been a heavy hitter.
My favor is done!
Disappear!
There you go.
No worries, I've got your back.
Hey.
We are undefeatable!
Oh man.
Wait, something on point? Oh, yep, there's an Iron Fist back here.
The mission area. Keep going.
Psionic surge!
I might have.
Vortex field!
Oh wait, I forgot. Thanks over there.
Where'd you get all your health back from? What?
Hurricane incoming! You belong to me!
Oh my god,
I've got
Tornado!
your back. Psionic burst!
Extermination again!
A little extra oomph.
They've swatted us!
Oh shit!
Cheap ass down arms.
I got you covered. Clear the way!
I suppose that helped.
Did he just give up?
Vortex field! Psionic burst!
Windows,
A little help, please.
Yeah, we did it.
Yeah.
I usually just play Jeff and chill. Jeff is a stressful character. What do you mean?
They broke
Not
Jeff
even
and Jill.
not even 12 hours a week.
Family still comes
Bro.
first.
Are you paying me? Don't you want me to play Among Us tomorrow?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Fair point.
Yeah,
They're playing 3D Among Us.
Emma,
Yeah,
always a pleasure to
yeah, I
face
think so.
extinction by your
The
side.
killers can look into the eyes of their
Fended
victims.
off more times
Really?
than I care to count, Aurora.
Oh my god, that
This
is
feels
so mean.
different. Something in the wind. Perhaps the end finally is near.
Make sure you turn off the
If it is,
AI
at least
moderation.
we'll
Though. Apparently, it is
The battle starts
very
in
trigger
5,
happy.
4, 3, 2,
Oh,
1.
look at all the flowers.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
If
Oh my
these
god.
worlds come apart, countless
Wanna
people
play in
will die.
VR, Nino?
I must stop it.
I don't know if it's like. Well,
It was
I'm
2 different
setting up.
games on Steam, so I don't know if they're compatible.
Anyone willing to help?
Oh, it sucks.
Suppose that helped.
Nothing's getting through now. Clearly.
Disappear!
Alright.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Magneto!
The mission area is yours.
Yo. You found me. You found me.
Oh, there was a
I've got
rock
your
on the
back.
way.
Retreat with
Lost and insecure.
Psionic surge!
Oh no, he did.
We are undefeatable!
Feeling fantastic.
That was fine, but thank you.
Feel the pull!
Behold, Dark Child!
Hey, Dark Child's kind of scary.
A little help, please.
Extermination!
Oh, no. I couldn't.
Oh, I don't like where I am.
I couldn't help you, guys.
I'll fight for my family until the end.
They want my body!
Oh, hello.
Clear the way!
Feeling fantastic.
Hurricane incoming!
Jeff-Nato? Maybe Jeff-Nato. Jeff-Nato!
Oh, Jeff-Nato!
My friend. He gave up. He just straight up gave up.
Feel the pull! Control C's!
It's good healing.
Clearly you needed some help.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going!
Track this enemy.
Psionic surge!
Anyone willing to help? Feeling fantastic. No worries. I've got your back.
You boomy leave.
Berserker! Rage!
Clear the way!
Stop now.
Feel the pull!
I've got you covered.
No.
The area is almost yours!
气贯长虹!
I can't say I'm
Finally! Jeez, chasing that guy for 6 years.
Clear the way! You belong to me!
That Iron Fist is green.
I've always been a heavy hitter.
Disappear!
My favorite time!
I didn't quite make it magic.
We did it! We did it again!
We did it!
You
Steffi,
crossplay
continue
between
the
Among Us
characters. Holy
3D
hell.
and Among Us 3D VR? Really?
Another
Oh man.
victory! Big win!
Oh my god.
Staffy with a
Oh
25
my god. Look at her go. Look at her go.
3 medals.
Staffy lied to us. Staffy is actually good at the game. He just didn't.
28% accuracy. She's way better.
Unbelievable. It is so people out there can join in. Okay, maybe I'll say that. I barely play. She's rubbing it in. She's rubbing it in. Okay, me done for now. I go eepy sleepy, and then I can wake up at normal time, and then maybe try set up the VR.
Alright.
Maybe they'll spook me. Maybe they'll spook me.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Thank
You're
you,
just walking
guys.
along in VR, and all of a sudden your head explodes.
Yeah. I just get dizzy. That's the way to go.
Oh, it's probably like VR, like third-person VR though.
Oh.
Those give me motion sickness pretty bad.
Wait, isn't Phasmo? Oh, third
Phasmo's
person.
first person. Yeah.
Wait, it's not
yeah.
first person. Oh, that's weird. Why?
Well, I mean, maybe it is. It's Among Us 3D. Wait. 3D VR.
It's first person. Oh.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
No,
Savvy,
I'm
for
just smoking
playing.
something.
That's
I'm
fine.
smoking
We're
something and
gonna
I'm not
play
sharing.
more. Who shall we raid? Who shall we raid? Who shall we raid?
Oh, native crossplay. Yeah, there it is. It says on the store page.
I see a VTuber named Mellow Bunny. She is playing. Oh, she just died as Rocket. I think she's playing competitive and she's trying to get to GM. Oh, of course. Alright, guys, we're gonna be going to Mellow Bunny. Please send them some love and support. They are concentrating in the game. They're trying their besties. I'll see you guys tomorrow, yes? Yes. Oh, guys. Amazon Prime. I had to think of something.